This novel was requested by Emperor Titus, leader of the More Legion. Heroine Survival Volume 3 Prologue, Part 1, Vagabond Arc Ash-Crowned Princess of Slaughter 3. Chapter 4, Ash-Crowned Princess. First Part. Prologue. Lake Mel boasted the biggest size in Claydale Kingdom. The majestic nature and scenery that could be seen at that lake was widely known as a very scenic tourist attraction even in the whole kingdom. Lake Mel and its surrounding had been under direct control of Melrose House since time immemorial. When the house was still a royal family, the branch house Melcease with the rank of Viscount was the one that was entrusted with the management of the land. That day, the house welcomed a certain girl as an adopted daughter. Lady Alicia, the mansion is coming into view now. Are you feeling tired? Yes, I'm fine, thank you very much. Inside a horse carriage that was running on the road alongside the lake, a young man wearing butler outfit talked to the girl called Alicia. She replied to his words with a wide smile. She had blonde hair that was slightly tinged red. Her blue eyes looked closer to black. Strong will could be felt from those eyes, enhancing the loveliness of the girl who was still 10 years old. So that mansion will become my house. Alicia's eyes sparkled seeing the large mansion that was standing at the lake shore that was visible from inside the carriage. She was wearing a well-tailored suit even though it was just a traveling outfit. She seemed to be a noble seeing that she had a maid and a butler taking care of her, but as a noble she looked younger than her conduct suggested. If she was a noble, she should have trained in sorcery since childhood and increased her mana capacity. It would cause her growth to speed up, making her look 2 or 3 years older than her actual age. But Alicia's appearance really looked no different than 10 years old common child. But there was a reason why she looked so young. Alicia was originally a noble but she became an orphan due to a certain circumstance. She had been living in an orphanage together with commoner orphans until this age. Alicia, whose whereabouts became unknown, was finally found, until it became confirmed that she was the right person. A manager who was dispatched from the noble house stayed in the orphanage and gave her education to some degree, but as expected someone without any basic training couldn't possibly be given advanced education like sorcery. As the result, Alicia only managed to learn the fundamental of sorcery and she was unable to obtain enough mana to make her body grow rapidly. What's the matter? Is there something on my face? Alicia realized that the young servant was looking on her face. She touched her face while peering into his face with an upward gaze. It made the young man smile wryly. No, I'm just thinking that Alicia's armor is quite petite. Is that so? Even my current height only came from my recent growth spurt, you know. I was even smaller when I was still in the orphanage. Because the previous caretaker abused the orphans under her care, the children there had late growth. For her to be able to grow to similar size with ordinary commoner might meant that learning the basic sorcery had some effect for her. Alicia scotched closer as though to press her grown body on the young man inside the cramped carriage. The young man looked troubled and took some distance from her. At the same time the maid who was sitting at the opposite side spoke up to her. Lady Alicia, a lady shouldn't come into contact with the opposite sex so freely like that. But it's just Mr. Butler. It doesn't matter whether they are butler or servant, they are still male. My lady will become a daughter of Viscount Melcease, so you have to keep a proper distance with the opposite sex. If not, my lady will be in trouble when you come out to society. Yes. Alicia's hands let go of the young man's arm reluctantly after the maid rebuked her. Inside the carriage, there was a maid and a butler rather than Alicia. Originally with such line-up, a noble lady like Alicia normally should sit beside the maid, but she obstinately demanded to sit beside the young man. The siblings who were chosen for the role as Alicia's servants as well as bodyguards during her travel from the orphanage until this place looked at each other. They communicated using only their gaze while recalling the troubled expression and the words of their grandfather who was ordered to manage the orphanage. There were signs of Alicia's armor getting bullied by her fellow girls who were jealous with her lovely appearance. Because of that, she has the tendency to be wary against female and seek protection from male. I want you two to keep that in mind while looking after her. Certainly she was a pitiful thing if that was true, but Alicia's conduct seemed to be more than that. She was giving off an alluring atmosphere that couldn't be considered childlike. It looks like we have arrived. The carriage slowly came to a stop. Alicia got down from the carriage after the butler and the maid exited first. The Viscount and his maids had been waiting outside for her arrival. Alicia looked up anxiously to the young man when she was about to be handed over to them. This is where we will part. The people of Melcease House will take care of Lady Alicia from here on as your family. But Alicia tried to grasp the young man's sleeve due to the anxiety of being handed over from familiar people to unknown people. But the maid's strong gaze stopped her. Her body jerked in surprise. Is something the matter? The Viscount, who had especially walked here from the entrance to welcome Alicia, asked that. A maid remonstrating a noble daughter who was still young was something common, but because Alicia's childish appearance provoked the desire to protect, the scene could also be seen like a bullying. But The anxious Alicia immediately changed her attitude the moment she saw Viscount Melsis. She snuggled up to him. I wanted to say farewell but, Miss Maid won't let me. Is that so? The Viscount was taken aback by Alicia's behavior, even so thinking that there shouldn't be a problem with allowing the request of a little girl like this. He looked toward the maid, but then he noticed that the maid was someone really familiar and he gulped. Why you are? Pardon me, Mrs. Summer. Please take care of the rest. Yes, I understand. Alicia's face frowned for a moment seeing that exchange between the Viscount and the maid, but then she quickly changed it to a wide smile and she clung on the Viscount's arm without even giving any glance at the maid anymore. Nice to meet you. Please treat me well from now on, dear father. In that place, other than the Viscount, there were also the Viscount's wife and the female servants and maids who would take care of the new child. But Alicia wouldn't meet their eyes and only had eyes for the new man who appeared before her. The maid who had accompanied her until here sighed without saying anything. Seeing that, she bowed to the Viscount, greeted the Viscount's wife too, then she got into the carriage again together with the young man and returned back. Is this all right? Doesn't matter. When the coachman asked like that, the young man that had been interacting with the girl with a gentle smile the whole time replied with a cold voice. Originally they should stay for a day at least in order to observe how their protection target would do in the location where they got delivered to, but it seemed that they wouldn't do that this time. His direct superior the maid also boarded the carriage casually, as though staying together with their protection target throughout these 2 months of travel didn't make her feel anything at all. Seeing that, the coachman also gave up asking anything further and drove the carriage away. Alicia, who realized that let go of the arm of Viscount Merces that she had been clinging on and ran toward the carriage while waving her hand energetically. Oz-san, please come to meet me again sometimes. That is the end of our report this time. Thanks for the hard work. Oz, Sarah, the head of Melrose House. Belt sighed while giving words of appreciation toward Oz, who had just finished giving him a written report for the last 2 months along with a verbal report that described what happened in general. Their mission this time was to escort Belt's granddaughter the princess from the direct lineage of Melrose House Alicia to Merce's house, a branch house of Melrose House where she was to be entrusted until she came of age in order to ascertain her personage. Although it was for the protection of an important person, the reason why Oz and Zara, who held important posts, got assigned with that mission was because Alicia's existence itself was still a great secret. Because of that, Belt couldn't assign a lot of knights in order to guard her. He could only rely on the 2 people who he could trust the most from among all his subordinates in regard to their loyalty and also strength. Sarah was one of the people in charge of protecting the Queen's residence and the Princess's residence. Oz served as the butler of Belt, who was also a prime minister. With them gone for this mission, many things got affected and he even received many complaints, but there was nothing that could be done about it. The dark side had serious lack of manpower. People with suspicious ideology got removed from around the royal family due to the incident with Grave, so the personnel that could be spared for protecting the VIPs were very lacking. They couldn't just recruit anybody to fill the lack of manpower. Even if they wanted to recruit people from among the graduates of the Sorcery Academy or adventurers, people with clear background and also could be trusted would always be fought over by many departments. If there is at least someone who can be entrusted with protecting the princess. No, right now isn't the time to think about that. Belt looked around at the people inside this room and his gaze stopped on a certain person. That's the situation. What do you think about it, Mihail? Grandfather. Mihail was still 12 years old, but he looked like 15 years old. His lustrous eyes that had caused the young maids in the palace to be noisy squinted with suspicion as he returned his grandfather's gaze. That girl should be sent to the Viscount next year, shouldn't it? Before that we would ascertain first whether she is the real thing or not. But why then you moved it forward by a year? Because it was that girl herself who announced that she is a noble's daughter. It almost became a problem. Because of that we had no choice but to secure her early. A really troublesome girl, isn't she? Mihail sighed after hearing his grandfather's bitter words. 2 years had passed since the girl was discovered, but they still hadn't found any definite proof that the self-proclaimed Alicia was the real one. If it was only based on the girl's testimony and the circumstantial evidence, then any other noble houses would recognize her as Belt's relative. But Belt hesitated to recognize that girl as Alicia because she didn't have the pinkish blonde hair of the Melrose's female line. Anyway, I'm going to enroll into the academy next month. Even high-rank nobles have to live in dormitory for half of the period, so I won't be able to do anything even if you call me here like this. So even you are at that age already. Sorry to bother you then. Belt unconsciously sighed, thinking that time passed really quickly. Nobles enrolled into the sorcery academy after the harvesting of the crops finished and taxes had been collected. The new school term would begin at the new year of the next year. Noble children who became 13 that year were the ones targeted to enroll. Then everyone would graduate at the end of the year when all of them had become 15 years old. Only then they would be treated as adult noble. Belt suddenly called Mihail, who was still minor, to her and asked her about her impression of the girl. Was because he was completely at a loss of how to decide. Perhaps even this grandfather, who usually could hand down level-headed decision as a prime minister, couldn't help but have his sight clouded when it came to the memento of his late youngest daughter. Mihail felt slightly sympathetic to his grandfather, who seemed to have grown far older during these several years. Even so, he told him about his opinion bluntly. I also feel the same like grandfather. That girl doesn't sound like a Melrose Rose of the Moon at all, even just based on the report. And so, if that girl is going to enroll into the academy, I recommend attaching a watcher beside her. Mihail only said that before leaving his grandfather's office. Oz had left his post until today, so Mihail, who hadn't even enrolled into the academy, had to work like Belt's Chamberlain under the guise of learning the Prime Minister's work. But he felt that it would be troublesome to have his time taken any more than this. Usually such experience would be just what he wanted, but right now he was busy with the preparation to enroll into the academy, and Mihail himself had other things that he personally wanted to do or to consider. Melrose Rose of the Moon. Mihail repeated once more the word that he used just now. According to Melrose House's old legend, the spirit of the moon praised the nobility and beauty of a woman and bestowed to her a rose of the moon and hair color that looked the same with the rose. It was unclear whether the legend was true or not, but that hair color would vanish in several generations when the women of Melrose House married outside the family. It was as through the women who were directly descended from the lineage of Melrose House were really loved by the moon. If he talked about it to his friend, Rockwell of Dandle House, he might get teased again as a romanticist. But the figure of a girl came to Mihail's mind just from him muttering that name. The adventurer girl who he met at the capital. Her hair color had the same color with a moon rose that only bloomed in the night when there was a moon in the sky. It attracted his eyes since the first time he saw her. She even had a beautiful bearing that was truly fitting to be called aloof. She was very similar with the woman inside the painting that Mihail had idolized since his childhood. If the girl called Alicia was really alive, then wouldn't she look like that girl? Mihail felt something like a connection with that girl that made him thought like that. But circumstance-wise, it was impossible for that girl to be the one. If she was Alicia, then she should be around 8 years old at that time. Even if her appearance at that time was because of her mana somehow, how could such a girl possibly obtain strength that a first-class adventurer would recognize? Even if in the worst case he got rid of that girl from the orphanage and replaced her with that pink-haired girl, there would be no one who suspected anything, wouldn't it? No good. Mihail rejected the thinking that he thought up himself. It might be possible to do something like that with Mihail and Melrose House's power. But, doing that would cause the girl's life to go off the rail. Mihail hesitated to do that. If she was working as adventurer in the capital, then perhaps there would be another chance for him to meet her. Thinking that, he had visited the Adventurer Guild several times, but it was only a complete waste of time without him being unable to be reunited with the pink-haired girl. When Mihail enrolled into the Sorcery Academy after this, it would surely become difficult for him to go searching for her like before. He didn't think that this feeling of him was love. But Mihail was definitely feeling that an emotion that couldn't be dismissed as simple curiosity was growing inside him. Will we meet again, I wonder? Then, I shall take my leave. Thanks for the hard work, Sarah. No, that is also work after all. A while after Mihail left, Sarah, who had been refraining from saying anything until then, bowed as she said that. Although they had known each other for long, Sarah simply dismissed the words of appreciation from the head of the house, Belt, saying that it was just her job. Oz felt an unseen pressure from her big sister and cold sweat trickled from his forehead. Sarah pretended to not realize her little brother's reaction and left her master's office. Then she let out a long sigh while keeping silent. The majority of her sigh came from mental fatigue. Because of the dark side's serious lack of manpower, even the retired Sarah had to return to active duty. Furthermore, she was sent out for something else than her actual duty, and it even took several months to finish. Because of that, various problems had cropped up everywhere just as she expected. But the main reason for her fatigue wasn't only because of piling up works that couldn't be handled by her subordinates alone. Staying together for 2 months with the daughter of the main house. That Alicia, who was the cause of her getting taken away from her post, had whittled down her spirit far more than she expected. The girl couldn't follow etiquette, which was reasonable seeing that she was previously an orphan. Even then she had been reeducated by Sarah and Oz's grandfather, so she could still be considered better as a commoner. But the tendency that girl sometimes showed, how she would cling only on male and ignored female, it was just too abnormal even after taking into consideration that she was still a kid. To be honest, When she imagined that she would have to keep interacting with that girl as a daughter of the main house, it made her wanted to support her master and Mihail for doubting that girl's identity. And then, after this she also would have to take care of Princess Elena, who was in a bad mood. Since the princess learned that the whereabouts of her favorite maid apprentice became unknown and how that maid apprentice belonged to the dark side, she would always get into a bad mood when she saw Sarah and other members of the dark side. Elena, who was wise beyond her age, understood that the dark side's mission was accompanied with danger. Because of that, she wouldn't do anything childish like avoiding her guards from the dark side, unlike the impulsive crown prince. Even so, as expected, her emotion was a different matter. No matter how wise Elena was, she was still 10 years old. Because the only existence who she acknowledged in this world went missing. The idle passing of time without any new information worsened her mood exactly because she believed in that existence. What was worse was that the mission that caused the disappearance wasn't actually that dangerous. Instead, it was possible that the disappearance was caused by the betrayal of Grave toward the dark side. Sarah herself was seething with anger toward Grave for erasing the excellent disciple who she thought might be worthy to become her successor. Currently the dark side wasn't the only one looking for Grave. Sarah herself had personally requested the adventurer party Rainbow Sword to search for Arya and Grave, but there still hadn't any result from it. If that girl was still alive and returned as a combat maid apprentice of the dark side, Elena's mood would also improve, but nothing good like that had rolled her way. Mum, Sarah sighed again when she heard her son's voice. It seemed that he had been waiting for her on her way toward the princess's residence. Have you found Arya? I went to the north, but it was to a different direction. I didn't find her. Sarah's son Sio was still continuing to chase after Arya's shadow. He had grown rapidly, physically and mentally. Now he looked like 12 years old, but it seemed that his meeting with her left a deep impact in his childish self. Even when she told him of the possibility that Arya had died, Sio wouldn't accept it, just like Elena, and he continued training, believing that he would meet her again. I see. Although he hadn't given up, Sio also thought that it wouldn't be that easy to find her. He suppressed his depression and smiled at his tired-looking mother. Mom, welcome back. Isn't it too late to say that? Although she said that, Sarah hugged him tightly to feel his growth. Sio also hugged his mother's back to feel her safe return for real. I went to pick up the young lady of the main house. She's going to be entrusted to Melsie's house as an adopted daughter there for a while, but when she enrolled into the academy, you would likely get assigned to look after her as a combat butler. Rather than a situation report, it was more like a mother sharing information with her son. Sio looked at her with some exasperation. Even so, his face scowled just a little. Perhaps he was recalling about that young lady. The rumor that I heard about her isn't really good though. You shouldn't say something like that loudly. Sio let a wry smile slip out on his face, seeing her mother not denying what he said despite scolding him. I'm going back to my task as butler apprentice now. Let's train together again later. Understood. Work hard. Sarah smiled with a motherly look. Sio gave her his best smile before parting from her in a corridor. He walked quickly while speaking his oath once more. Arya will leave me in the dust if I just relax. I won't give up. Sarah saw off the back of her son and felt slightly better. But then another voice called out to her just as she was about to head to the palace. Sarah-sama, welcome back. Castro. Is something the matter? It was Castro who previously assigned improper job to Arya and exposed her to danger. He had also gotten removed from his post as a bodyguard of the royal family because of him being an acquaintance of Grave. But it seemed that he had also taken a lesson from everything that had happened. Now he had stopped discriminating people based on their background and environment. It also affected him outside work. Sarah had heard about how Castro was personally making effort in searching for the missing Arya by gathering information from Viro or other adventurers who he knew from the past. Could it be there is a development? Yes, over here. Sarah's eyes scanned the paper that Castro handed to her. Her eyes widened slightly as she read, then she sighed slowly before looking at Castro once more. If this rumor is true. Castro, go contact Viro. Yes. Heroine Survival Volume 3 Chapter 1 Ash Crown Princess. The territory of Marquis Kendra's that was located at the northwest part of Claydale Kingdom. At the west that area, there was Kondo Mine, where the biggest ore vein of the southern part of the continent was sleeping. Presently its possession was being fought over by the neighboring country Il's Dukedom and Solhorse Kingdom. Both countries held each other in check even while the mining of the mine continued. The area was known as a buffer zone. Because of that, Marquis Kendra's refused the national army to be stationed there for fear of provoking the neighboring countries. Because of its rejection toward the military strength of the capital, it also managed to repel any political intervention and obtained great profit from mining and metalworking. When there was light there was darkness. Behind the prosperity of Kendra's territory that managed to repel the intervention from the capital, there were several organizations secretly maneuvering to indulge in that profit. The Slave Guild, that was an illegal organization of the underworld. the intelligence agency of a neighboring country or crime syndicate. There was also the thief guild that boasted the greatest scale in the Northwest Frontier District. Their evil influences were spreading behind the scene. Because there was a mine, a lot of rock dwarves who were good with mining and smithing were living there. There were also a lot of adventurers who came visiting for the weapons created by those dwarves. The number of bars for dwarves and adventurers also increased, but due to the supply from the mining and the alcohol brewing couldn't meet the demand. The Thief Guild got their eye on that. They worked together with the Slave Guild to buy up orphans from everywhere and capture children from the slums for slavery trade in this land. Kendra's territory also had its own night order, and the Marquis also hated the secret maneuvering of the criminal organizations in his territory. He tried to remove them, but it was difficult to completely remove an organization that lurked inside a city with population of tens of thousands. Also because the Marquis had received retaliation from the Thief Guild many times, he was letting them go almost unchecked at this point. One of the causes of that was because the Thief Guild of this area was known as a collection of formidable fighters, especially its leaders, the four Galga siblings. All of them were skilled level 4 and had killed many knights. They were feared in the underworld. The slave's quality has dropped recently, hasn't it? You aren't trying to trick us siblings, aren't you? In a clearing inside a forest that was a bit far from the city. Under the sky where the sun was starting to set, a slave delivery was being carried out in the usual place and time. The eldest child of 4 Galga siblings, the chief of Kendra's territory's Thief Guild, Lamia, intentionally threatened her business partner. In response, the chief of the Slave Guild shrugged his shoulders theatrically. You think there's anyone in this area who dare to go against you? We just got a little problem, but we even went until far away to gather the products in compensation, you know. They aren't lively from getting stuffed on the bottom of carriage, but they'll perk up if you just give them some food scraps. Fuhn. The children were all looking sick from being forced to go through a very long trip. Light had also gone out from their eyes when they thought of what they would be forced to do after this. They all trembled in fear when Lamia stared at them. It was rumored that her age was about to enter 40, but she still looked youthful, like someone at the early 30. Because of her beauty and cruelty, she got called as Lamia, the name of monster who sucked blood in order to maintain its beauty. The slaves that were delivered here this time were all children. There were 30 of them. They weren't all human, a lot of them were also demi-human, because when wandering dwarves or beastmen died, few orphanage wanted to accept their children. If you're bringing me demi-human brats, can't you at least bring me some elves? Oi, don't be unreasonable, Lamia. Ain't no way those elves gonna let their brat get out of their village. Even adult elves are mostly adventurer. It's just not worth it to try taking them. It would be a different matter if they were talking about half-elf. But elf children who take very long time to grow up almost never went out of their village. Even so, Lamia still sought them out because elf race's appearance was excellent. They stayed young for long, and so they were in high demand among a lot of people. Even half-elf could be sold with the price of 10 times the normal price. But the haughty elf rarely would allow themselves to marry human, and getting their orphan as slave was something that happened very rarely, even for the Slave Guild's chief. And, what's this problem you're saying? Lamia asked for more detail about the problem that the Slave Guild's chief mentioned just now. In the first place, the 2 guild leaders personally came for a slave delivery like this because the number of products from the previous transaction was insufficient, and it almost caused a quarrel with the customer. About that, 2 of our slave hunting teams got crushed, you know. Huh? In our turf. Did those damn knights of the Marquis finally got off their butt to work? I don't think it's them. From the method used, it was most likely the work of someone in the same trade. Big sis, let's buy. The woman riding on this carriage too. The voice of her little brother interrupted the two's talk. Lamia looked at the Slave Guild's chief with a suspecting gaze. Oi, you actually still have more product there, ain't it? What kind of woman? She's still a teen, but she looked like someone from a nice family. Yeah. The youngest of the 4 siblings, called the very gangly man who was at the latter half of his 20s, yelled back in response to Lamia's question. That's what he said. What's the deal with that? Whoops, I forgot. We caught a traveling woman on the way here. She looks like a daughter of a low-rank noble. I put her on a different carriage because I want to show her particularly to you. He. The Slave Guild's chief turned pale and made excuse when Lamia glared at him. What's wrong, big sis? Did Kth mess up something again? Lamia's remaining 2 little brothers came there after hearing the ruckus. The eldest son, Giggers. He was more than 2 meters tall with muscles covering all over his body like armor. Used axe. The second son, Troll. He was the shortest among the male siblings, but he was really obese and boasted the strongest physical strength. The third son, Kth. He used 2 short swords and excelled in evasion using his skinny body. And last was the eldest daughter, a whip user and a wind sorcerer. The Thief Guild's chief, Lamia. The 4 of them formed the 4 Galga siblings. These 4 siblings had combined their strength to survive their childhood until now. From that experience, these 4 always acted together, which was rare for thieves to do. The four of them had discarded their actual name and took monster name for themselves. Surrounded by the four rank 4, the slave guild's chief turned even whiter like a wax. Say, you were hiding her from me because you want to give me a surprise present to make me happy, right? In other words, you want to give her to me instead of selling her, right? Isn't that right? Why yeah, Yosh, as expected from the slave guild, will continue being great business partner even in the future. Oi, bring that woman here. Say, big sis, give her to me please. You like little kid just like usual, huh? Even though you always break them right away. Just shut up and bring her here already. I get it, big sis. Oi, get down. As expected, couldn't oppose his big sister. He dragged out the woman from the carriage with great reluctance. What came down from the carriage was certainly a woman who still hadn't reached her coming of age. She was wearing a traveling outfit like a lady from a good family. She could still be called a kid with her age, but more than her pretty face, the atmosphere that she was clad in was really eye-catching. Certainly after seeing her, it was understandable why Kth really wanted her or why the slave guild's chief tried to hide her from Lamia to sell her somewhere else. Just feeling her atmosphere and seeing the side of her face that was slightly looking down caused even a fellow woman like Lamia to feel her heart skipped a beat. That was exactly why she misjudged. She let her guard down exactly because she was a strong person. Someone as strong as Lamia could gauge someone else's true strength to a certain degree even without using something much like appraisal. But, focus was required to us that. It wasn't something that was done constantly and subconsciously. Just like how Lamia didn't doubt the actual strength of a child who got kidnapped to be a slave, Kth who was standing close to her also hadn't tried to gauge the true strength of that pink-haired girl. Gar? In that moment, Kth felt a burning pain on his throat and his breath got caught. No, his breath didn't get caught. It was flowing blood pouring into his lungs before getting spouted out through his mouth. With that, Kth finally realized that his throat was pierced by the girl's black knife. Kth was a light warrior who focused in speed and specialized in evasion. He had never even considered that there could be anyone else other than his siblings who could possibly wound him. But, the girl before him had casually stabbed a knife into Kth's throat without even making any gesture beforehand that could hint him about it or giving off any bloodlust. And then, he realized from looking at the reflection from the girl's green eyes, that he was looking at his own face in death. Kth finally realized that he was dead. Lamia unconsciously shouted, seeing her youngest brother grumbling while spurting out blood. Her other little brothers were also staring dumbfounded at that. He was killed easily. One of the siblings that had climbed until their current position by combining their strength for more than 20 years and swore to each other that they would still climb even higher with the four of them from now on, had died so easily. Suit your line right. This is just another of your joke, right? The eldest son Giggers gritted his teeth in anger. The second son Troll yelled, asking if this was another joke of his playful little brother. Then at the next moment, Hig, the slave guild's chief, let out a voice that sounded like a crushed frog. His forehead was hit by a crossbow's arrow. Then the girl who killed Kth and fired a crossbow at the slave guild's chief immediately turned around and broke into the run to the opposite direction to escape. You won't get away, Troll. Shit. You too. Troll started running after the escaping girl. Even Giggers, who was wary against the girl, quickly followed behind. Seeing that, Lamia, who was dumbfounded from Kth's death, returned to her senses right away and called out to the two's backs, but the two didn't stop and continued chasing the girl. I'll kill you. Troll didn't even hear his big sister's voice and angrily screamed. The two started running almost at the same time, but the obese Troll raised his speed to pull ahead of his big brother. Troll looked like a pile of fat, but there were lumps of muscles underneath all that fat, and he began to catch up to the girl. In the blink of eye, the girl noticed the pursuer and glanced back to Troll and Giggers, who was following behind. After ascertaining their position, she turned right to lure him into the forest. You think I won't be able to move inside the forest with my body? Don't underestimate me. Troll used his arms and legs and snapped the small trees and thick branches without care while following behind the girl. Troll was a fist fighter. His bulky fat protected him while his thick muscles smashed the enemy, snapping their body. If that large hand grabbed the girl's slender body, she would be crushed easily. Gan, with the girl entering the forest, Giggers threw his hand axe while chasing. It hit a thick trunk and there the girl swiftly threw back a knife. HMPH. But Giggers didn't use his favored weapon, the axe, and deflected the knife simply by tensing his muscle. Hi big bro's muscles are damn special. You two are gonna die from being crushed by them. Troll clenched his fist and charged from the side. The girl subtly changed her position while constantly keeping the two of them within sight. Astonishingly, she headed toward Troll on her own to get away from Giggers. Troll too rushed even further ahead to match her. Coming to your own death, pain. Gigger? Troll stiffened from the enormous agony. Then the girl tossed a jar made from thin baked clay into Troll's mouth. Pakin, Jaya troll. Troll's shriek echoed inside the forest. Giggers closed the distance in panic seeing that. Right at that moment, Baki, Giggers heard the sound of solid thin porcelain breaking from under his foot while dropping into a pitfall. The hole was 2 meter wide and 2 meter deep. He would never step into it unless he got lured there, and even if he fell inside he would only get sprained leg from that depth. But the sharpened stakes that were prepared at the bottom of the hole pierced Giggers' legs and back. The board that was made from thinly spread clay and hardened with hard before being baked wouldn't break from something like a wolf walking on top of it, but it couldn't endure a huge man stepping on it. Be big bro. Troll, who seemed to be fed with poison, struggled to help his brother with a purple face. In front of him the girl dropped a small fire into the hole. Then flame and death throws rose from the bottom of the hole. Troll screamed seeing his brother's death, but the girl jumped and stomped on his face before her black knife stabbed deeply into his skull. Giggers, Troll. Lamia, who caught up at that timing, witnessed the deaths of her little brothers. You bitch. You bitch. My little brothers. How dare you? The girl kept stepping on Troll's face as she pulled out her knife and swung it to throw off the blood clot. Lamia screamed angrily at her and fired her sorcery, Hurricane. The level 4 wind sorcery Hurricane rampaged inside the confined forest. Lamia knew the characteristic of her own sorcery very well. It might be different for pure sorcerer or adventurer, but a thief like Lamia put more importance in activation speed rather than power. She was using this level 4 wind sorcery to hold the enemy in place. Lamia's sure wind tactic was to stop her enemy in place using Hurricane before finishing them off with other wind magic. There weren't that many people who could dodge Invisible Blade even if they knew it was coming. But the girl also knew that wide-range wind sorcery had no strong wounding ability. What? The body of the girl who should be held in place that danced through the air. No matter how thin the girl's body was, Lamia's sorcery couldn't blow away human like that. Even if someone could fly using magic like that, they would never consider getting dragged up by wind inside a forest with trees crowding closely like this. The girl cut through the sky using her dresses trained to move without fearing collision against tree. Her eyes were looking at Lamia without even caring of the branches and pebbles that were hitting her. It caused fear to bubble up inside Lamia. Wind cutter. Lamia yielded under her fear and fired the wind sorcery she was preparing toward the girl. The girl muttered something in response and crossed her arms to protect her head and blocked the attack. No matter how low wind sorcery's wounding ability was, that was only when the opponent was wearing armor. It would easily tear apart the girl's body if the magic hit vital spot. The navy blue dress the girl was wearing got torn apart and fluttered in the wind, but a black leather dress appeared from underneath it. Although her exposed arms and legs got wounded, all of her vital spots were protected by shield of light. She closed the distance with Lamia while brandishing her black knife in preparation for a decisive attack. Thrust. Lamia watched the black blade slowly approaching her while her mind became filled with images like a revolving lantern. Where did they go wrong? There was nothing that their siblings couldn't do if they combined their strength. At first they just wanted to survive. Their siblings simply had strength, so it was easier to live by doing bad things. Was that a mistake? Shouldn't there be a more proper way of living for the siblings to take if they combined their strength? But it was already too late. The battle skill that the girl unleashed tore Lamia's neck until halfway. Lamia's sight was filled with the splatter of her own blood. Who was this girl? She didn't appraise her, but the strength that she felt from her should be around level 3. That was exactly why their siblings also thought there wasn't the slightest chance of them losing as they rushed into the girl's trap. In front of the fallen Lamia, the girl who was wearing an adventurer black dress covered her hair with the illusion of ash. Seeing that, Lamia realized the girl's true identity and she left behind those words at the end as her consciousness was sinking into the depth of darkness for eternity. https://bookerpervert.files.wordpress.com/2022/02/io01.jpg. Ash Crown Princess. Aria, Alicia, Race, Human-Rank 3. Magic Power, 174 240 30 up. Stamina, 132 190 20 up. Strength, 9, 12 2 up. Endurance, 9, 12 1 up. Agility, 13, 17 1 up. Dexterity, 8. Short sword skill level 3. Martial art level 3. Throwing level 3 1 up. Archery level 1 new. Defense level 3 new. Strength control level 4 2 up. Light magic level 3 1 up. Darkness magic level 3. Non-elemental magic level 3. Daily life magic times 6. Magic power control level 4 1 up. Pressure level 3. Stealth level 4 1 up. Night vision level 2. Search level 4 1 up. Poison resistance level 3 1 up. Simple appraisal. Overall combat strength, 576, with body strengthening, 691 133 up. Heroine Survival Volume 3 Chapter 2. The Place of Beginning. It feels nostalgic. I stared at the small town that was visible from the highway and muttered slightly inside my mouth. I moved from place to place after the fight against the Assassin Guild before returning back to the territory of Baron Horace where that orphanage was located. It had been 2 years, although I called it a return. It wasn't like I considered this Horace territory as my hometown. I think that my birthplace was somewhere in this territory, but I didn't remember the town and the house where my family lived when I was little. Many things happened in this place. It wasn't a place that I had good memory about. Even so, I returned here because I wanted to fulfill a promise that I made before. The small town where that orphanage was located. There wasn't anybody there who remembered me as I walked through it. I almost never gone outside from the orphanage, and so there wasn't really anybody who knew me. Even so, I could only say for some reason if I was asked why I wanted to walk through this town. Based from what I heard at a stall that was selling baked flour, it was filling but not delicious. After that hag was gone, a Crusian priest came to look after the orphanage. After that, it seemed that the environment of the orphanage and the orphans got a lot better. But even that priest had retired several months ago. The citizens here now took turn to take care of the orphans until the Baron sent the next person to manage the place. You see, miss, we the residents of this neighborhood are all allies of the orphans. The stall owner was talking just how hard they were working for the sake of the pitiful orphans as though they were saints, but I knew how all of you were pretending to not see the abused orphans before that. Come again. It wasn't like I was concerned for the orphans. I just got a bit interested with how the orphanage was doing after I was gone. My memory was vague, so I got lost for a bit, but I arrived at the orphanage that I didn't miss at all without problem. Although Claydale Kingdom had warm climate, the night at winter like now was really cold. I remembered how cold the dirt floor was to sleep on with only a thin blanket and not enough food at all. When I peeked into the orphanage from the street, I found the orphans who dressed a bit better and looked a bit better were washing clothes and cleaning the yard with listless faces. But then, "Oi, take out the food, stop. The voices of boy and girl could be heard faintly from the alley that led to the back gate of the orphanage. When I tried peeking there, I saw a young man who looked like he just have his coming of age recently. He was wearing a slightly dirty clothes and a knife on his waist. It seemed he was pestering a girl from the orphanage. If I give this away, then the little kids won't. The brats didn't eat even when I was still here, right? I see. I remembered their action and faces. The girl was 3 or 4 years older than me. She was in charge of cooking in the place of the old hag. And then the young man was an older orphan who liked to steal the food of the little kids and pushed off his work to others. No. Age-wise he couldn't be called an orphan anymore, I guess. Originally kids who almost had their coming of age would go out helping craftsmen or the like as job training, but that old hag only thought of working hard the orphans or selling them. So there wasn't anything like that here. Even so, there would be quite a lot of things that the orphans could do in the town if they had gotten used to do the chores in the orphanage. But it looked like that man who always pushed off his work to others could only become a thug after he became adult and got kicked out of the orphanage. What the hell are you looking at? Who are you? The man picked a fight with me while I was watching and recalling the past. I was erasing my presence somewhat within the natural limitation, but it looked like my presence leaked out slightly from remembering my emotion at that time. The man saw me and noticing that I was a young woman, he walked toward me with a threatening swagger. You brat, are you an adventurer? Look real neat, aren't you? If you're adventurer with money, then how about leaving some for an unfortunate orphan? You don't look like an orphan. Even me as a former orphan, you know. That's why it's fine for this unfortunate me to take the orphanage money. Orphanage was fundamentally managed using fund from the territory. If an orphanage was in poor condition, it must be because there were those like this man or the old hag who sponged off it. While the man was making incomprehensible sophism and telling me to leave behind money, the girl behind him screamed, "Don't involve a stranger, I'll give you my portion. That's why, please." A faint self-deprecating smile formed on my lips under the shawl hiding them. When I heard her words, this place wasn't my hometown anymore. Do you think that's gonna be enough? You go. I instantly stepped forward and hit the man's jaw with my palm that was strengthened with magic. The inner part of my right glove was inserted with a thin magic steel plate so that a blade could be put inside in the worst case. Perhaps that was why I felt the feedback of his jawbone crumpling from my hand. The man made a strange voice while falling backward. If it was just this much, then he could heal in half a month if he asked for cure be cast to him from the hospital. If he didn't have the money for that, then he simply wouldn't be able to eat solid food for his whole life. During these several years, even I now was able to discern that I shouldn't kill a former orphan in front of an orphan. Sorry for the bother. W8. I grabbed the collar of the man who fainted while foaming from the mouth. When I started dragging him away as though to throw away the trash, The girl hurriedly called at me to stop. "Miss Adventurer, I'm sorry to drag you into this." Also, the girl stared fixedly at my face, and then she talked weakly without any confidence. "Could it be ... you also lived here before ... It's just your imagination." I said that briefly and started dragging away the man. The girl didn't call out to me again, but I could sense her quietly bowing at my back ... But it was amazing that she noticed from looking at my current appearance. 1 year's already passed since I crushed the Assassin Guild branch of North Frontier District. I too had turned 10 years old. As expected, the wall to rank 4 was thick. Now I could use illusion without chanting, and some of my skills outside combat had also increased to level 4. But most of my combat skills were still rank 3. I had also showed myself at Master's Place just once to report. I couldn't stay there for long because I was being targeted by underworld organizations, but I studied the spells for light sorcery and the light magic's level increased. Thanks to that my magic power control became level 4. But that was it. In the first place, human who could reach level 4 was rare. If I had to make an example based on that woman's knowledge, if there was a large tournament where all countries in the world participated in it, then athletes that could obtain the right to appear in it were rank 4 while those who got first place in each field were rank 5. Trying to accomplish that while you were still a teenage would require training that put your life at risk and also unique ability. Even so, my body had been sculpted really well in this 1 year. I was feeling the effect. The number of assassins and thieves who had attacked me until now had been more than 50. I think I managed to turn the table on all of them. I was also proactively crushing those who preyed on children like the Thief Guild in that Marquis territory. Real battle was draining, and then it was definitely starting to bear fruit. But the greatest change that happened with me was my appearance, I guess. The change that happened to me made me unconsciously sighed. Perhaps because my mana increased again, or perhaps because of the nutrition management that I did under Master's teaching. My outer appearance was growing together with the increase of my mana and stamina, from looking like 13 years old previously into 14 years old now. Being able to look like a man by putting on a mantle to hide the so-called secondary sex characteristic in that woman's knowledge had stopped working for me. My current equipment was also something that I ordered from Jelf to match my current body build. It was a sleeveless black leather dress that reached until my knee, made from the membrane of a rank 4 monster wyvern. The exclusive knife holder to be attached under the skirt on my thigh had also been remade to match my leg's growth. There was a slit at the inner part of the skirt, so I could also unsheath the knife instantly. It was something very excellent with blade and flame resistances. Without this I would receive even more damage in my battle against rank 4 sorcerer. But Jelf wouldn't take any payment except for the material cost. My body shape had also changed. Flesh and fat filled some parts that didn't exist until now. It was a pain to adjust my balance and posture to account for those parts, but my status also increased together with my body's growth, so my ability was increasing on the whole. I got a strange nickname because of that though. What was strange with my own body was how the thickness of my arms and legs didn't really change even though my physical strength attribute had grew to rival adult male. When I considered this phenomenon by matching it with what Master taught me, I was just guessing here, but just like how animal became monster from absorbing too much magic particle and formed magic stone inside their body, human who had formed magic stone also got their body optimized to use magic power more rather than muscle strength. It felt like my body structure was becoming similar with elf race like Master. Human's body grew faster because of magic power in order to deal with their enlarging magic stone. But even if that was the case, the human's aging would slow down and their lifespan would get a bit longer. Those might also be caused by that. But if my thinking was right, the status of someone like Feld who trained even their muscles like crazy might be something absurd. Even though the townspeople were looking at me with puzzlement, I discarded the former orphan with broken jaw to a garbage dump. Then I immediately departed to the largest town where this territory's lord was living in order to fulfill my promise with Galbers. Even the distance that took nearly 2 days before didn't even take half a day to traverse. With my current capability, I left the city at evening. Then I ate and took a nap at the forest near the camping ground where I built my first base, wiped my body with a wet cloth, cleaned my body with clean. Then I moved again and reached the neighboring city the next day before noon. Previously I entered from a hole in the wall into the slum district, but this time I came while the gate was opened, so I entered the town from the front. An adventurer who registered in this town? I never see your face before, because I mainly worked at the capital and Dandel. That's amazing for someone your age. Adventurer could freely go in and out of the town where they registered. Even so, it had been 2.5 years since I came here. So the soldier questioned me some, but he let me past without trouble after checking my tag. You haven't come here for a long time, so be careful of the North Ruin. There's a rumor of a dangerous monster appearing, so ask for more detail at the Adventurer Guild. Yes, thank you Mr. Soldier. An adventurer should have known how dangerous was this place that had a dungeon and a lot of monsters in the area, so why did he tell me something like that? Well, either way I planned to head to the Adventurer Guild, so I'd ask there at that time. Under the sky that was still bright, I entered the area for low-income earner that was close to the slum. At the same time I blended my presence to the surrounding and made myself vanished. My stealth skill had leveled up until level 4. Just like how when I first met Viro I could only distinguish his figure as a magic particle shape, if the current me seriously disappeared into darkness, a mere level 1 search skill wouldn't even feel that there was anything out of place. I stopped by at the territory of Marquis Kendrez wasn't for crushing the thief guild but to buy a certain something. I fixed my hold on that baggage and headed toward my destination, but if it was that person then surely he would be happy if I brought him a souvenir even though it was still this bright outside. Gelbers, you there? When I called out like that from the entrance, Gelbers turned his face from where he was sitting on a long chair away from the forge's fire. He was just drinking alcohol together with one other man since noon. You don't tell me, you're ash-covered? Long time no see you two. It was the person beside Gelbers who called me like that. Inside there was Gelbers who gave me the black knife and the old man from general store who introduced me to the smith. It has been really long. Wait, you real woman? Are your eyes just empty hole? She's a woman from the start. You blind old man. How can I know the gender difference of some human kid, you goddamn moron? What, are you picking a fight, you obstinate geezer? I'm not gonna be merciful even with obstinate geezer like you. Dan, I have a request. I placed a special grade strong alcohol that cost me 1 gold coin for 1 bottle with a thud. I bought it from a settlement of rock dwarves who gathered as miners in the Marquis territory. The 2 eccentric drunk old men who suddenly started quarreling stopped moving. https://bookapervert.files.wordpress.com/2022/02/IOO2.jpg. Bringing alcohol like this when visiting, you really get it even though you're just a brat. What's more, it's a special grade alcohol. It has been a long time since I saw one. I'm fine with taking work from you but I'm not gonna do it if it's a boring work you know. First time paying my tab, cling. First I took out the promised golden coin from my storage and put it on the table. You're unexpectedly fast. But a brat shouldn't overdo it. Gash on. Next I dumped all the money in my possession on the table. Seeing that not only Galbers, even the old man from general store looked dumbfounded. All the money that I had saved until now. 50 large gold coins, 12 gold coins, 23 silver coins, and some bronze coins. This is everything I have. I want you to make me a blade to be used exclusively for pendulum. Heroine Survival Volume 3 Chapter 3, Thundering Fame. Pendulum? This. Galbers tilted his head. I took out the hidden weapon with string attached from my storage and showed it to him by lightly swinging it. Then Galbers's eyes lit up like a kid who saw a toy. Is this a stabbing weapon, or a weapon tied to string? I use it for both. Originally I used blunt weight for it. At times I swung it around to cut, but its power dropped with that way, so I want to do something about it. The drop in power is due to the problem with the center of gravity. It's important to make it balanced so that it's not too heavy and not too light. What are you thinking for its material? I don't have any preference but something that blood won't easily stick on will be good. In that case it'll be better to use magic iron as expected. Using mithril will be too expensive in case you lose it. Magic iron also isn't cheap but Victor, do you have some magic iron ore at hand? Victor. When Galbers shouted that name, the general store's old man grinned while watching the hidden weapon in amusement. There isn't anything in this city that I can't get. Ash covered. This isn't a weapon from this country, huh? A weapon from the west, is it? Unusual. This thing, it's a weapon from just your empire, huh? Ash covered. Looks like that brat Viro isn't with you anymore. But do you still have my knife? Of course. I handed the black knife that was attached on my back waist to Galbers together with the sheath. He pulled out the knife from the sheath and frowned slightly. It looks like you've been taking care of it but you must have gone through some flashy battles. Magic steel weapon ain't as good as mithril but it can regenerate bit by bit using the owner's magic power just like monster material. Yet this thing, it got some deep scratches and even nicks on it. Sorry, stupid idiot. It's a weapon so it'll obviously get scratched. This thing only has sharpness going for it and not enough power. A half-baked weapon. From what I see, you've gotten really strong, ain't you? It should be a good time for you to get an exclusive weapon of your own. Exclusive weapon? This black knife was a half-baked product that Galbers created when he was young. He gave it to me because it was just right for me. That was why it seemed he thought that this knife didn't suit me anymore. But that wasn't it. This thing suit my fighting style. Even if nobody else can use it properly, This knife exists to be used by me, and I too have gotten stronger to be able to use this knife. Even so, the knife got nicked because my technique was immature. After I said that, Galbers placed the knife in front of him and quietly crossed his arms and closed his eyes. It wasn't in my personality to be fixated with weapon, but this knife had continued to remain in my hand even though it had been almost lost several times. It made me thought that it suited me really well. Galbers pinched 2 large golden coins from among the coins that were scattered on the table and tossed them. Victor caught those coins that were flying at him. Victor, get me materials using those. I'm going to draw the weapon design. Leave it to me. You'll make me weapon? I asked the two, who suddenly started getting heated up. Then Galbers only took 1 more large gold coin for himself and pushed back the rest to me. Leave it to me, you stupid idiot. Ain't no way I can do other things when a job this interesting came my way. But just that much won't be enough for weapon made of magic iron. Viro told me before, a knife made from magic steel cost 5 golden coins at the market. He also mentioned that even Galbers' amateur work cost more than 20 gold coins. Kid shouldn't concern herself with that kind of thing. Ain't that right, Victor? That's how it is. Something like this is like hobby for old me like us. Ha ha ha. Thank you. I bowed to the two. The two laughed in amusement and Victor patted my head as though I was his grandchild. Ash covered. Come here again after 1 month. Also leave behind that knife. I'll fix it together with the new weapon. Yes. Got it. 1 month, huh? It seemed fast for making a new weapon and also fixing a weapon, and so I left behind the black knife with Galbers. Then, I'll take a sip of this alcohol for energy. You're going to buy magic iron Wild Run? I'll sock your teeth in if you buy me iron scraps. What? It's just a glass. You also want to drink, right? Well, yeah. Keep it in moderation. I smiled slightly at the exchange between 2 old men who were like grandfathers. Then I thanked the two once more before moving to leave the smithy. But Galbers stopped me in a hurry. Oi, Ash covered. Are you planning to leave without even bringing any substitute weapon? What are you gonna do for this 1 month? It's not like I have anything in particular that I want to use other than that knife. Besides, if it's weapon that I still have some more with me. I lifted the slit of my skirt and showed the knife holster attached on my thigh. When I did that, Galbers and Victor spewed the alcohol they drank and they held their heads as though they got a headache. That equipment. Jelf, huh? That guy created damn strange thing. Oi, listen well, Ash covered. It doesn't matter for old men like us, but you're a young woman, so don't show your legs so easily in front of me like that. NN, got it. Young women like to show their legs in the city based on that woman's knowledge though. I don't really get it, but certainly a hidden weapon wasn't something to be showed off. Wait for a bit. Galbers held his head again for some reason, seeing me nodding with a quiet expression. He stood up and went to the back. Then he handed me an item that was wrapped in leather. Take this with you for now. This weapon is just right for the current you. When I opened the leather wrapping, I found a magic steel dagger with strange shape inside. The blade's length was about the same with the black knife. It was a weapon with only sharp tip for thrusting and no blade at its sides, but it looked really robust with how it was a thick square at the bottom which got pointier the further above it went. Amazing. I tried swinging it a little and then thrusting it with a step forward. It was slightly heavier than the black knife, but it felt like this weapon could pierce even the thick skull of monster or the joint part of armor without turning crooked. Galbers looked in satisfaction at me swinging the weapon. Then Victor, who had just finished wiping the alcohol he spewed, muttered with an exasperated face. What are you saying, you eccentric old man? Isn't that the thing that you laboriously created right after you handed that knife to the Ash covered? Shut your trap, you drunkard eccentric old man. The two started fighting again for some reason. I didn't say anything and just bow once more to them. I equipped the black dagger in exchange of the black knife and then headed to the Adventurer Guild right away. Although this place was a remote region that was near the border, it was close to monster habitat and also dungeon. The Adventurer Guild of this town boasted the biggest scale in this area. It was a guild with a lot of skilled adventurers. The number of adventurers that constantly came in doubt was more than 100. Usually an adventurer guild would only have 20% of its members rank 3 or above, but in this town it was said that 30 until 40% of its members were rank 3 or above, so even the Baron who governed this territory couldn't really be forceful with a guild. The door opened with creaking sound as I entered inside the guild while still wearing my hood. There were around 20 adventurers inside, with several men sending dangerous gazes toward me. It wasn't like this was the first time I experienced this. Before, nothing happened because Viro was with me, but if a kid who wasn't of age yet was entering here with equipments of considerable quality, there would be those who weren't amused by it. Such tendency would be especially striking the more half-baked of an adventurer they were. Based on experience, if I took off my mantle and showed that I was a woman, the place's atmosphere would change somewhat, but Either way, some people would still try something with me. It was only their reason that would be different, so I continued walking until the counter like that. The receptionist lady's eyes slightly widened when she saw me. "Oh, you are. Long time no see. I want to update my registered rank. Change it to close range adventurer rank 3. The familiar receptionist seemed to be the woman who processed my registration as adventurer if I remembered right. It looked like she also remembered me from seeing my face that was visible from the hood. The reason I came to Adventurer Guild was to increase my adventurer rank. Until now I kept my rank at rank 1 because other people would pointlessly pick a fight with me if my rank was mismatched with my age, and also because it was useful to make my opponent let their guard down. But with my current appearance that had growth to look like a 13 or 14 years old, I judged that the demerit of that outweighed the merit. Rank 1 could come in and out for free only at the city where they registered, but rank 2 would have the toll fee waived off at any city in that territory, and for those who reached rank 3, the toll would only have to be paid when crossing to another territory, but the toll fee for entering a city would be waived off for any city everywhere. But as expected, there was someone here who got offended by that. A brat claiming to be rank 3? Keep it low-key when you try bullshitting. One of the adventurers who seemed to be in the middle of discussion with another receptionist nearby suddenly yelled, Male adventurer race : human, magic power : 75/75, stamina : 218/265, overall combat strength : 165, opening parenthesis with body strengthening : 185, closing parenthesis. Overall combat strength less than 200. Male human at the middle of his 20. Judging from his stamina and magic power parameters, he seemed to be a typical rank 2 vanguard who trained his body strengthening. If his base combat strength was more than 200, it was possible he could be barely counted as rank 3, but with this number, he must have worked hard to train up several skills and increased his combat strength, but he was unable to reach rank 3. If this experienced man faced a rank 3 who had only leveled up 1 or 2 skills, then he should be able to fight in advantage. That must be exactly why this man felt that a child like me reaching rank 3 was cheating and couldn't tolerate it. But what does it matter for me? An adventurer's rank is decided by the guild. Please don't say whatever you like. The receptionist lady who was dealing with me stood up from her chair and argued like that. But that only brought the opposite effect in this situation. Even I should be a rank 3 if a brat like this is rank 3. The Adventurer Guild's appraisal is mistaken. I'll decide whether this brat is really rank 3. I myself hadn't said anything to provoke the man, but when the enraged man's hand reached for the sword on his waist, the adventurers remaining inside the guild cheered and jeered as though a festival was going to begin. These are rowdy adventurers. Something like this happening inside the guild must not be unusual at all. As expected, it would become a problem if he really pulled out his sword. Even so, the other adventurers didn't do anything to stop him, and the other staffs except the receptionist lady were backing away with faces of resignation, so perhaps they were resigned, thinking that some bloodshed couldn't be helped. The man's teammates also didn't try to stop him and looked like they would let him do as he pleased with exasperation. They even surrounded me so that I couldn't run away. The number of opponents including the man was 5 people. Based from their expressions, they might be planning to stop the fight from devolving into murder as long as the man had vented out. But if the blade was unsheathed and pointed to someone else, then simply the death of 5 people should be within acceptable degree, wasn't it? Clink. The metal fitting of my mantle snapped and fell on the ground. The ash illusion that was lightly sprinkled over my hair that was hidden by the mantle's hood slightly glittered. The presences of several people wavered when they noticed that I was female and furthermore a child. Among them a smirking man who seemed to be Scout instantly turned pale when he saw my face and hair. He started sweating in abnormal amount from his face. I ain't involved. This guy's picking a fight on his own. I ain't related at all with this guy, Anna Marie. The Scout screamed with a heartbreaking tone before backing away while tossing down his weapon. Oh, what's wrong with you? The ghastly pale Scout's teammates called out to him with bewilderment, but he slapped away the hands that were reaching out to him and screamed, "Stop! I ain't getting involved. I got no animosity with you. That's why, please, leave me alone. Our guild isn't gonna pick a fight with the Ash Crown Princess." The Scout screamed and ran out of the Adventurer Guild while almost tripping on his feet several times. Several jeering adventurers inside also turned pale and ran out of the guild. An awkward atmosphere drifted in the air. I see. That Scout wasn't an adventurer of Adventurer Guild, but a thief of the Thief Guild in this barren territory. The Ash-Crowned Princess thing that Scout spouted off was a nickname that Thief Guilds started calling me with since my body grew to be like the present. Normally something like nickname would become inconsequential when leaving to another area, but I didn't know what kind of contact network they had. but the members of the Thief Guild anywhere would call me with that nickname. Because of that, the Adventurer Guilds and Assassin Guilds were also starting to call me like that recently. That Scout was acting like that most likely was also influenced by the destruction of the militant Thief Guild of Kendra's territory that was as feared as the Thief Guild of Dandel even in this northern frontier. Just what kind of wicked rumor was spreading about me? Most likely that Scout didn't fear just me, but he also feared the purging of the Thief Guild in this area that had decided to not oppose me. Anyway, it looked like the Thief Guild of this area wouldn't pointlessly pick a fight with me. TSK, even though it was puzzling. The male adventurer who picked a fight with me seemed to be affected by the awkward atmosphere and clicked his tongue before walking away from me. His teammates also looked at me with conflicted expressions before hesitantly lowering their heads in apology and followed behind the man. After they were gone from the guild, I heard an apologetic voice talking to me. My apologies. Can you please forgive him if possible? Actually, something a bit troublesome has happened to his hometown, so he is on edge like that. Even so. The receptionist lady said that while staring fixedly at me. Then her shoulders dropped. So you apostrophe a girl. Yes. I was dressed like a boy that time, so it couldn't be helped for her to think that. Even so, just what was going on in this barren territory? There was the warning the soldier at the gate said, and then there was what happened with the man just now. I heard a dangerous monster appeared. Can you tell me what's actually going on? That's you. Are you Arya? A voice that seemed to come from a boy interrupted our talk. I turned around and saw a boy who seemed familiar staring at me with a dumbfounded face. Behind him, on all fours on the ground with a face that looked even more shocked than the receptionist lady just now. Arya. Is a girl. Was a depressed girl who seemed to be 10 years old. Her words finally made me remembered. They were the orphan siblings who I first met at the slum when coming to this town. Long time no see. Gil. Heroine Survival Volume 3 Chapter 4 Approaching Threat. Cyclone. I unleashed the level 3 battle skill of short sword skill, Cyclone, at the Adventurer Guild's training ground. The surface of the log that became the target was carved apart. The battle skill itself was a non-elemental magic, but this Cyclone was filed with wind element, making it a wide-range attack that carved apart the radius of 1 meter at the direction it was unleashed using wind blades. To be honest, its power and ease of use were inferior than level 1 battle skill thrust. But this battle skill could be used to disperse flame or wind attribute attacking sorcery instantly, and it was very effective against a swarm of small monsters. I only saw this battle skill once when the leader of Mercenary of Dawn Daggett used it. It was a pain to become able to use it based on seeing it just once. Even so, I unexpectedly managed it somehow after burning that sight into my eyes and experiencing the skill with my own body. I swung the black dagger once to brush off the magic power's heat before sheathing it on my back waist. Then there was clapping sound and the receptionist lady approached me the same like before. Splendid. Your body seems to have grown from magic power, but for you to reach rank 3 in that age, did you perhaps have someone very famous as your teacher? I guess. It seemed that the memory of me coming together with Viro here has been erased from inside the woman's mind. I received training from Master who was a famous sorcerer in the underworld, but I learned the basic of short sword skill from Feld, learned battle skill from Viro, and then got corrected by Sarah. But it was mostly from being self-taught in actual battle by scraping off the useless parts in my pursuit for efficiency. When I tried recalling the short sword skill of Viro and Sarah, I noticed that there were diverse forms from various martial arts schools. I wouldn't say that they were unnecessary, but I who didn't have the time or experience to become proficient in all of them instead chose to train only in the basic forms to heighten the precision and power of a single attack. Any living creature would die if they were stabbed with a blade, regardless of what kind of technique was used. It was my pet theory that if a vital spot was stabbed from the perfect angle without even a millimeter of measurement error, the result wouldn't be inferior to thousands of technique. Besides, the tactic of combining illusion and poison became my basic way of fighting. Then please accept this. It's the rank 3 tag of Adventurer Guild. Thank you. The common tag of Adventurer Guild was made from a copper sheet the size of a thumb attached to a thin chain like a pendant. This newly made tag didn't only show rank 3, it also had magic iron that wouldn't rust mixed in, so the color was slightly darker. If I just wanted to become rank 3, I had considered of showing my light magic. Level 3 light sorcery had 2 spells. One of them was remove. Something cursed was required for the spell to be used. The other spell, high heal, consumed a lot of magic power to use, but it was a sorcery that could heal and recover in short time with great effect. Just being able to use that would gather a lot of attentions from various places, so I gave up that idea in the end. I paid 3 silver coins as the cost for registration updates fee and returned to the lobby that was still filled with awkward atmosphere. There were siblings from the slum. Gil and Cherie were waiting for me. Cherie was about to call out to me, so I shook my head to shut her up. This wasn't really good. The adventurers who looked like they might be connected with the underworld had left outside before this, so it was alright right now, but although the thief guild of this town said that they weren't opposing me, it wasn't something that could be fully trusted. That was why it was possible that someone could be dragged into trouble later on just because they were my acquaintance. Should I crush them now while I could? But that would be no different from Grave, who tried to kill me just in case. It rubbed me the wrong was a little. In the first place, the difference between Grave and me was in what we were protecting, but perhaps his way of thinking and mine weren't that different from each other. But we got into a murderous relationship just from that single difference. Anyway, that was something for later. I signaled them with only my gaze, then I left the Adventurer Guild while ignoring them. Once outside, I entered a nearby alley and then Gil and Shuri came following me after a while. Is it alright with this, Arya? The big brother Gil called my name while acting suspiciously. He considered me as a rival previously, but the competitiveness had left him the moment he learned that I was a woman. As expected, he must be unable to consider a woman as a rival. Even though he would avert his gaze when his eyes met mine, he kept sending glances at me. He might be angry at me for hiding my gender. Yes, it'll be better if you don't get involved with me. It'll bring you a lot of troubles. What do you mean by that? You're so stupid, Nichan. Arya is rank 3, you know. Surely she's doing an important work, so she can't tam up with beginners like us. That's what she's saying. It looked like they wanted to talk to me because they wanted to team up. I know that. More importantly, are you alright already, Shuri? Even though you looked really down like that. A lot of things happened, like Arya suddenly getting this big awe that she's actually a woman, but even if she's a girl, if she's this pretty and cool, then that too might be fine. Foo. https://bookerpervert.files.wordpress.com/2022/02/io03.jpg. No, that's not fine, you know. Shuri's laugh seemed unhealthy somehow, but she glared back angrily at Gil for his words. Even though Nichan yourself also can't meet Arya's eyes now that she's pretty. Wah, you. Is that all you want to talk with me? Wah, wait a second. The talk was starting to deviate to a strange direction, perhaps because they were getting high tension from the reunion after a long time. When I ended the talk, Jill stopped me with an anxious look. We want to team up with you, actually, because there's a place that we want to go to. Nichan, Shuri, even you don't think that things are fine like this, right? You two, talk from the beginning. I ended their incomprehensible conversation and made them talk from the start. Actually, we weren't born in this town. We came from a smaller town at the west. Gil and Shuri talked alternately. I consolidated their incoherent talking inside my head. The two were born in a small town at the west. Their mother died early and their father married another woman several years later. But even their father apparently died from an epidemic several years later. For a while the two lived with the second wife and a little brother who was born from the second marriage, but as expected they had a difficult life. The second wife wanted to leave the family's field to her own son instead of the two who weren't connected by blood with her. She then colluded with her own family to chase away the two and abandon them in this town. It seemed I met them right after that happened. It was difficult for two children who had normal life until then to live in the slum where they had no knowledge at all. But surely they made it until now because someone like Victor from the general store watched over them even with all his nagging. It really helped us that time when Arya saved us and even gave us money. Arya was really cool back then, so we also wanted to become strong and now we became an adventurer. I see. I didn't do anything. I only killed an enemy. We sold rabbits to the general store's old man and asked Elbers to sell us weapon. Look, it's this one. The two of them proudly showed a steel short sword and knife to me. Certainly those weapons seemed to be just right for them right now. Even so, it wasn't likely that these two could buy weapons of this quality from selling battered rabbits that they hunted. Surely these were like gifts from those two eccentric old men. They were really kind-hearted. After that, when Shuri became 10, she became an adventurer together with Gil, who turned 13. Or not. They still didn't have combat type skill right now, so it seemed they were earning money by working as baggage carrier for other adventurers. There is a senior here who we knew from when we were living in our hometown. We asked him to become baggage carrier for his party. They also teach us how to fight sometimes. They don't know sorcery at all though. And then one day while they were living like that, they heard a strange rumor. Orca. Yes, based from what I heard from that receptionist lady, it still hadn't been announced, but it seemed orcs were forming a settlement at a location slightly to the west from a ruin that was near to the monster habitat. Furthermore, that location seemed to be placed in the middle of the ruin and a human town. Apparently several people had already become victims. If that was the case, I thought that the Baron would dispatch soldiers or that town would make a request to the Adventure Guild. But when the Baron actually requested an adventurer scout to investigate the orc settlement, a terrifying fact came to light. In the settlement there were more than 50 rank 3 normal orcs, 4 rank 4 orc soldiers, and then a rank 5 that was commanding them. An orc general was confirmed to be present. The soldiers of the Baron in this town numbered 150. That number would swell into 300 if soldiers from other towns were gathered, but the majority of them were rank 1 or 2. The rank 3 commanding officers only numbered around 30. Rank 4 knight or soldier numbered very few, and they were usually living in the capital or large city in this kingdom. There was also a system of recruiting ordinary people as militia in wartime, but that was if the opponent was human. Even if there was 1,000 of them, the possibility was high that they would be massacred if they faced a group of orc with rank 3 strength at the lowest. It might be possible to fight them with just the soldiers if there were only normal orcs or just the 4 orc soldiers, but with the presence of just one orc general, it was likely that they would have to sacrifice more than half of the soldiers to win. Furthermore, some soldiers had to stay behind to maintain public order. Dispatching 100 soldiers with 10 rank 3 as commanding officers would be the limit. The receptionist lady said that the subjugation force would likely be annihilated with such number. In that case they should ask for the Adventurer Guild to take care of it, but it seemed that just to defeat a single orc general would need a party of 5 where 3 or more of them needed to be rank 4. And in the end that number was only assuming that the opponent was just the orc general alone. But at present there was not a single rank 4 adventurer in this barren territory and the surrounding area. It seemed that right now the guild was planning to call for someone with such qualification and place them to lead the adventurers, but that plan also couldn't be approved right now. The Baron hesitated to send out his army, fearing that they would be annihilated, while the Adventurer Guild couldn't forcefully send out adventurers for this kind of situation, unless it was an emergency like the appearance of a lot of monsters. Even if the Adventurer Guild cooperated, there were a lot of things that hadn't been decided, like whether it was the Baron or the town that should pay for the cost, how far should the adventurers deal with the situation, etc. And like that there wasn't anywhere that could take action. Right now the town was still holding by using logs to reinforce the fence that had been there from the start to repel monster, but it was assumed that they wouldn't be able to hold for long if the orcs got serious. That town is our hometown. Jill said that while biting his lip. Sherry's face grimaced beside him. It doesn't matter what happened to that town. The woman who abandoned us is in that town. Even so, our little brother is also there, and we also have friends there. I don't remember any friend there anymore. Besides, someone like that woman's son. Isn't my little brother. Sherry. Jill scolded Sherry, but he was at a loss for words. Perhaps because he could also understand her feeling. Then he turned toward me. Arya. It's fine if it's just me. Can you bring me to that town? Nichan, don't. Nichan might die there, even though he had no good memory and had bitter experience there. Jill wanted to help his acquaintances. Although at the inside Sherry loathed to let her stepbrother die, she was more scared of Gil dying. You mentioned acquaintances. What about that adventurer who came from that town? It looks like those people are going there. I tried asking them to take me along, but they refused because it'll be dangerous. Obviously. Well, of course. I also won't. I won't take you two there. Arya. Gil took a step forward, but I lightly swept his leg to make him fall. Then I pressed a knife on his neck. You two will just die even if you go. Gil groaned from being made to realize how powerless he was, to be so easily swept off his feet by a younger woman. Besides, I threw my pendulum to the without even looking. The man who was lurking there jumped out. I quickly controlled the first pendulum I threw to wrap around the ankle of the man who tried to run away. The second pendulum I threw wrapped around the man's neck and I pulled him to fall on the ground. Thief or assassin? No. I was just checking the situation. I'm not going against the guild's decision. I also didn't saw them. That's why. Say your excuse at the other side. Wait. Snap. Using the string wrapped around the man's neck as lever, I twisted and broke the man's neck to the side. I'm being targeted by Thief Guild and Assassin Guild. That's why I won't take burdens who can't protect themselves with me. I tossed the corpse of the thief who learned about Gil and Sherry's existences to a corner that couldn't be seen from the main street like it was a trash. The two's complexions worsened seeing that. Even if we were at the same place, the world that the two and me were living in were too different. This was most likely the best way. It was so that the two who didn't have sufficient strength to fight would survive. That was why. I'll go check that town's situation. I'll at least help if anyone want to escape from there, so you two stay in this town. Arya. Gil muttered in a daze. Sherry rubbed her eyes with her sleeve. I walked not toward the main street but toward the dark back alley. Sherry's small please voice reached toward my back as I walked away. Heroine Survival Volume 3 Chapter 5. A small town, about the hometown of Gil and Sherry. I could look at its location from the geography information of this barren territory that the guild made available to public. More detailed information would be considered as military secret, but there was no problem if I only wanted to know about geography information for the direction to there. Now that I had become rank 3, I could also ask for a bit more detail. "You're going to that town? You'll stop me?" The receptionist lady found me looking at the map and called out to me. I planned to go even if she stopped me, but the lady shook her head a little when I asked her that. "I want to stop someone your age from going, but strength-wise the possibility of you coming back alive if you go alone is higher than other adventurers. But remember to not be reckless. This guild is expecting a rank 3 scout to come back with information from the actual place. Will you buy information from me?" Of course. She and I shared a small smile. I received the newest information about the orcs that she expressly brought to me. After that I spent the whole day gathering information before departing from this town the next day. I didn't meet that adventurer who picked a fight with me. I didn't plan to do anything to him even if we did meet, but if he picked a fight with me outside the town, there would be no need for me to wait until he drew out his blade this time. That's all. My destination was a dangerous area, so naturally there was no stagecoach that was heading there. It also didn't look like that any merchant would send carriage there, so just in case I purchased supply that worth 1 gold coin and put them into my storage and backpack. Well, I won't use carriage anyway. Gil and Sherry's hometown was 3 days away using carriage from this town where the Baron lived. The distance would need 5 days to travel if by walking. If it was me then I guessed I'd be able to arrive in 2 days. I got out of the town from the north gate and walked on the highway for a while so I wouldn't attract attention. Then I gradually increased my speed before I broke out running toward the town with around 60% of my full speed. When a lot of trees started appearing at the sides of the highway, I used stealth by blending the color of the magic particles inside my body to match the surrounding. I used night vision to be on my guard toward the surrounding while erasing the sound I made using my leg muscles that were strengthened with body strengthening. This area was close to monster habitat, so a lot of monsters appeared near the border. Even so there shouldn't be that many monsters at a highway near a town. Even in this world where monsters were a threat, places like normal villages could live with only fence as protection because smart and strong monsters had the tendency to avoid human settlement. If that wasn't the case then monsters and humans would continue to fight until one side vanished. Monster with intelligence knew how scary humans were with the way they were living in group and arming themselves with weapons. The Adventurer Guild's investigation also reported that only monsters like wolf or goblin would appear around this highway. In the past. One hobgoblin suddenly appeared from the forest beside the highway. I saw it suddenly appearing from outside the range of my detection. I instantly strengthened my body while still keeping my stealth. Then using special footwork I leapt over the hobgoblin and kicked the side of its head with my heel. Gah! The hobgoblin groaned from the sudden blow. I used the momentum from my kick to pierce its brain from its neck using the black dagger. Then I used its head as a foothold and jumped. I landed on the ground and broke into the run before the goblin fell on the ground. That was a bit surprising. A hobgoblin appeared in this area even though it shouldn't be the case. That should mean 2 things. First, the orc settlement definitely existed and the monsters that were originally living in that area were starting to drift to other area. And then, for monster to also appear near the highway like this meant that the soldiers who should be patrolling here hadn't done their job. Perhaps they were barricading themselves in a place somewhere. It must be really chaotic at the Baron's side too. It was unknown whether he could exterminate the orcs with only the force he had right now. And so if there was something that the Baron could do in this situation right now, it was to seek help from someone like his patron Count Taurus. There were no soldiers around here because he wanted to prevent any loss to his force before reinforcement arrived. But there was no guarantee that it was the correct decision. Even if Count Taurus sent reinforcement, the need to gather soldiers and provisions in this winter season would delay their arrival. They would arrive in this barren territory within 2 months at the shortest. It was also possible that the Count would only dispatch his soldiers when spring came if he thought that this matter wasn't that important. That was the same with the Adventurer Guild. Adventurers were assets, workers for the guild. In the current situation where they only had rank 3 adventurers at the highest, the guild was unable to issue an enforced quest knowing that the adventurers sent would only die. They could only wait until the only rank 4 they could find arrive while forming a plan. The situation would likely change in several more months. But a small town won't last until then. I had some naps in between while continuing to run through the highway. 2 days later I arrived at the town exactly like I confirmed at the Adventurer Guild. Its population was around 2,000 people. Most of the townspeople were making their living by farming. From that, this place felt more like a large village rather than a small town. There were also farms spreading out outside the wall that was surrounding the town, but they hadn't been tended on and looked ruined. Perhaps deer and other small animals were coming by because people stopped tending the farms. Looking at that town from afar, I could see a stone wall that had the height of an average human surrounding it. But even though that wall could defend against goblin attack, it didn't look sufficient to defend against attack from powerful monsters like orc. That was exactly why the stone wall was being reinforced by logs and stakes, but something like that would only serve to give them a peace of mind. "Oi, you there, what's your business here?" When I approached, a man who seemed to be a soldier called out from on top of a tower behind the closed gate. "I'm an adventurer. I got a quest from a past resident here to check on the condition of the town." "Adventurer? A girl like you? You won't let me in?" Sorry, I'll open the gate, so come in quick." The soldier hurriedly got down from the watchtower and then the reinforced gate opened slightly with creaking sound. "Sorry, but we're going to close the gate right away." "Come in quick." "Roger." The gate was only opened until a human could enter, just barely. I entered into the town from the before. Two soldiers immediately closed the gate and placed a thick bolt over it. "Phew. You're adventurer? You know about this town's situation, right? To be honest, we'll be grateful if you can help protecting this place, but I understand." I had taken out some supplies from my storage before arriving. When I handed it to the soldier who first saw me, his expression brightened seeing what was inside. "Nice. Merchant won't come here, so salt is in short supply." With the town in lockdown like this, they would have little food to share with traveler who came during this trying time, though it would be a different story if the one coming could help with the fighting. When human lacked salt content, their body would seek salt and their sense of taste would change. The salt I handed wouldn't be enough to be shared with the townspeople too, but the soldiers and the people working to reinforce the wall needed more salt than usual. So I thought that they would lack salt when the merchants stopped coming here. Because of that I bought 1 gold coin worth of salt before coming here. "And, how's the situation?" I called out to the soldiers who were rejoicing that they would be able to have proper meal after this. Their expression immediately darkened and the two soldiers started talking alternately. You're asking about the orcs, right? A group of orc came here several weeks ago and the farmers working outside the wall fell victim to them. Adventurers who said that they received a quest from the Lord also came. They investigated, and when they came back they said there were really lots of orcs. The place the orcs are settling down at might be the village that got abandoned 10 years ago. Those guys are omnivore and brought the crops outside the wall with them, but they'll surely come attacking again if those foods run out. If the Lord's army haven't come before that. Hey, how's it going with the Adventurer Guild? Is there anyone coming? At that timing, 4 men wearing armor who seemed to be adventurers came from the direction of the town settlement. We stopped talking when we noticed that they were running this way. "Did something happen?" "Why you?" Those adventurers were the man who picked a fight with me at the guild and his teammates. To meet him again at this kind of place. Come to think of it, I heard that this man was originally from this town, but could it be that his party was also the one that was hiring Gil and Shuri? As expected, the thief who pretended to be Scout wasn't here, but the man who picked fight with me stared at me and questioned me. "You, why the hell are you here?" Wait, I don't know what happened between you two, but stop it, Kevin." The soldier panicked seeing the dangerous atmosphere and cut in. Perhaps my action of handing salt was effective. The soldier seemed to be an acquaintance of this man who was born in this town, Kevin. For now it didn't seem that he would back up Kevin unconditionally. Then Kevin's teammates who had guilty feeling toward me also took advantage of that to remonstrate him. "Yeah, stop that. This little miss is really strong, right?" "That's right. Come to think of it, did you manage to become rank 3? "Yes, I was on my guard just in case while taking out my tag from behind the chest area of my leather dress." Seeing that, they and also the soldiers let out surprised voices. "Oh, she's really rank 3. That's amazing even though you're this young." Tsk. Kevin clicked his tongue seeing my tag and took a step back from the crowd. And what do you actually came here for?" "An acquaintance asked me to check the situation here. It seems he has family and friend here." "Rather than that, aren't the residents going to run away?" Kevin's eyes widened from that question I asked casually. "You don't understand anything. The people here have lived here since they were born. They don't know how to live anywhere but here, and there are also those who'll prefer to die together with their farm." "Kevin, I told you stop already." Kevin tried to lash out at me again. His teammates grabbed his arms and stopped him. The soldier who I first met seemed to think that the talk wouldn't progress if Kevin kept butting in every time like this. He sighed before explaining to me, "People who got money or relative at other town had already run away a long time ago." But, just like that idiot said, there were old people who can't live anywhere else and sick people here. The families of those people can't just get up and run. "We might manage if we have time, but..." He said that around 30% of the townspeople were still unable to evacuate. After saying that, the soldier looked at me with a pleading gaze. "Say, you, how's the situation at the Adventurer Guild? Can't they do something?" "Still nothing. The guild can't move right now when they still can't find a rank 4 party." I see. He must have guessed. The soldier's shoulders dropped dejectedly hearing my words. Do something about this if you're really rank 3. Kevin, who was being held back by his teammates, spat that out while looking at me. I see. Let him go. I'll keep him company for a bit. Wait, Kevin is just being too on edge. When I said that, one of Kevin's teammates who was holding him back spoke to stop me. He might be worried for either of us. I paid him no mind and lightly beckoned with my fingertip while looking at him coldly. Can you only talk? You want to know, right? Of rank 3. What did you say? Kevin was enraged by my provocation and he finally unsheathed his sword. Oi, stop. As expected, the soldiers couldn't overlook it if this devolved into a bloodshed. They tried to stop us, but I unleashed level 3 pressure together with killing intent. The soldiers and Kevin's teammates froze from my killing intent. Among them, only Kevin, who stopped just from my killing intent, brandished his sword at me even though his expression was convulsing. His attack couldn't be called a sword skill. I slipped past that messed up swordsmanship that was like a kid's swing and my palm heel struck Kevin's face. Gaga. Kevin's head snapped backward and he groaned while falling face up. During that I struck his wrist and made him drop his sword. Then without pause my fist punched Kevin's defenseless chest and stomach. Air left his lung from each blow and his complexion was turning ashen. I wouldn't use dagger on you. You should have been swinging sword longer than I had lived. But your sword was lacking power. Even though you were pointing your sword at me with anger, I couldn't see the resolve to kill me in it. What do you want to do? With that kind of half-baked resolve, I mercilessly hit his arms, stomach, chest, face, the positions of his internal organs with a speed that his eyes couldn't follow. I beat him up one-sidedly. Kevin crumbled like a puppet that lost its support when my fist stopped punching. Kevin was in tatters in less than 15 seconds. The soldiers and Kevin's teammates were looking at me in fear. I paid them no mind at all and looked down coldly on Kevin, who was lying down face up. Kevin, who's your enemy? What's the reason you're wielding sword? Even so, I didn't deny him. If you were pointing your sword toward me with your own reason, at that time I'd kill you as a human. As a warrior. Even though he was in tatters, Kevin glared back at me, who was looking down coldly on him. He changed his pain into anger and lifted up his body. I'm going to protect the people here. Then do that. I walked away from Kevin and faced the people around me. The adventurers there. Escort the townspeople away from here while keeping alert of orcs. The soldier how long it'll take until the townspeople who are delayed from running away can finish evacuating. 5 weeks. No, give us 4 weeks. All the soldiers here'll manage it somehow. Then please do. The soldier seemed to think something from watching the exchange between Kevin and me. There was light in his eyes that wasn't there before this. If it was them, then I guess they wouldn't give up even when the situation was despairing. What are you going to do? Kevin's teammates looked at me in anxiety. I glanced at Kevin. He said it right. Do something if you're rank 3. Surely he would be fine now. With this they would manage to evacuate the townspeople somehow even without me doing anything. With this I could do my own role. That was why I unsheathed the black dagger and turned my face toward the direction of the abandoned village where the orc settlement was located. 1 month. I'll buy you that time. Because that was the promise that I made with those two. Heroine Survival Volume 3 Chapter 6 Orc Subjugation. I would hold back a group of orc that included a rank 5 by myself for a month. Anyone would surely consider me crazy or suicidal if they only heard that sentence. I thought that it would cause some argument in a good or bad sense when I announced that. But perhaps I had threatened everyone too much with my pressure, because everyone there consented instead. The number of enemies based on the previously obtained information was more than 50 normal orcs who were equivalent to rank 3 each, 4 orc soldiers who were equivalent to rank 4 each, and then an orc general who was a rank 5. Militias with no combat skill wouldn't even serve as meat shield if they fought such group head-on. Even soldiers with proper training would need 10 times the orcs' number in order to match them. Thinking properly, anyone should think that 100 or more adventurers and soldiers would be needed just to hold back such group of orc. That was based on proper thinking. Perhaps I would be able to find the house where Gil and Cherie were living in if I searched for it, but I had no intention of looking after someone I didn't know. If Gil and Cherie's little brother and stepmother planned to run away, then I'd at least buy them time to do that. But it would be their own choice whether to run or stay here. I had heard about the general location of the orc group from the guild's receptionist lady, but the soldier who first talked to me told me about the location in more detail. I then headed toward the orcs' base right at that same day without staying for the night. I was told that it was 2 days' distance from here with the average adventurer's speed, so I should be able to shorten it to around half a day if it was me. The location had a village until around 10 years ago, so there should be a road for carriage to there, but now that road had been reduced into animal trail now after 10 years had passed. I tried examining the ground when the road turned into grassy place midway. I found large footprints that had passed through there recently, so it seemed that I wasn't heading to a wrong way. After that I found several more spots that had similar footprints. From there I guessed that the orcs weren't moving independently but in group of around 3. Orcs' intelligence was something like above goblin but below human. However, higher rank monster had the tendency of getting smarter, so I could catch some glimpses even just from the footprints and trails. I found that the orcs were under a leadership. I wouldn't say that I couldn't defeat a group of orc that consisted of at least 3 orcs, but the opponents were still rank 3 monsters. Despite everything, it was possible that they would call for help if I failed to defeat all of them. Monsters' strength wasn't in their flexibility and adaptability from having multiple skills like human, but their brute force from their single skill and high status. An orc's combat strength was only around half of mine despite also being a rank 3, but I would be in disadvantage if I faced more than one of them due to their high stamina point. I wouldn't be able to whittle down their stamina completely in a protracted battle. Besides, even if I defeated some orcs, the other orcs could discover their corpses and learn that they were under attack. In that case they might attack the town as revenge. The omnivorous orcs were starving the core remaining in the farms outside the town, so they weren't troubled for food until now, but just like human, surely they would get greedy after their basic need was fulfilled and they would want meat next. Orc was omnivorous, and they liked meat more than vegetable. I guess they were also hunting around the abandoned village, but if they ran out of game there, the orcs would definitely attack the small town for meat. But I mustn't misunderstand here. I wasn't a hero or a saint. What I had to do wasn't exterminating the orcs. I mustn't forget that in the end my objective was only to buy time until the town's residents escaped. To do that, what I needed to do wasn't hunting the orcs who were procuring food and driving them into a corner, but maintaining the current situation. A self-deprecating smile formed on my lips as I was considering such strategy. There's no such thing as proper strategy at this point of time though. I advanced through the forest while keeping myself hidden. Half a day passed before I encountered orcs walking inside the forest. As I thought they seemed to be moving in a team of 3, it was very troublesome but they weren't beyond my means to defeat. Orc opening parenthesis ordinary type closing parenthesis race beast demi-human rank 3 magic power 72/80 stamina 392/420 overall combat strength 279 opening parenthesis with body strengthening 320 closing parenthesis. It seemed they were equipped with rusty spear or crude stone axe, but I should be warier toward their stamina parameter. It was possible that I wouldn't be able to finish them off even with surprise attack. When their stamina was that high, they weren't carrying any prey with them, so these orcs were most likely patrols against external enemy that dared enter their territory. In that case I would only put the orcs in high alert pointlessly if this team didn't go back. Even if I wanted to target them I could only wait until they were very far away from their settlement. After that I encountered another orcs several times. I hid inside a bush to wait them to pass me or crawl on the ground to slip from their side. Then I finally arrived at the abandoned village where the orc group was living. It looked like that village originally had logs driven into the ground to act as wall that surrounded it, but some spots had become very damaged or rotten now. The orcs only piled some rocks half-heartedly at those spots to block the hole. I returned into the forest temporarily, then slathered my mantle with the soil and mud of the area to cover up my figure and scent. I also slathered mud on my face and hair. From here, I couldn't be discovered by them even once. They mustn't detect me even once until I had finished all my preparations. I had a meal that only consisted of a bit of dried meat and nutrition pills that were made with alchemy. I hid myself by clinging on a tall tree trunk until it became dark at night. When I saw that the surrounding had become dark enough, I placed rabbit leather on the bottom of my boots. It was a countermeasure to erase my footsteps sound. I blended the magic particles inside my body with the surrounding using magic power control that had become level 4. Using stealth that had also became level 4 thanks to magic power control, I became a shadow inside the darkness and started moving. I didn't touch the orcs. I didn't put my hand on them even when there was a chance. According to that woman's knowledge, one should approach from downwind when moving stealthily. But that method was only half correct in this world. If it was me who erased my human scent with sorcery clean and blended to the surrounding using mud scent, rather than purposefully going against the wind direction and creating an unnatural flow of air, I should instead match my moving speed with a slow night breeze. With that my existence could completely melted into the darkness. I wrapped my pendulum around the wall's rotten log and infiltrated into the abandoned village soundlessly. Calculating based on the village's size and the number of still remaining houses, this village's population should be around 500 people. The farms that should have been outside the village had been swallowed by the forest, but there were also some places inside the abandoned village that seemed to be a farm with wild grasses covering them. Surrounded by those unattended farms were 40 houses at the center, and another 30 houses spread out at the east, west, south. The orcs were using those half-rotten houses as they pleased. First I investigated the accurate number and positions of the orcs. I checked how many orcs there were in each section, and then I would search the locations of the orc general and orc soldiers. I wouldn't be able to make a detailed plan without first knowing that. I investigated those until morning. The result was that at the west there were around 15 orcs and 1 orc soldier. At the east there were only several orcs who doubled as sentinels. At the south there were less than 20 orcs and 1 orc soldier. At the center there were around 15 orcs and 2 orc soldiers. I assumed that the general was also somewhere at the center. I only assumed that because I judged that it would be dangerous to approach that place that was emitting a strong presence. I didn't grasp the accurate number but just a rough count because there were several orcs that were patrolling at night. I couldn't get the accurate count. But even so my count shouldn't be that much different from the number of 50 orcs that was the result of the investigation of the adventurer that the Baron hired. I returned to the forest before dawn came and put some distance away from the abandoned village before I started picking some wild grasses. I picked herbs that could be used as medicine and poisonous herbs. Some of the plants that grew in this area could be turned into poison when combined with the ingredients that I had at hand. Plants that could be eaten raw would become my food. Insects or frogs would be more poisonous when making poison using ingredients from this kind of forest, but it would be pointless if I couldn't secure the necessary amount, so I limited the ingredients to only plants from the start. I also found a rare mushroom that could be used for either poison or medicine, so I gathered as much vines as I could and hung the mushroom on a tall tree to dry it. I wasn't doing just that for the whole day. I also had to observe the orcs' activity and the movement range of the orcs that weren't outside for procuring food. Letting my guard down would lead to exposing that town to danger, seeing that I didn't know when the orcs would change their action and invaded that town. I felt uneasy with my stamina if this turned into a long haul, but I would manage somehow if I could take multiple naps for that totaled to 3 hours of sleep per day, with each nap lasting for 5 minutes at maximum. After I continued living like that for 1 week, I became able to predict the broad action pattern of the orcs. There were around 10 orcs that would go gathering crops from around the town once every 3 days. I thought they were the orcs that attacked the town at the beginning, but, from the 2 times I witnessed their departure, they were accompanied by an orc soldier once, and every day when morning came, there were around 10 orcs that went hunting for animal at the same time. But all of them were small and young orcs with lower combat strength. As for me, although I was managing my physical condition using pills, I could only manage my perfect state of health for around 1 week that way. So I took time to consume the dried meats in my possession and the fruits I gathered inside the forest far from the abandoned village. I unexpectedly managed to find a lot of wild beans and yams, but as expected eating them raw wasn't delicious at all. I had collected all the required information in this 1 week, so I would begin taking action soon. The first step of my strategy was hunting animal, but it wasn't for me to eat. I understood from my observation that the hunting of the orcs wasn't going well. They were a race with big body and unsuited for stealth, so even with 10 orcs going hunting, there were some days when they couldn't even catch a single prey. In such day they would grab whole branches of berry in the forest to bring home. It was obvious, but the higher rank orcs preferred meat rather than beans or vegetables. That was why the orcs were going hunting every day. And so, in order to delay the orcs from attacking the town in search of meat, I hunted for rabbits and deers and placed them around the abandoned village. Human wouldn't lay their hand on some random animal corpse unless it was an emergency. They would be suspicious if they found something like that. But the orcs might be misunderstanding the corpses as something that their comrades hunted. The orcs would rejoice when they found the fresh animal corpse and brought them home in high spirits. At the same time I was also starting to prepare the ingredients to create a poison that was suitable for the situation. It was very difficult to create poisons for 50 targets inside a forest where I had no alchemical tool, so I was doing it slowly for now. I dried the poisonous grasses and mushrooms, created a bowl and a pestle using hard to process them, then used the medicine and ingredients on hand to create poison. It was the second week now, but the orcs still hadn't made any movement. Perhaps it was because I was continuously providing them meat. All my preparations until now would be wasted if they took action now, so I moved to the second step of my strategy. What was important for that strategy was the fact that despite being monsters that attacked humans, the orcs were still living things that ate food and drank water. The well in the abandoned village had been buried by the accumulation of dry leaves that rotted into soil for these 10 years. But there was just one reservoir inside the village where water welled up. Even so, the water there was dirty and muddy, but monsters like orc could drink it with no problem. I split the finished poison into unglazed jars in small portion to preserve them. I infiltrated into the abandoned village when night came and mixed the poison into that reservoir bit by bit. I mixed the poison bit by bit, to familiarize the orc with the medicinal taste. Half-assed poison wouldn't work well against orc that could consume even muddy water or rotten meat. It also wasn't just a matter of taste. The orcs would be on their guard if I suddenly mix a lot of poison and their physical condition worsened. They would stop consuming the poison like that, so I only increased the amount of the poison bit by bit to a degree that the effect was faint. That wasn't the only thing I did. I also sneaked into the houses where the orcs were sleeping and mixed poison into their scattered foods. Of course, I was also gradually mixing poison into the animal corpses I provided them. Other than that, I also had a bit of acid. I slathered it on the joining points of the weapons that the orcs carelessly placed outside the houses in order to weaken their weapons' durability. Patiently and thoroughly. The malice that was me was permeating into the orcs. I didn't do anything foolish like getting impatient and laying my hand on them. I wasn't someone powerful like Feld or Grave. I didn't overestimate myself so much that I thought I would be able to continue defeating them bit by bit in group of 2 or 3 until they all died by my hands. My failure would directly lead to the death of many people. If I carelessly took action and the orc's action surpassed my expectation for even just a little, that would become the place where I died. Failure couldn't be permitted. I couldn't give even the slightest chance for the orcs to counterattack. That was why facing this large army of the orcs that was like a giant rock, I didn't use a great sword to split it open nor breaking it from the sides using hammer. Instead I whittled a hole into it using a needle to pour in malice poison. But, even that would reach the limit soon. The poison that I used wasn't anything significant. In the first place, it was just medicine that couldn't even be called poison. What I used was just common medicines like laxative or medicine to treat nasal inflammation. There was no need for me to explain what laxative was. It was originally something that was used to eject poisonous substance from inside the body, but it would cause dehydration when it got used for long period and lowered the stamina. And then the nasal inflammation medicine had the effect of reducing snot when someone caught fever. However, it would make the throat become abnormally dry as the side effect. And then it would make the orcs drank the water more and more, bringing in more of my malice to gnaw inside the orcs. After 3 weeks passed, almost all of the orcs were starting to get dehydration symptom. It was then the orcs finally started to consider that something was causing this. It seemed that they thought the cause came from eating the dropped meats. They were half correct because I had also mixed the poison into the meats. They're the orcs that were in charge of hunting and made arrest because of the dehydration symptom, and the orcs that were in charge of stealing crops from the town were sent outside the abandoned village in order to look for foods other than meat. But they soon ran out of food with just that. The higher rank orcs that preferred meat should choose to attack the town after this. There was 1 more week until the evacuation of the residents who could run away was finished. I sensed that my effort to buy time in this way would reach its limit soon, so I started with the last step of the strategy, which was me directly stopping them. 3 orcs were walking inside the forest. They were carrying furs that they used as bag instead of large weapon, so they were most likely planning to gather fruits and wild plants that seemed edible instead of hunting. But their condition was different from 3 weeks ago. They seemed lifeless, and it looked like just walking through the undulating ground of the forest was a difficult task for them. I would manage somehow if it was like this. Orc opening parenthesis ordinary type closing parenthesis race beast demi-human rank 3 magic power 54/82 stamina 117/390 overall combat strength 154 283 45% down status weakened. I kicked on a branch and leapt down from the tree where I was looking down on the orcs. I readied Galbaz's black dagger and put my whole body's weight to the stabbing the blade into the skull of the orc whose combat strength had been halved. Getson, Moa. Even then it didn't die instantly and let out a death throw. The other 2 reacted and yelled in warning, but their voices wouldn't reach the other orcs from this location. The remaining orcs yelled while attacking me simultaneously with their rusty axe and hatchet. Hyun, boo! The blade of the pendulum that I made to circle around grazed an orc's eye. I kicked up the rotten leaves under my foot to the face of the other one, blocking its sight. I readied the black dagger and a thin knife with both hands and stabbed them together toward their brains from below their jaws. Boo! It was a bit hard, but even I could stab through the relaxed muscle of orc. When I pulled out the blades that pierced the orcs from below their jaws, blood spilled out as through they were coughing it out, and the 2 collapsed at the same time. I don't hold any grudge against any of you. You all had simply become our enemies. Heroine Survival Volume 3 Chapter 7 Orc Soldier. After killing 3 orcs, I pulled out the blade and swung it to shed off the blood clot. It would be a battle against time from here. I had two works to do simultaneously here. How much time I could buy for the townspeople to escape by delaying the orcs, and how many orcs I would be able to neutralize before the orc general realized my presence here. I moved the minimum required items to my waste pouch and my storage. I chewed on my last remaining rock candy and dried meat from inside my backpack. Then I uncorked the stamina recovery potion and mana recovery potion before gulping them down in order to restore my condition that had been exhausted through these 3 weeks as much as possible. Let's go then. The potion's thick magic element made me let out a heated sigh as though I had just drunk alcohol. I threw away the empty porcelain bottles and my backpack and started running through the gloomy forest where light didn't reach. There were 2 more orc teams that were wandering to procure food. They always went through the same route every time, so I should be able to encounter them without problem even if their action changed slightly. Found them. I found the second food procurement team not long after I started running. My magic power still hadn't recovered fully, but I used body strengthening even for moving while the mana potion's effect was still ongoing. I used my running momentum to kick on a tree's trunk and leapt diagonally. An orc instantly noticed my presence and opened its mouth to yell, but I stabbed the black dagger into its mouth until it pierced through. Gaga. These guys were really troublesome. This one didn't die instantly even after I stabbed until inside his skull, and this was with its stamina parameter lowered already. The orc reached out toward me. I let go of the dagger and quickly stabbed its throat with 2 hidden weapons that I pulled out from the storage before getting away from its body. The other 2 finally noticed me with that and yelled angrily despite their confusion. From their perspective, the stealth level 4 that I was using must made it look like I was suddenly oozing out from the forest scenery. I immediately held back the 2 orcs by swinging around a pendulum's blade, pulled out a slender knife from my boot, and tore apart the neck of a still confused orc and driving the dagger deep into its face. The last one brandished its stone axe high above its head and attacked, but perhaps because its combat strength had decreased, its movement was dull and its focus was lacking. I left the slender knife in the face of the orc I stabbed and dodged the stone axe, then I threw Feld's knife above my head to show it off. The orc's focus was distracted by the knife because of its insufficient concentration. I swiftly hit the orc's jaw with a palm strike using body strengthening at full strength. Then I caught the falling knife midair and planted it deeply into the orc's exposed lower jaw. Next, the orc that I attacked first had also already died. Even though its life force was originally powerful, its stamina parameter had decreased so it looked like it was beyond any help. I collected my knives from the dead orcs, wiped the blood from them carefully, especially the blood sticking on the steel. Then I started running toward my next destination. Even though they were in a weakened state and their stamina parameter lowered, it was difficult to kill them in one strike if I missed their vital spot because of their high life force. Normally I'd have a bit of a harder time if I was facing rank 3 opponent head-on, but in their current condition where their concentration was lacking and their combat strength lowered, I was able to deal with several of them simultaneously even without using illusion or battle technique. If possible, I wanted to use mana as little as possible until the higher rank variant came out. I would be able to defeat them more consistently with just martial art if I had more weight in my body, but there was no point crying for something that I didn't have. I dealt another food procurement team that consisted of 4 orcs and a patrolling team of 3 orcs in the forest with surprise attack just like before. I had finished off 13 orcs with this, but I couldn't take my time leisurely. I started running toward the town in order to also deal with a team that was heading there to steal crops from the surrounding farms. I used body strengthening to rush out of the forest swiftly. When my physical ability was strengthened like this, I could easily surpass the muscle strength of adult male, and in agility my parameter could jump up until twice of ordinary person. If such parameter was given to the light body of an early teenage girl, it was possible to run inside a forest faster than a wolf and nimbler than a panther. I moved through the forest by jumping from rock to rock, or branch to branch without getting down on the ground. When the effect of the recovery potions ran out, I found the orcs before they could get out of the forest. I had 1 more mana recovery potion inside my pouch, but I really couldn't waste any mana at all right now to prepare for the fight against the higher rank variant. I was able to find this team, but was their number a bit higher? Just from a brief glance I could see 12 of them. Even so, it didn't change what I had to do. I got a bad premonition, but I had no leeway to observe them first. I entwined my pendulum around a thick branch and climbed up the tree. I strengthened my muscle strength and stealth while jumping from branch to branch. Then I jumped down without pause and launched a surprise attack at the rearmost orc. But I got found out. The instant I was about to land a surprise attack, one orc let out a warning scream that echoed through the forest. but the rearmost orc was unable to find me even after hearing the warning scream. I put my weight behind the black dagger and stabbed its skull. It then collapsed on the ground and served as my cushion. 14 remaining. The surrounding orcs also let out a warning scream. The orcs were unable to immediately find me with their lacking concentration while I was still maintaining my stealth, but with how my first attack was detected like this, I felt a bad premonition and stopped holding back. I allowed myself to use magic with little mana cost. Feel. This magic could give the sensation of touching or being touched. I touched the ears of the orcs at the left and right. They instantly got distracted and turned around. I quickly wrapped pendulum's strings around the two orcs who were currently unbalanced and strongly pulled. The two orcs fell facing upward and I stabbed into their brains from their necks using a dagger and a knife. 16th kill. Boo. A nearby orc finally detected me with that. It swung down its club that was like a log toward me who had just landed and still kneeling on the ground. As expected, this group's movement was also dull. I slightly lifted my waist and used footwork to dodge the club. Then I used the momentum to stab the orc's eyes with two blades that I drew out on my hands. I couldn't reach its brain because of my bad posture. The orc screamed and covered its face with both hands. Then, a larger orc charged at me in that opening. It moved with terrifying speed with a rusty greatsword at the ready. An orc soldier, a powerful enemy with rank 4 difficulty level. As expected, it was fast, but it wasn't something that I couldn't deal with. I dodged to outside the range of the greatsword while also kicking the blinded orc toward its direction. The orc soldier's greatsword bit until halfway into the body of that orc. 17th. Seeing the orc soldier's greatsword digging into that orc, I immediately drew out a knife from the slit of my skirt and threw it. But the orc soldier let out a war cry in response. It astonishingly lifted its great sword along with the orc's corpse and used it as shield. When I tried jumping over that orc soldier, an orc wearing a leather armor and holding a spear attacked a second orc soldier. I quickly fired an arrow from my crossbow gimmick. When I also jumped to the side, the orc soldier rotated its spear to deflect the arrow and dashed toward me at the same time when I landed. Pain. I too lifted up all restrictions of my magic usage and casted Pain. But I didn't target the spear orc soldier with that. I used the Pain on an orc that was just standing around without being able to join the high-speed battle. The orc stiffened and I jumped over it to use it as a shield. Then the orc soldier's spear mercilessly pierced through that orc to target me who was behind its back. I instantly bent backward and dodged the blood-stained spear tip, although it managed to graze my shoulder. As I backed away, the spear-old soldier swung its weapon to the side at the same time, tossing away its subordinate's corpse like trash. It was merciless even against its fellow orc. But that was the 18th with that. I felt increasing mana and killing intent and leapt away. Then the ground where I was standing on just now and the large tree behind me got cut apart by a shockwave. When I looked that way, I found a large orc wearing a rusty iron armor and holding a rusty two-handed axe, taking a stance once more with the axe that it had just swung down while glaring at me. Another orc soldier. There were 3 of them. The attack just now was something that even I had only seen for the first time, but I guessed that it was a battle technique of two-handed axe, iron break. There was almost no monster that used battle technique even when they were the type to fight in close quarter, so I failed to consider this kind of danger. That orc soldier let out a war cry to command the remaining 4 normal orcs. It was most likely that orc soldier who saw through my stealthy approach. The sword orc soldier, the spear orc soldier, the axe orc soldier. Even with the majority of the orcs in the settlement getting weakened and put them into a tough situation, I never foresaw that 3 rank 4 orc soldiers would be assigned to guard the food procurement at the human settlement. Most likely their purpose wasn't just to steal crops. They must be planning to also attack the town directly and kidnapped humans with this much combat strength coming along. This was an unforeseen situation that I was afraid of. I had paid attention to hide my existence here until now so that something like this wouldn't happen at the initial period. But things didn't go like I wanted. The spear orc soldier backed away to regain its footing for the moment, while the sword and axe orc soldiers stepped forward to stand side by side. Perhaps I should observe this group first at the beginning even though there was no time. But this result was also due to the time and situation, and even then it was only 1 orc soldier that ambushed me at the beginning. This would serve as good practice for the future. This was something unforeseen for me, but the orc general's decision to arrange this could be said as correct because in the end someone like me really attacked the group. But even though that decision was correct, whether that decision was right or not still remained to be seen until the result came out. I got into a glaring match with the orc soldiers while exhaling in order to cool down the heat inside me. Then I quietly held the black dagger in ready. It was an unforeseen situation, but it was fortunate for me. I was able to stop these 3 orc soldiers from heading to the town. At the very least I managed to avoid a situation where I had to face the orc general and 4 orc soldiers at the same time. You 3 couldn't be allowed to proceed ahead. I also wouldn't allow you 3 to return to that base. I had no intention to claim that I was fighting for other people's sake, but you guys had become my enemy. I would become slightly stronger again by defeating you 3. I switched my way of thinking from attacking to battle. I analyzed the enemy's combat strength once more. Sword orc soldier race beast demi-human rank 4 magic power 134/150 stamina 246/580 overall combat strength 529/898 opening parenthesis with body strengthening 627/1063 closing parenthesis 41% down status weakened. The sword orc soldier had the biggest body build with height that surpassed 3 meters. It was only wearing bracelet and straw skirt other than the great sword that was almost 2 meter tall. It must be because even equipment in the size for large human wouldn't match it. Spear orc soldier race beast demi-human rank 4 magic power 141/160 stamina 232/520 overall combat strength 521/868 opening parenthesis with body strengthening 617/1028 closing parenthesis 40% down status weakened. The spear orc soldier was only a bit bigger than a normal orc. It must be a light warrior type. It was wearing leather armor on its shoulders and chest. Its movement was fast and its attack precisely accurate. Axe orc soldier race beast demi-human rank 4 magic power 146/175 stamina 252/550 overall combat strength 627/998 opening parenthesis with body strengthening 774/1181 closing parenthesis 35% down status weakened. The axe orc soldier was 2.5 meters tall and wearing unrefined iron breastplate and hand protector. This one was the one that I had to be on my guard the most, seeing how it seen through my surprise attack and how it used battle technique. As expected from rank 4. If they were in perfect condition, they were powerful enemies that would be difficult to defeat even if I faced them one-on-one. But their bodies were being gnawed by my poison right now and their combat strength had fallen until around my level. Even so, it was only their stamina and status that were lowered by the poison. Their combat skills were still level 4, and judging from their movements before this, it would be pointless to expect that their concentration was lowered by their weakened status. Other than them, I also had to pay attention to the remaining 4 normal orcs. I didn't know whether they would get involved into the fight with their combat strength halved like that. But the fight's situation would greatly change depending on their action. Boo. The sword orc soldier finally snapped and leapt toward me. Its 3-meter huge body left the ground gouged as it approached. It howled as it swung down its powerful sword. I didn't choose to dodge and stepped forward instead. It would be pointless to dodge for some half-hearted distance against a two-handed weapon with wide range. The sword orc soldier immediately met my approach with its sword handle. But I had experienced that kind of interception from Feld. I used a special footwork and stride aside to dodge while aiming at the orc's knee joint with my black dagger. The orc kicked at me with its leg that was like a log when it noticed my attempt. I too instantly gave up my attempt and blocked the kicking leg with the bottom of my foot to use it as a foothold. I jumped backward using the momentum and opened the distance between us. Then, the axe orc soldier that had been quietly observing rushed forward to take advantage of that opening. It had judged that my speed was superior to it and swung horizontally in a large arc using its axe. I used my flying momentum to put my hands on the ground and somersaulted to open more distance. The axe's wind pressure blew through as the axe grazed my back. So, I spun along with my body and used my skirt that was fluttering wide as a cover while pulling knife from my thigh holster and threw it. The axe orc soldier that came chasing after me calmly used its iron breastplate to block the knife throw. It then continued chasing after me without stopping. I judged that it would be dangerous to approach this orc carelessly. I backed away while throwing my pendulums right to the sides. Then using body strengthening in full strength, I pulled on the strings by folding my arms. The pendulums sliced through the air loudly and intercepted the axe orc soldier from left and right. Bma! The orc was wary toward the pendulums as it was its first time seeing them. It quickly jumped away from that spot. I also controlled the strings and changed the pendulum's trajectory. The axe orc soldier noticed the blades attached on the pendulums and swung its axe in a large arc. A flash. Axe's battle technique. Iron Break didn't only deflected the two pendulums. The shockwave also reached and affected me. I barely avoided direct hit. Even so, I couldn't completely dodge the shockwave's impact and my light body got blown away greatly. The spear orc soldier saw my unbalanced posture as a great chance and rushed forward. I parried the spear tip that was swiftly lunging at me, but the orc didn't stop with that and slammed its body on me, blowing me away. I used martial art to spin my body acrobatically while fixing my posture. But the sword orc soldier had approached behind me when I realized it. It brandished its sword toward me. Pain. The orc froze for an instant from the dark magic I chanted, but it glared fiercely and kicked me away. The sword orc soldier must have the resolve to feel pain seeing how it didn't wear armor. But I managed to put up my guard using that momentary opening. I managed to reduce the impact and regained my balance even after rolling on the forest's ground that was covered with dry leaves. The orc soldiers kept some distance from me to rally themselves. They got into a glaring match with me again after that. Seeing the higher rank variants having the advantage in their fight against an opponent that killed their comrades in a blink of eye, the remaining orcs cheered and made a ruckus. My stamina had been reduced by more than 30% even just in this short time, and yet I hadn't managed to even land a single blow. So this was rank 4. Although their combat strength had decreased, the combat experiences and skills that had brought them until this far hadn't vanished and still burned inside their soul. Phew. I exhaled out a breath that sounded a bit like a laugh. The orc soldiers kept up their guard warily. I'm really a moron. I thought that I would be able to fight against 3 rank 4 just because their parameters had dropped and their combat strength now matched mine. Even though I was aware that carelessness would lead to death, I had become completely conceited just from getting a bit stronger. These 3 orc soldiers recognized a mere human child like me as enemy. They were putting in serious effort to grasp victory for their group without letting their guard down. And yet, I was filling my mind with the foolish thinking of keeping spare strength for the next fight even though I was currently facing 3 rank 4 opponents that were clearly above me. I spat out the blood pooling inside my mouth. My body let go of all tensions and I shifted my posture so that only one side of my body faced forward. Seeing that the orc soldiers became even warier and let out threatening growls, they also started to close the distance gradually. I kept all of them within my sight while asking my own resolve inside my heart. Remember that you are the weak. Remember how have you been fighting until now? You had never won against a stronger opponent by fighting head-on. Not even once. You had come very close to death many times in just this 1 year. How did you survive those until now? What I could do was only my own way of fighting. Observe. Lay trap. Not a single one of my ways of fighting included the proper way. Pushed down all your fear and conceit to the bottom of your heart. Simply become a single stroke of iron blade. Let's show them my way of fighting that wouldn't show up in rank or combat strength. Ga. The spear orc soldier noticed the change in the atmosphere of battlefield and rushed forward. Shadow snatch. I scattered 10 small lumps of darkness around me while I myself leapt back into the forest that was starting to get dark with the setting sun. The spear orc soldier chased after me even while staying wary toward the darkness floating around me. I moved inside the dark forest by weaving through the small trees that were spread out at the surrounding. The instant our sights on each other were cut off by a tree trunk that wasn't so thick, the orc's spear lunged forward and stabbed my shadow that ran out from behind the tree. Gagawa. I aimed at that instant to circle behind the orc and my black dagger gouged its neck. A pained scream echoed through the dark forest. It was too shallow. It wasn't fatal yet. I sensed the sword and axe orc soldiers approaching this way, so I didn't continue attacking the spear orc and got back into running through the dark forest once more. The sword orc soldier charged forward, mowed down a shadow together with a small tree. Even though it was nothing more than a lump of magic element shaped to look like a human, it was difficult to instantly distinguish it from me if it took my place inside this dark forest. The sword orc soldier tried to kill me by mowing down everything. Gaewa. The orc soldier instantly became furious when it learned that none of its attacks hit. It caused it to step forward between the trees carelessly. But a weapon flew out from the darkness the orc stepped on at that moment. It pierced the orc's foot through until the other side. Even though it had the resolve to be hurt, it wouldn't be able to move properly with a blade getting stuck inside its foot. Even so, the sword orc readied its sword and kept up its guard against the surrounding darkness despite staying in place. It then sensed my presence that was approaching from behind and turned around. But the sword orc judged that it was just an illusion, seeing the approaching pitch black shadow. It took off its attention from the shadow to look for the real me. It was then the black me in front of it stabbed its crotch with a dagger. Gah. Rumble. The sword orc fell on its knees and caused the ground to quake. I also peeled off the shadow illusion from my skin and sighed. The sword orc hadn't died yet, but I judged that it wouldn't be able to move. In order to deal with the approaching axe orc soldier, I started running toward the normal orcs who were watching from the side. The 4 orcs raised their weapons in panic, seeing me running toward them with the axe orc soldier right behind me. 4 weapons were swung down. I dodged them all with paper-thin difference while waving through them. Then I scattered the red mustard powder that I took out from my pouch. The orcs who got their eyes blinded by the stimulants started swinging around their weapons haphazardly due to pain and fear. But all that they accomplished were hitting their friends. The rampaging orcs hindered the approach of the approaching axe orc soldier. Seeing that the axe orc soldier attacked with iron break that would hit all the orcs together with me, so I used the orcs as shield and endured the most of the impact. I hid behind a surviving orc before becoming 2 pitch black shadows that rushed out. The axe orc that had seen me camouflaging myself with illusion hesitated for a bit, but that only lasted for an instant before it started running toward one of the illusions. It rushed straight toward an illusion as though it was convinced that the shadow was the real thing. The axe swung through the illusion, erasing it. The axe orc soldier smirked that he chose wrongly. It immediately turned around while swinging its axe in full strength toward the other illusion that was approaching silently from behind. But that illusion also got broken by the axe and dispersed easily. The axe orc was dumbfounded for a moment before it noticed the small darkness spilling out from the pulverized illusions around it. The instant it tried to retreat, one of its eyes was pierced by a crossbow arrow that was fired through a darkness. In addition, I who was hiding myself with stealth behind it stabbed a black dagger into the back of the axe orc. The axe orc who had excellent detection ability let its guard down, thinking that it could find me anytime, and then it thought one of the illusions was me when it heard breathing sound from the illusion. But although I was able to land the blow, my blade couldn't reach the orc soldier's head due to the difference in height. The surviving normal orc and also the spear orc soldier that had recovered until it was able to move were running toward me, who failed to deal a finishing blow. The spear orc soldier let out an angry howl. It let out a spear thrust with all of its strength toward me. It was aiming at my heart. It had to kill me in one blow in order to save axe orc soldier that fell into predicament. At least that was what the spear orc soldier thought. The precise attack that was unleashed by a rank 4 who was concentrating its mind to the extreme pierced through my heart without even the slightest bit of deviation in its aim. That excessively accurate thrust perfectly went through the small darkness attached on my chest. The spear tip that flew out from one other darkness pierced through the axe orc soldier's head. I believed in your strength of rank 4. If its precision decreased even just a little bit due to impatience like an amateur, it would be me who died. The last normal orc leapt in order to stop me turning from the collapsing axe orc soldier to spear orc soldier. Noise. I chanted a dark magic with a whisper. The last orc attacked me together with the spear orc soldier that showed an expression of fury as it discarded the weapon that killed its comrade and rushed at me with its fist raised. The spear orc soldier attacked to keep me on that spot. The normal orc aimed for that opening and brandished its stone axe from behind me before swinging it. Not at me, but over my head toward the head of the spear orc soldier, crushing its skull. The orc's eyes had stopped hurting from the red mustard powder, but its visual acuity was lower than before. In the first place, monster had better 5 senses than human. They could stay active to some degree even when in darkness, but that was exactly why I thought that they would be able to rely on sound to attack even when their eyes were blinded. And so the normal orc relied on the sound from my noise, and its stone axe struck the spear orc soldier's head. Even so, the spear still didn't die. It put its arms around the neck of the normal orc and angrily snapped it. When it turned its bloody face toward me, its wide-open eyes caught sight of me readying the black dagger for a powerful thrust. My battle technique was executed, piercing the bloody face of the spear orc soldier right from the front. And then, the last remaining sword orc soldier appeared by dragging its bloody legs on the ground. Its already weakened stamina was decreasing even more. In addition, due to the heavy bleeding, it looked like it was already on its last leg even from the perspective of a human like me. The sword orc soldier saw its comrades' corpses and raised the sword that it was using as cane. The The huge 3-meter body swung down the huge sword. But that blade's speed was clearly slow. I took half a step back to dodge that sword. Then I ran on top of the sword when it sank into the ground and I jumped. I stabbed the black dagger that I held in reverse with both hands between the orc's eyes. Ha. I ran out of mana after killing all the orcs and fell on my knees on the spot. I swallowed a pill before I entered a starving state that was an indication of mana exhaustion. Then I gulped down my last mana recovery potion in one go. It wasn't just my mana, I had also overused my stamina. There was also the exhaustion that had been accumulating until now, so my body most likely would be unable to recover completely. But 25 were now dead with this. Just a half more. I ate more pill and chewed. Then I put strength into my trembling legs and stood up. I started walking toward the abandoned village where the orc general was residing, in order to hold back the orcs for the remaining several days. https://bookerpervert.files.wordpress.com/2022/02/io04.jpg Heroine Survival Volume 3 Chapter 8 Orc General. Perhaps there was no need for me to go this far by myself. I had done this much by myself, so perhaps it was already enough. But it looked like I couldn't live smartly like that. There were 5 more days until the evacuation of the townspeople was finished. I returned until the abandoned village inside the dark forest in order to hold back the orcs. I also had an option to return to the town first, but there was a distance around 2 days from the location where I fought the orc soldiers until the town. If I wasted several days for going and coming back, the orcs would realize that the food procurement team had gone missing and they might start attacking. Even so, I might be able to replenish my supply if I went back, but I judged it would be better to use my time sleeping rather than for traveling that long. But it didn't seem like I would even have the time to take a proper sleep. When I arrived at the abandoned village in the evening the next day, the orcs were starting to prepare to leave by gathering their remaining food under the command of the remaining orc soldier. Based on my observation, they wouldn't depart right away. I assumed that they would depart the morning tomorrow after the hunting team that should be gathering food around the forest right now returned back. I was just guessing, but the force of orc soldiers that I defeated wasn't going to procure food but as advance party to attack the town. If that was the case, I could understand why that unit contained such extreme force. I just barely made it. It was already impossible to keep the orcs contained here, but I made it in time before they departed. I climbed a big tree that was located in a distance where I could observe the movement in the abandoned village. I ate the blackberry and mountain yam that I found on the way here before closing my eyes until it became dark. My body was exhausted from being unable to have proper sleep and meal for these 3 weeks. I forcefully recovered my body yesterday using potions, but the accumulated fatigue made me unable to recover my stamina more than 60% even after a whole day had passed since the battle yesterday because of the accumulated fatigue. There was 1 more hour until the sun went down. I consciously slept to recover my stamina and mana. When I slept, my mana and stamina could recover in double the speed than when I was awake. I forced myself to sleep also to recover from the accumulating fatigue. Then an hour later the sun had set and the sky became dark. When I opened my eyes, it was then I started moving soundlessly and slipped into the darkness of the night. The orcs' action couldn't be stopped anymore. I wouldn't have any way to interfere if 30 orcs that included superior variants started taking action. But there was something that even I could do before they started moving in this current situation when the orcs were scattered throughout the abandoned village. That way was assassinating the orcs. If the orcs were in perfect health, something like assassinating monster with high life force would be difficult, but it should be impossible right now when they were weakened from poison. First would be the orcs that were patrolling around the abandoned village to procure food. They wouldn't get too far from the abandoned village because the group would depart soon, but in exchange they also stopped moving in group of 3 and walked around on their own. I circled to get ahead of a patrolling orc and hid myself on a tree. Then I jumped down on the back of the orc that passed below me while putting a wire around its neck at the same time. I then tightened the wire around that thick neck in a snap using my whole body weight under my falling speed. That orc didn't even realize that it was under attack. It scratched on its neck from the sudden feeling of suffocation. But the spider string that was strengthened with mana wouldn't snap with just that much. My posture was half upside down. Even so, I kicked at the back of the orc's head using my heel and tightened the string strongly to completely strangle it to death. What was troublesome about monster was how they could resume breathing again even after this when some time had passed. That was why I used water on the leaf mold on the ground to make a water puddle before pushing the orc's face into it to suffocate it. This was the 26th. Right now I still didn't want to smell of blood, so I didn't shed any blood. I found a second patrolling orc and sneaked up on it. But perhaps this orc was still young and cowardly. It would only walk through an open space. It was important to jump down from a tree to gain speed so that I could strangle the orc's thick neck instantly, so I couldn't use the same method like before with this one. But there was also another way to fight for an open space. I quickly wrapped a spare string on the hilt of my black dagger and threw it in a large arc to hit the orc from right above. Gun. The orc got hit on the back of its head by the hilt of the dagger that was strengthened with centrifugal force and mana. Its eyes rolled back and it collapsed. I immediately approached and dealt with the orc in the same way like the previous orc. Then I covered the corpse with some rotten leaves to hide it before searching for the next orc. Like that I finished off 3 more patrolling orcs in the same way. With this there was no more orc outside and I moved on to the next step. It was 30 orcs with this. The orcs in the abandoned village hadn't seemed to realize what I was doing because I had been avoiding to shed blood until now. Just in case I checked the surrounding with my night vision that could see the color of magic particles. Then I blended into darkness and infiltrated inside the village. If I had 12 more hours and powerful sleeping drug, there would be a better way of fighting that I could take. But unfortunately neither of those was something that I could obtain. In the first place, powerful sleeping drug could only be gathered from high-ranked plant monster, so it wasn't something that could be prepared easily. In the abandoned village there were still orcs that weren't asleep, perhaps because they would depart soon. For now I avoided the central part where the orc general might be located and chose to crush the western and southern part of the settlement first. The western part only had normal orcs and no sign of orc soldier. All the orcs were also asleep. I sneaked into a dilapidated house where there was snoring sound and found 3 orcs sleeping together in a huddle. So I took out a glass jar that was a rarity even in this country from my pouch. I poured its content bit by bit along a string to pour it into the orc's mouth. This wasn't really a poison, it was alcohol that had been distilled many times to gain high purity for the purpose of disinfection. Human wouldn't get away with just choking if something like this was poured into their mouth. But there was no problem for orc that was a tough creature. I did the same thing with the 4 orcs at another house before returning to the first house. There the orcs that I gave alcohol first were snoring even louder than before. While the orc was sleeping soundly, I slowly buried the black dagger that was like a large awl bit by bit into its head while avoiding large blood vein that would cause blood to spurt out. The orc jerked and let out a groan at the end, but that orc didn't wake up nor the other orcs noticed me. So I continued killing the other orcs. I didn't apply poison on my knife during normal battle because poison would become almost ineffective when it became dry. Even if I applied the poison right before the battle started, the poison would degrade just from touching air. If it was a weak poison that was difficult to degrade like what the female thief who kidnapped Elena was using, there was exclusive sheath that could be used to preserve the poison. That was what Jelf told me. But that wasn't what I sought. It wasn't like I was fixated with any particular way of fighting. If it was for the sake of killing an opponent who I had to kill no matter what, I wouldn't hesitate to use cowardly method. But if I got too focused on poison from continuously fighting by relying on it, it felt like I wouldn't be able to arrive at the strength that I sought. This was simply my selfishness. It was 37 orcs with this. There wasn't any sign of sentry at the east. When I headed to the south next, I only found 3 orcs that were still awake. There should be a lot more orcs at here and the west area, but perhaps it was those orcs who were in the hunting team or the orc soldiers team. Perhaps these 3 here were awake was for taking turns with the patrolling orcs. Those 3 orcs were sitting in a circle while eating something that looked like a long yam. Troublesome. I observed them for a while but they showed no sign of moving from that spot. So I carried out their assassination forcefully. I used feel to the 2 orcs at the opposite side. Those 2 felt like their ears were touched and looked back. I raised my sound and ran toward the back of the one orc who looked puzzled seeing what the other orcs were doing. Then I used my running momentum to stab the orc's skull with a black dagger until it went out from its mouth. Goba. The 2 orcs looked forward again hearing that strange voice. I already let go of the black dagger at that time and jumped over the murdered orc. The palm heels of my hands struck their jaws to return their gazes back to behind. The orcs who were unable to catch sight of me were unable to think of the pain and impact as an attack. I quickly pulled out 2 knives from my boots and stabbed the knives into their brains from the base of their ears while they still couldn't understand what was going on. The 2 of them were assassinated simultaneously. It was a total of 40 orcs killed with this. The corpses were letting out a lot of blood. The bloody smell would spread out and it might get noticed anytime. The remaining enemies were the orc general at the center, 1 orc soldier, and then some 10-odd normal orcs. But the problem wasn't the number. After all, just 1 orc general was as big of a threat as 50 orcs. Phew. I let out my anxiety together with the air inside my lungs. Then I lightly stretched my body to keep it flexible. Both my stamina and mana had only recovered around 70%. My body too, although I didn't have any injury like pull tendon or bleeding, My whole body was feeling small pain all over, perhaps because of the blows I received and the exhaustion. Could I do it in this condition? Even so, I had no choice but to do it, I guess. I moved inside the darkness and ran toward the center of the village where the orc general should be at. When I arrived there, I took a lesson from my previous failure and scouted the place first. There were 11 normal orcs that I could see just from looking with my eyes that perceived magic particle. All of them were gathered at the central square to finish their preparation for attacking the town. At the center of that was an orc soldier watching the surrounding vigilantly. It was carrying an unrefined bow that seemed to be made from a bent young tree and bowstring. And then the huge orc that was taller than 3 meters at the back must be the orc general. I got down from the tree and climbed to the rooftop of the dilapidated house that was nearest to the orcs. I removed the short arrow from the crossbow gimmick on my hand protector and took out the steel short arrow that could fly the farthest from my pouch. I checked it for any scratch or bending. Originally the small crossbow that Master passed down to me was a weapon for close quarter to keep the enemy within 5-meter range in check. It had no strength to pierce through a monster's skull even in such close distance. Even when it was shot toward a wooden plank, it wouldn't be able to pierce deeply if the distance was more than 5 buildings. Just from looking at the distance like this, I felt that it would be pointless even if I shot at the orc general. Most likely it would be able to dodge long-range attack even if it was a surprise attack. Even so, the reason I climbed on the roof was for sniping at the bow orc soldier. The distance was 40 meters based on my eye measurement. Even the steel arrow that could fly in longer distance couldn't possibly pierce its skull. That was why I used my trump card in order to make this sniping worked. I took out 2 small white porcelain bottles from storage. I carefully removed the lid of one of them and poured several drops on a leaf that I had prepared. Then I closed the lid again. I removed the lid from the other jar and dipped the arrow's tip in it. Then I closed the lid and returned the 2 jars back into storage before I finally let out my breath. I mixed the tip of the arrow that I dipped into the drug with the drug that I trickled on the leaf. The steel arrow instantly rusted and a strong stink rose from it. This was a deadly poison that Master created. When separated into 2 liquids, they were almost harmless, but they would change into a powerful corroding poison when mixed. I never used it until now because just inhaling its scent was dangerous. Even the user would be damaged if they used something like this twice in a day. Furthermore, it was weak against water and its effectiveness would degrade just from coming into contact with the water vapor in the air. I paid attention to not breathe in the fumes or to even blow my breath to it while inserting the arrow carefully into the crossbow. Then I chanted the darkness magic that I built up in my head. Wait, it was the dark magic not to change weight but to direct an object to the selected direction. I called it magic instead of sorcery because I had changed its composition and increased its precision. My archery skill was only level 1, but if I used it in conjunction with dark magic level 3, I could increase its accuracy and range and power dramatically. The orc general raised its head at that timing. The bow orc soldier let out a yell of warning while readying its bow. The bow orc sensed me. Perhaps because of the poison's scent or because I used magic. It knocked an arrow that might be as tall as me on its bow that might reach 2 meters wide. It drew the bow powerfully and aimed toward me, but I continued pouring mana into my crossbow while carefully taking aim. Even then, a bead of sweat trickled down my forehead due to my extreme concentration. The bow orc who had level 4 archery lifted the corner of its lips in a smirk and aimed not at my body but my face. Shpan! The bow orc fired its arrow. It sliced through air and approached with howling sound. I burned its trajectory into my eye and fired the arrow in my crossbow gimmick too. Inside my internal thought that was lengthened by more than 30% using body strengthening. I had twisted my neck the moment the arrow was fired. The excessively precise trajectory sliced several strands of my hair as it flew past right beside my head. The crossbow's arrow that flew through exactly the same trajectory with the orc's arrow shot through the left eye of the bow orc that froze in fear for an instant. The 41st. You weren't weak. But my resolve toward death was simply a bit higher than yours. Goobuga. The bow orc who was hit by the poisoned arrow pressed its hands on its face while shrieking. It then collapsed with half of its face turning bluish-black centered on its left eye that was hit by my arrow. It was already losing its life. The orcs who were making a ruckus by such gruesome death fell silent. This poison was something that I received from Master with very strict warning attached when I returned once at Master's place. But I could understand why, seeing its power. It would be me who died first before the enemy if I relied on something like that too easily. Gaga. The orc general returned the orcs who were roaring in fear back to their senses. It exchanged glare with me who was standing on the roof. He was putting on countless metal rings on its naked upper body as substitute for armor. On its lower body it was wearing a large insect shell as armor. It was a huge orc with height that surpassed 3 meters. The orc general considered me as enemy after I killed the orc soldier. Orc General Race Beast Demi-Human Rank 5 Magic Power 173/190 Stamina 347/710 Overall Combat Strength 973/1622 Opening parenthesis with Body Strengthening 1177/1961 Closing parenthesis 40% down Status Weakened. Several orcs noticed the gaze and found me on the roof. They threw their crude spears at me like scared children. I didn't dodge and entangled one spear with my mantle to grab it. Then I immediately threw it back. It pierced the neck of an unlucky orc that was looking for something to throw. The 42nd. If you possessed combat skills to a certain degree, you wouldn't be amateurish even when handling a weapon you never used before. I couldn't use spear's battle technique, but even I could do something simple like throwing it back. Gah! The Orc General let loose its war cry seeing its underlings getting attacked. It swiftly reacted by charging forward. It used the black hexagon pole in its hand to mow down the house I was standing on from below to blow away the building together with me. It was a pitch black hexagon pole with length that might be around 2,5 meters. This feeling, it might be made from magic iron. Far from destroying it, even parrying might be impossible against something like that. But my bad. I didn't have any plan to fight you head-on. I was starting to retreat the instant the Orc General charged forward. I rode on the pulverized rubble that whirled through the air to leap at the other side of the house. Then I landed using my legs' muscle strength and joint to cushion the impact. The Orc General pulverized the remaining wall and closed the distance right behind. But my figure wasn't there. I had left behind shadow as bait and left that spot to rush toward the normal orcs. It was as though I was switching spot with the Orc General. One orc looked startled by my approach. I stabbed the black dagger into the orc's fearfully twitching face using my running momentum. 43rd. The powerful poison didn't only kill the target, it also made those watching to be scared. I targeted the bow orc soldier first, not only because it was higher ranked monster, but also as example to bind the others with fear by killing that stronger variant cruelly. I pulled out the dagger from the orc's head. At the same time I turned while kicking the jaw of the orc at the side, making its jaw wide open. I stabbed that unprotected spot into its brain. Gah! One orc noticed that and charged me with a stone axe. But it was hesitant. It was scared of fighting me directly. Your attack wouldn't hit like that. I dodged the stone axe it swung down. The orc lost its balance and fell forward. I planted the black dagger into the orc's fearful eye. 45th. Gaga. Level 5's pressure shook the air together with its war cry. The Orc General returned. The Orc General found me and came running while raising up its hexagon pole. One orc broke free from its fear thanks to that war cry and charged forward with a rusty spear. Their distance to me was different, but I gauged that they would arrive almost at the same time. I used stealth while chanting dark magic. Shadow. Shadow didn't work by deceiving the opponent's sight. It was a dark magic that deceived night vision. The shadow overlapped with my body before it separated from me as though I was splitting into two. Even so, the Orc General accurately determined the real me and swung its pole. But that attack smashed the skull of a normal orc that got tricked by the shadow and cut into the path of the attack. 46th. Gawak. The Orc General roared furiously, seeing its subordinates being killed one after another. But I already started running from this open space toward the area that had a lot of houses grouped up, which provided a lot of cover. A group of orc wasn't an opponent that could be held back by facing them alone. No matter the situation, the correct choice would be to join the Adventurer Guild's recruitment drive or wait for the arrival of the Noble's army. But there was also ways of fighting that could only be done when alone. If one could ignore the fear of being tortured to death gruesomely if they got captured, a stealth fighter like me had ways of fighting even by myself. One of those ways was by poisoning the opponent's food from the start. The other way was by using guerrilla war. I entered into the housing area. At the same time I blended my magic particles with the air around me and used stealth. I erased my presence inside darkness and blended in. This wouldn't work in an open space, but even Orc General shouldn't be able to find me easily in this place with a lot of cover. Dogyun. I heard a thunderous sound from several houses at the next moment. The neighboring house that was visible from the window had been blown aside. Most likely the Orc General was destroying the houses after it lost sight of me. I created shadow once more and made it run on the roof. The Orc General started moving after it. I threw a knife at its back. The Orc General heard the faint sound of the knife cutting through air. It turned around while swinging its hexagon pole and deflected the knife, but the other knife that was flying in the shadow of the first knife stabbed into the general's shoulder. I had confirmed that even my knife could pierce its skin. Perhaps it was because it was in a weakened state and its parameters lowered. Gah! The wall of the dilapidated house where I was hiding got pulverized by the general's pole. I dodged by jumping out of the window just a moment before it. I rolled forward on the ground and stood up. Then I leapt into the window of the opposite side without pause. Doggone. The next moment, the house where I was in just now got pulverized by the hexagon pole. The Orc General had lost sight of me when it got out on the street. It destroyed the surrounding houses to vent its rage. As expected, its skill and senses were in different class despite its lowered combat strength. If I used drug even in the slightest amount, it would surely locate my position immediately even if it wasn't a poison. I took some distance from the rampaging Orc General. I sneaked behind an Orc who couldn't concentrate from fear while searching for me alone. I assassinated it by driving the black dagger into its neck. 4070H. In this situation it would be better to deal with the other Orcs without taking risk to attack the Orc General. It was troublesome because I had to use a lot of strength for assassinating Orc, but I could see a small chance of victory by continuing to deal with the normal Orcs one by one like this and continuously injuring the Orc General even if only little by little. The only thing I could do was believing that while continuing my offensive. So I sensed killing intent and mana in that moment and leapt out from the house's window. A tremendous amount of mana passed above my ducking head. My own body also got blown away like leaves being blown by wind. Even so I adjusted my posture to land safely. What happened? The shockwave passed me by. When the cloud of dust and the noise in my night vision cleared up, I saw around 10 houses had been blown away with only their foundation left behind. It was as though the area had been turned into a clearing. Perhaps it was a level 5 battle technique, a pole skill that even I didn't know about. I only knew battle techniques until level 4. But they should only have the power of normal attack that got heightened by several times. Was level 5 battle technique could be this powerful? I was kneeling on the ground in an area where there were only foundations remaining. The remaining 5 Orcs vigilantly kept their distance while surrounding me so that I couldn't escape. The Orc General was calmly approaching me with its hexagon pole leaning on its shoulder. So this was rank 5. I could only run around when fighting Grave, who was also a rank 5, but, to think that even weakened, the gap was still this vast. Gah! The Orc Generals commanded its subordinate Orcs to attack. Was this the composure of the strong? Or it wanted to torture me to take revenge for its murdered comrades? The 5 Orcs attacked simultaneously. Even the fear against poison was mostly meaningless with their ruler the Orc General staying nearby. I parried the rusty spear tip that was thrust toward me with the black dagger. I rolled forward to dodge the stone axe that attacked from behind. A lump of metal flew at me. That moment my posture became unbalanced. I barely avoided it before the metal lump sunk into the ground. An Orc took advantage of that opening and approached from behind. Its club sent me flying. I managed to quickly use my left hand's protector to block it, but it reduced my stamina by 10%. The metal lump that came flying at me. It was the metal bracelet that the Orc General was wearing. It seemed that it didn't have any intention to let me fight. Should I use dark magic? But would I be able to trick its target using illusion to trick 5 senses while said target was observing me directly? Even if I created multiple shadows, I didn't know whether I would be able to dodge all attacks in a situation where I couldn't switch with any of them. Not only that, it would also waste my little remaining mana. Gah! The Orcs attacked once more. I dodged the club that was swinging down at me and pointed my dagger, but the Orc General's bracelet flew at me again in that moment. So I got distracted. I could only dodge both attacks half-heartedly because of that. And so the bracelet grazed my side while the spear that thrust from behind grazed my shoulder. Shadow. I could only use it even if it would be a waste. But the Orc General's bracelet came flying the instant I tried to use magic. Another Orc had waited at where I was dodging and kicked me. My magic's composition dispersed. Another rusty spear came attacking. I could only roll on the ground to dodge, crawl like a cat, and continue to dodge the attack of the Orcs without being able to attack. The Orcs were sporting cruel smile while surrounding me again. Far from being able to attack, I wasn't even allowed to stand up anymore. Come to think of it, I was also cornered when meeting Viro for the first time. I was on all fours on the ground, grasping the soil with my claws. Why did I do that again? I see. There isn't any need to fixate on standing on 2 legs. When I spoke, an Orc got provoked and thrust with its spear. But I gave up already on forcing myself to stand up. I kicked on the ground with one leg while still crouching down. I changed position using the weight of my waist, Then I rotated as though I was sliding on the ground using one hand as pivot to dodge the spear tip. Next I entangled a pendulum string on the orc's leg by moving my hand like a clawing cat. Boo. The orc stopped moving for a moment, seeing the strange movement I displayed. A bracelet came flying from the general, but it was too late. Wait. I used magic in that very short opening and pulled the string that was wrapped around the confused orc. My weightless body was lifted up, and using that momentum I planted my black dagger between the eyes of the entangled orc. 48th. The female thief I fought before used her flexible body to dodge and attack in surprising ways. For scout class that had limited destructive power, such way had important meaning of confusing the enemy. The orc general leaned forward, seeing my suddenly changed movement, and threw its bracelet. The orcs were also attacking with their weapons at the same time. I lied down like a cat and dodged them. I kept such posture while rotating using my waist's weight and kicking my foot. I slid using the effect of weight to change my weight's direction to slid between an orc's legs. I wrapped string around its leg while kicking up at the orc's growth using the blade inserted inside my boots. The orc general seemed to lose composure seeing the situation. It rushed forward with its hexagon rod in hand and executed a sharp attack. I fell backward and pulled on my string strongly. With that, the orc whose crotch got kicked staggered and got its head smashed open by the hexagon rod. 49th. The general's leg tried to stomp on me, who was crawling on the ground. I pulled the string that was still wrapped around the orc's leg to slid away. The orc general's movement slowed from a momentary bewilderment. Now, I used weight's effect and the stretched string to strain the muscles of my whole body like bow. Then my body got fired in high speed like a single arrow. The speed surpassed the orc general's kinetic vision. I surpassed even the movement of the hexagon rod that tried to intercept me. The black dagger tore the general's face. The orc general groaned in pain from its torn face. I flew past the orc general. I landed with a thrust into the forehead of the unlucky orc who happened to be there. After that I breathed hard with a feeling of lethargy assaulting me for an instant. It was shallow. If I stabbed with the dagger in that speed, even an orc general should get fatally injured. But the general managed to move its face slightly and avoided direct hit even against such speed. If it could dodge like that, then using the black knife that was currently under repair might leave more damage than the black dagger, but a knife was lacking as a finisher in the first place, so it was pointless to hypothesize that. Rather than that, what was this feeling of lethargy? This sensation was similar like when I used body strengthening for the first time. No. It was a bit different. I felt lethargy and heat accumulating in my muscles like when I used battle technique for the first time. I was concentrating and circulating mana through my whole body, but what could be the cause of this? I guessed that it was thanks to that I could move faster than expected, but there wasn't any time to ponder about that right now. The remaining enemies were only this orc general and two orcs who were looking at me fearfully. Perhaps there were also still other orcs who were out hunting, but it wouldn't be a problem to leave them alone if they weren't here. The general glared at me through the gap of its fingers that were pressing on its face, then it spoke with word. This thing. I had heard that superior variant had high intellect, but it could talk with human language. Perhaps because orc general had different vocal cord structure than human, the words it let out were halting and slow. Human. Whoa, man. Why, attack us. Why, kill comrades. From where the orcs stood, I was an evil who attacked their settlement and killed their comrades. What was right and what was wrong would also change with the change in perspective. Mankind that consisted of human race and demi-human races wouldn't always be in the right. Even mankind's enemy, the demon race, should have their own reason why they were hostile toward mankind. There were even good people among such feared demon race, just like Master. But what meaning such thing had? I understood your claim, but I too had a reason why I couldn't withdraw. I don't hold any resentment toward any of you. Even animal will fight with their life on the line to protect their children if someone else enter their turf. You guys had become enemy ever since you appeared here. That's all there is to it. In the first place, conflict wouldn't occur if this was a world where everyone could be satisfied. If you came to take things from others, then surely you also had the resolve to have things taken from you, right? Humans were also the same. That was why conflict would never end. Got it. The orc general narrowed its eyes at my simple answer and seemed to think of something. Its hand left its bloody face and it held the hexagon rod with both hands. From its stance I could feel no haughtiness as the strong, and how it recognized me not as assailant but formidable enemy. The fearful two orcs might have also sensed the general's feeling. They grasped their weapons tightly and stood at the sides of the orc general. My name, Gol'ul. Warrior. Your name? Arya. I see. Here I come. Arya! The Orc General Gol'ul roared. At the same time he rushed forward explosively and struck with his hexagon rod. I dodged it in a hair's breadth. I placed a single hand on the ground and kicked on the ground with one foot. I moved flowingly without pause while handstanding and planting the blade in my boot from right below into the jaw of an approaching orc. Gol'ul finally got serious. Although his body was weakened from poison, there was a large gap in skill between him and rank 3 like me. I could only rival him in speed. My parameters weren't lowered, but my mana and stamina already dipped below half due to the accumulating fatigue. Did I still have a chance to win even in this situation? Until just now I also considered the option of running away in the worst case. But now I had discarded such thinking. Gol'ul recognized me as an enemy. He discarded his pride as the strong and challenged me in battle proudly despite his weakened body. If I ran away from Gol'ul right now, it felt like I wouldn't be able to go up to this stage anymore. The strength that I wished for wasn't just power, I would become strong at heart. The orc who got his throat gouged vomited foaming blood while falling down. Gol'ul used that orc as cover as he approached and thrust forward with his hexagon rod. I bent backward to dodge that and opened a distance between us by crawling on the ground. Rod had wide range of attack because it didn't have an easy to understand threat like a sharp edge. It could thrust like a spear, slash like a great sword, and crush like a hammer. It looked like I could fight Gol'ul equally because his agility had decreased, but all my bones would be broken if I got hit directly. Shadow Snatch. I created 4 darkness with dark magic and scattered them around me at the same time. Gol'ul stayed wary toward the darkness while rotating his rod above his head. Then he grabbed the end of the rod and swung down. The distance of more than 3 meters was instantly closed in by the rod and the arm's length. I used footwork and slid away while using my own shadow to fire crossbow arrow from the darkness that was floating beside Gol'ul's head. Gol'ul saw the fired arrow and dodged by sight. His rod smashed the ground and caused fragments to hit my body. But I opened the distance once more using the opening that was created from that. I was at least able to prevent him from continuing his attack. I was unable to use magic effectively because of Gol'ul's cautiousness. Shadow Snatch was convenient to use, but it also had weakness. An object had to be covered with magic particles in order for the effect of space-type dark magic to extend to it. With storage I could take out Pendulum outside although it had a bundle of string attached to it, but to make something travel from shadow to shadow, there needed to be a clear separation. In the battle against Spear Orc Soldier, I was able to make its spear travel through shadow because I was directly touching it. When the Sword Orc Soldier stepped on hidden weapon from the shadow on the ground, it was still wrapped in darkness and completely separated. That was why I couldn't do something like stabbing blade into shadow to attack at a location far away. I could only send throwing weapon or sorcery using Shadow Snatch. But see, Gol'ul. You didn't know the depth of dark magic. Gar? One of the darkness that Gol'ul hit cracked and a sphere of light fell out from inside. It released a powerful light for just a moment. Space-type dark magic contained spell formula and caused various phenomenon. The darkness just now sustained the daily life magic light and directly sent it out when it almost reached 0. There was also the possibility of light and darkness cancelling each other, but by enveloping light with non-elemental magic particles, the magic didn't vanish and activate in the end. I rushed toward Gol'ul with all my strength the moment it lighted up and blinded him. I used the effect of weight that was still remaining and body strengthening and closed the distance of 5 meters in a single breath with speed that was twice that of ordinary person. I thrust the black dagger toward Gol'ul who was covering his eyes. But that full-powered attack pierced the chest of the last remaining orc. It was unknown whether it was just a coincidence or it tried to protect Gol'ul even with its eyes burned by light. Either way the dagger went through its breastbone and got buried until the hilt. The moment I tried to pull it out, Gol'ul's hexagon rod hit that orc together with me while his eyes were still closed shut. I rolled on the ground and vomited out blood. Even so it still wasn't fatal. Most likely he counterattacked with only his detection without relying on night vision. The large body of the orc served as a cushion and I managed to at least avoid a direct hit. Gol'ul narrowed his pained eyes and glared at me. He held his hexagon rod with both hands once more. I too filled my legs with strength and stood up. I thought my bones weren't broken. There also wasn't anywhere that felt terribly painful in my muscles or joints. Even so I was aware that my stamina had lowered down until almost the limit. I would be able to restore my stamina and wound if I used light magic's high heal. But I didn't think that Gol'ul would give me the time to construct level 3 magic. And even if I used it, my mana would become almost empty. If it was heal that I was used to cast then I might be able to use it after looking for an opening but no, let's forget it. Rather than wasting mana to give myself small recovery, it would be better to use it for attacking instead. Even if I managed to restore my stamina, It would be pointless if I didn't have any finishing move. This was the weakness of Scout class. Although this class excelled in surviving, unlike Sorcerer or Warrior class, I had no finishing move. I had somehow made it until now. I thought that anyone would die if I could stab them with blade. That was fine if I was against normal adventurer. But now I realized that alone wouldn't be enough to face against the strong like rank 5 or above by myself. I needed a finishing move. A powerful attack, just like what the battle technique that Gol'ul used. We slowly faced each other. I lowered my waist and raised the black dagger. Gol'ul seemed to feel something and he lowered his waist as though he had resolved himself. He twisted his waist and raised his hexagon rod far above his head. That was the level 5 battle technique that Gol'ul used. I felt the mana inside his body was heightening while I exhaled and accelerated my thought. Remember the feeling from before. The attack that tore Gol'ul's face. The level of my magic power control had also increased from training my body strengthening. The level of my non-elemental magic that was in charge of battle technique had also increased. Not a single one of them was something complete. It would be no good if even a single one of those three was absent. The battle technique in close quarter combat skill was nothing more than an assistant tool. When I looked using my eyes at the mana flowing throughout my whole body when using body strengthening, there wasn't only non-elemental magic particles there. It was slight but elemental magic particles were also mixing in. I paid no attention to that until now, because I thought that it was only normal. But if mana was likened as water, wasn't that mixed in elemental magic particles something like off flavor? That attack was a result of extreme focus. Until now I absorbed magic particles from the surrounding and blended it into my own mana to use elemental magic. But by concentrating I concluded that I used my own magic particles before they were turned into mana. The magic particles inside me were purely non-elemental. Using them in that state had bad efficiency, so they would be refined into mana first, but various elements got mixed in during that process. When using non-elemental magic, one should only use purely non-elemental mana. In that case this time I should consciously remove any element from my mana. Even if normally that couldn't be done, it should be possible using my eyes that could see the color of magic particle. Concentrate. Threw away the off flavor with the delicateness that was like pinching iron sand from among the other grains of sand using a pincet. Refined my non-elemental mana to be as clear as a transparent glass. My non-elemental mana was visibly becoming even more transparent. The mana that was flowing along the blood inside my whole body was flowing even faster. All my muscles got tinged with heat due to the speed of the mana. This state was like when I was on the verge of using battle technique. Gol'ul sensed my mana and swung down his hexagon rod. His battle technique was unleashed. Inside my mind that was accelerated through extreme focus, I was able to perceive the mana of the swung down rod smashing the ground, creating shockwave, and spreading it. The mana rushing inside my whole body couldn't be controlled and became consumed in the blink of eye. I kicked on the ground in that instant and rushed forward. My body surpassed even the limit of body strengthening. I left behind even the scenery that was reflected in my eyes, jumped over the shockwave that Gol'ul unleashed before it could spread through the ground, and hit Gol'ul whose eyes were wide open in astonishment. Exclamation mark. My body couldn't endure the recoil and got blown away. I was rolling behind Gol'ul for dozens of meters. Kefu. I lied spread-eagled on the ground and immediately got a violent coughing fit. Blood flowed out from my mouth. I could only move my eyes, and what entered my sight at the distance was Gol'ul's huge body slowly falling backward. With my body that became unable to even move after losing almost all stamina and mana, I saw the black dagger that was stabbed deeply between Gol'ul's eyes. After I confirmed his death, I closed my eyes in a silent prayer and darkness quietly enveloped my mind. Aria, Alicia, race, human - rank 3, magic power, 4 250 10 up stamina, 7 210 up, strength, 9, 12 endurance, 9, 12 agility, 13, 17 dexterity, 8, short sword skill level 3 martial art level 4 1 up throwing level 3 archery level 1. Defense level 3 string control level 4 light magic level 3 darkness magic level 3 non-elemental magic level 4 1 up daily life magic times 6 magic power control level 4 pressure level 4 1 up stealth level 4 night vision level 2 search level 4 poison resistance level 3 simple appraisal overall combat strength 612 with body strengthening 732-36 Sup. Heroine Survival Volume 3 Chapter 9. New weapon and nostalgic face. Anything to report? Nothing for now. It's eerily quiet. A town soldier asked the question. The rank 2 adventurer Kevin, who was keeping watch on the watchtower, was looking toward the harvested wheat field spreading outside the town and the forest that was visible at the other side with a grim look. The damage wasn't that serious because the harvest had been finished, but the seeds planting might also get affected if this situation continued. But that wasn't the only reason for Kevin's grim look. Nearly 1 month had passed since the townspeople started evacuating in full scale. Currently the townspeople who could move had finished evacuating, but the sick and their family were still remaining. They were asked to gather at the public hall in the center of the town as countermeasure, but even that would still take several days. The lord of this territory, Baron Horace, had asked for reinforcement from his caregiver Count Taurus. With it the preparation of 1,400 soldiers that also included the army from other noble houses to depart was finally completed. The rank 4 scout that the Adventurer Guild found had also already arrived in the Baron territory. Currently they were starting to have discussion with the Guildmaster and other rank 3 adventurers in this territory whether there was a way for them to defeat the Orc General. The Baron felt some relief after hearing that information, and he finally sent 50 soldiers as advance party. Those soldiers were working together with the soldiers in this town right now to evacuate the townspeople. The Adventurer Guild also put up a quest for helping the town after the rank 4 adventurer arrived. 2 rank 3 parties took up the quest and they were working together with Kevin's party to prepare for any unforeseen attack from the orcs. There was still no new information about the orcs. It was caused partly because the scouts were hesitant to undertake such dangerous mission, but partly it was also because the rank 3 girl who should be doing that information gathering right now still hadn't returned. As promised, it looks like we'll make it in time with the evacuation of the townspeople who can move. You adventurers also repelled the orcs who came before this. The familiar soldier who previously in charge of keeping watch of the area around the gate climbed up on the foothold created behind the stone wall and looked toward the same direction where Kevin was looking at. There had been no movement for more than 3 weeks, but several days ago, they discovered 5 orcs trying to take out food from the storehouse. Kevin's party and a rank 3 party worked together to finish them off. The orcs weren't as scary as the rumor made them out to be. We would manage somehow with just ourselves even without that girl going off. She won't be able to do anything significant anyway. She should just run home right away. Kevin. You said that, but you're the one who is the most worried for that girl. Who's worried? I'm just angry because that girl acted as she pleased. The girl called Arya said that she would buy time until the evacuation of the townspeople was finished and headed to the orc settlement alone. Even though she was just a girl who was still in her early teen, she possessed strength that made rank 2 looked powerless before her. Nobody was able to stop Arya from going. Arya had already departed when Kevin woke up from being beaten up until he fainted. That girl took my words too seriously. This isn't something she should do by herself. Kevin muttered those words with a dejected tone. His acquaintance soldier grinned knowingly. She was a pretty girl, wasn't she? Did getting punched made you fall in love? Stupid idiot. Ain't no way I'll fall in love with that kind of brat. She was an eye-catching beauty despite the trace of immaturity that still remained in her look. He didn't notice when he was harboring dissatisfaction toward the girl, but looking back he noticed her consideration in the subtle details. The girl didn't pamper or reject Kevin. She treated him as a warrior from the start. That was exactly why she used harsh words to rouse him up while going to the most dangerous place by herself to practice what she preached. A part of the soldiers and adventurers in town were saying in contempt that the girl was already killed or that she ran away from the start. But Kevin was the one who got angry and argued against those detractors the most. There was no way that girl would run away. For some reason that was the one thing that he could say with complete confidence. Kevin's behavior toward the girl wasn't how one treated a junior adventurer no matter how others looked at it, but the town soldiers didn't bring it up and change the topic. Well, setting that aside, thank God that the orcs aren't that strong. I heard that orc is a rank 3 monster. But is it really not as strong as what the rumors say? You're mistaken. The scout of the rank 3 party that was staying in this town had climbed up on the stone wall's foothold without them noticing. He was the scout who investigated the state of the orc force by the feudal lord's request when the orc was discovered, so he knew just how much of a threat the orcs were. That was exactly why he participated in the town's defense this time with his party. Doyle-san. What do you mean? The orc that Kevin happened to see before left very strong impression in him. but the orcs that appeared before this got defeated so easily it felt anticlimax. Though perhaps that was also thanks to the help from Doyle's party. Doyle paused for a beat at Kevin's questioning look before he lit his smoking pipe. You know how I infiltrated into their settlement, right? The condition of the orcs who came before this was strange, so I tried to appraise them. I found out that all of them were in weakened state that halved their combat strength. It was as though they got poisoned by someone. It wouldn't be that strange if it was just one or two orcs who were in such state. But it was a different story if all the orcs were in the same condition. A veteran scout who was at his later 30s said that as he inhaled the smoke from his smoking pipe. Kevin and the soldier felt the credibility from the story and looked at each other. Don't tell me ... it's her? She said that she will buy time, but the figure of the ash-covered girl flashed in the mind of Kevin and the soldier. Doyle had heard about the girl but he hadn't met her personally. He lightly shook his head. I'm not saying that. Even I couldn't enter to the middle of that abandoned village and could only observe from outside. Do you get it? I was scared. Death will definitely wait for me if I got discovered. If I want to poison that many orcs all at the same time, I'll need to infiltrate inside the village and stay undiscovered for more than 10 days at the very least. Sorry, but I don't have the guts for something like that. A veteran scout said that it was impossible for him. Then, why was the orcs weakened? What was the reason that the confirmed superior variants hadn't showed themselves until now? In the first place, what was the reason for the orcs to never come attacking here even after more than 1 month? Oi, something's coming. A soldier who was standing guard in another watchtower yelled. Kevin and others went to the edge of the stone wall and leaned forward until they almost felt to focus their gaze toward the field. Then they saw a small silhouette approaching from away while bringing something like a long rod. That girl. Oi, Kevin. Kevin's eyes widened and he broke into the run toward the gate. The soldier and Doyle also followed behind him. They came out of the gate together with the other gathered adventurers and soldiers. Kevin, who was running at the lead, yelled the girl's name when he got near. Arya. Kevin? The girl was wearing a mantle that had become covered in mud and tears like a dirty rag. She was dragging a bag that was made from skin while shouldering a huge rod. She repositioned the rod on her shoulder while turning a tired face toward their approach. Kevin gulped, feeling her ghastly atmosphere and the dried blood on her cheeks and hair. His acquaintance soldier stepped forward and called out with a nervous face. What happened to you? What about the orcs? The orcs won't attack again. There might be still several remaining, but the superior variants are already gone at the very least. Gone. Just what are you saying? Wait, Kevin. Doyle stopped Kevin, who tried to press for an answer, and turned his eyes toward the black rod Arya was carrying. Hey, tell me one thing. That magic iron rod, isn't that the orc general's weapon? The adventurers and soldiers couldn't understand Doyle's words and looked bewildered. Arya ignored them and turned toward Doyle. You want it? I brought it with me, but it's really heavy. No thanks. Let me ask one more thing. Are the orcs already gone? They're scattered through the forest and the abandoned village, so go check it yourself. Can I go already? I'm tired. Got it. Arya looked really exhausted. Doyle shivered just like when he discovered superior variants of orc in the forest. He unconsciously backed off to open a path. Oi! Kevin tried to stop Arya, but Doyle grabbed his shoulder and shook his head quietly. When that small back vanished into the town's gate, Doyle spoke to the soldiers and other adventurers with a grim face. Someone, look for my teammates and tell them to gather in the meeting place. We're going to go check the forest and the orc settlement after this. Doyle and Kevin's parties departed within that same day for investigation. Then several days later, deep inside the forest and in the abandoned village that the orcs turned into their base, they found more than 50 orc corpses, including the superior variants with magic stone already taken from their hearts. After that, they returned to the town to ask for a more detailed explanation, but the ash-covered girl was already gone. Then Doyle recalled a certain information that he heard from the nature of his job as scout, rumors from various places, and people involved with the Thief Guild. It was an information that said how a person who destroyed a branch of Assassin Guild alone, got into hostility with the whole Assassin Guild itself, and crushed multiple thief guilds in several cities while slaughtering every single person there was still a young girl. Doyle himself only thought of it as a stupid rumor when he heard about those. And even if the stories were true, he made light of them, thinking that there must be some exaggeration mixed in for laugh. But a person who happened to actually be present in the scene and luckily survived said that the stories were true with a look of terror. Doyle turned his gaze toward the direction of the town where the Baron was living, where that girl must be heading to, and muttered in a daze into the wind. So she's actually exist. The Ash Crown Princess. The day. When I woke up after fainting from defeating Gol'ul, the blue sky was spread out in front of me. My stamina and mana were reduced to the extreme. If my damage was just a bit more severe, I would enter a hungry state while still unconscious and died from emaciation. I couldn't move my body even after waking up because I used my physical ability past the limit. The muscles and joints through my whole body were greatly burdened. That was my guess. Other than that, there was also the recoil from the sudden deceleration when I stabbed the dagger. The bone of my right upper arm broke and my shoulder was also dislocated. I also received damage from blows on several places of my body that also reached my internal organ. Even I was puzzled that I was still alive. It was lucky that my head at least didn't get injured. I would surely never wake up again if my head also got injured. With me returning to the land of the living, I confirmed my present situation despite the haziness of my mind. I used daily life magic water using my slightly recovering mana to create water around my head. Then I supped the muddy water on the ground to regain my energy even for just a little. If there was still even one orc surviving, I wouldn't be able to do anything in this state and got killed. It was a pain because the amount of mana flowing inside my body became irregular. Perhaps the magic power circuit inside my body wasn't working well, but I adjusted it using my magic power control that had leveled up and repaired my body bit by bit using cure. With that, my hand became able to move while trembling and I grabbed my few remaining nutrition pills and consumed them. Like that, one whole day passed before I finally recovered to a point where I could move. I had accumulated fatigue and damage. My stamina and mana couldn't recover for more than 50%. But it would take time for me to recover even if I stayed here, and so I decided to do what needed to be done before leaving from here. I collected the black dagger from the forehead of the dead Golgul, then used my steel knife to take out his magic stone from his chest. I was an adventurer. I didn't kill based on hatred. That was why I wouldn't waste his death as a monster and used him as my nourishment. I found a skin bag that the orcs used for gathering food, went around the abandoned village to collect the magic stones from the orcs, and gathered my throwing knives, as many as possible. That night I roasted some edible wild plants and yam, and drank boiled water that was mixed with salt. Then I slept like a log until the sun rose after eating warm food for the first time in a month. When morning came, I left the abandoned village and also collected the magic stones of the orc soldiers that I left behind in the forest while walking to return to the town. I brought the magic iron rod that Golgul used just based on my whim. I didn't plan to call it a war trophy, but it would also displease me if some unknown person used it, so I decided to bring it with me for now, but I regretted it midway because of how heavy it was. When I returned to that small town, I only told the adventurers including Kevin and the soldiers that the threat was gone now. I dropped the whole process of clean up to them. I didn't say much because I was tired and it was troublesome to explain, but also because they would surely reach their own conclusion after seeing the actual scene rather than hearing long-winded explanation from me. It was doubtful anyway whether I would be believed if I tried to explain what I did, so this way was less troublesome to convince them. I couldn't see any townspeople other than the soldiers inside the town. It looked like the evacuation in preparation of the orcs' attack had progressed really far. I should have only bought time, but I did something that far surpassed that plan. But there was no problem because the worst case was averted with this. Maybe I found an inn that was still open inside that town and entered inside. It seemed to be a place that adventurers or soldiers were using as a station. I borrowed a spot at the corner and wrapped myself in my mantle before catching a sleep. Right now I wanted to sleep in a safe place even more than proper food. There was no guarantee that a place with other people around was safe, but it should be better than open space where wild animals and monsters loitered around. Perhaps there were only men around. I only found dried cheese and hard bread left on the table, so I washed them down into my stomach with water. After I got enough sleep and woke up, my stamina and mana had recovered until around 70%. A soldier returned almost at the same time when I woke up. I asked him some questions and heard how some adventurers and soldiers went to the abandoned village while I was sleeping. There was no need for me to wait for them to return. They might want me to explain, but I would have to explain in the guild anyway. I wasn't interested in giving the same explanation twice, so I immediately departed to the town where the guild was located. I had noticed since I started walking on the highway, but although there was fatigue, my body felt sharper than before. It was caused by my martial art and non-elemental magic reaching level 4. My elemental magic and combat skills didn't level up, so I was still rank 3, but physical ability-wise, I should be very close to rank 4. With this I finally got a foot on the stage where the strong stood. I was running when coming here, but I was walking when returning. It was in part because I still wasn't at full health, but it was also because I was still feeling uneasy with doing body strengthening. That technique that I used to defeat Golgul. I thought that it was like body strengthening in a rampaging state, but it consumed a lot of mana in one go and also put a lot of burden on the body. I never heard about this kind of phenomenon even from Master, but perhaps Galvez, who was knowledgeable about weapon, might know something. and then when I returned to the large town after 1 month, I found the number of guards increasing as countermeasure against Orc. This state of high alert wouldn't stop until they confirmed that the threat of Orc was already gone anyway, so I paid it little attention and headed toward the gate. I was seen with suspicion thanks to my ragged and dirty mantle, but the guard got surprised by my rank and appearance when I showed my Adventurer Guild tag and I was allowed inside easily. It had been 1 month since I was here last time, but there wasn't really anything different. Midway I visited a stall and bought some plants that I had run out of. Originally I should head to the Adventurer Guild first and gave simple explanation to that receptionist lady, but I headed to Galbuz's workshop first before that. I used stealth when entering a back alley like usual and moved soundlessly. I paid careful attention to the surrounding and confirmed that there wasn't any eye of the Thief Guild before lightly knocking on Galbuz's workshop. "Galbuz, you there?" There was the sound of hammer from inside, so I thought that he might be inside, but it seemed that he didn't hear me because of that. I called out first just in case before getting inside. Galbuz, who was making something at the forge, noticed me and his eyes widened. "Ash covered. You're completely beaten up. The protectors that Jelf made for me were only dirtied, but the mantle that was only made from leather needed to be replaced completely with how tattered it had become. I got into a fight. Is the weapon finished? Also this souvenir. You're pretty bad at giving explanation, huh? But this thing." I handed the luggage I shouldered. That was the magic iron rod. Galbuz took it and stared at it with curiosity before he groaned. "Yuma. This is a pretty old thing. It was roughly made, but it doesn't warped or bent even though it has been used quite often. The magic iron in it got pretty high purity." So he could learn that much just from a glance. "Can you create weapon using this?" "It's a lump of magic iron, so I can make a lot of things from it, but Oi, Ash covered. Where did you get this from?" "An Orc general used it." Huh? You said Orc general?" "Yep. That's for you, so tell me one thing." First I told Galbuz the short summary of what had happened until now, and then I talked about how my body strengthening went wild. Galbuz had gone past feeling exasperation and he sighed while holding his head in great perplexion. "You damn stupid idiot. It's unreasonable to tell an adventurer to not be reckless, but treasure your own body a bit more." "Sorry. And about the strange body strengthening. I'm only around rank 2 in fighting. Even so I believe that I'm pretty well informed when it come to weapon." Galbuz glared at me reproachfully, then he poured alcohol into a cup and gulped it down in one breath before he started talking. "I made weapon with the assumption that the user will use battle technique with it. That was why I investigated various things when I was young. The current battle technique had only existed for around 2,000 years. But it had a predecessor before that. What you used is most likely the origin battle technique." Galbuz said that what I used was a phenomenon that couldn't even be called a technique, the thing that became the basis for the current body strengthening and battle technique before they got systematized. "The heat from the rampaging body strengthening heightened my strength, but that was a double-edged sword. It seemed that by controlling non-elemental magic so that you could use that heat and then concentrating it to a single point would result in battle technique. With it, I wondered if I would be able to create my own battle technique using that, but it wasn't something that simple. After all, battle technique is something that the spirits created." Galbuz said that and drank alcohol again before he taught me more. "It was said that battle technique was a monosyllabic non-elemental magic, but the language used wasn't spirit language but the common language that human race used. Monsters like Orc didn't even us word and used battle technique just by roaring. In other words, it was no different from activation word like fire arrow or stone throw that was used in normal sorcery. And yet, if asked why there was a need to use voice, because that activation word's meaning itself was the magic. When that word that had meaning got recognized by spirit, it became spirit language of this world that had power. Just like how sorcery could activate as magic as long as you understood the right meaning. If you correctly understood the effect of close-quarter combat skills technique and battle technique themselves, that would act as magic composition that could activate battle technique or magic even just from a monster's roar. Our predecessors had repeated trial and error countless times for many years to do something about the rampaging heat, and the result was the currently existing battle technique that was created from the spirit's recognition. Just like how a weapon couldn't be created just from finding or, even if I did trial and error repeatedly in my spare time, it would take dozens of years until my effort took shape to become a new battle technique. And even if I managed to luckily complete it, I didn't think it would result in something that surpassed the existing battle techniques. By the way, the battle technique that Golchul used was so powerful because it was said that battle techniques of rank 5 and above were created by spirit for the sake of hero who guarded the balance of the world. In short, the current battle technique was the stabilized version of the unstable primitive body strengthenings technique. It was said that if you wanted to become strong safely, then using the existing battle techniques would be the shortest shortcut. The conclusion was I couldn't create a new battle technique. But, in that case, would I be able to control the rampaging heat itself? Ask someone else if it's about sorcery. Even you got your own sorcery teacher, right? Yes. I'll do that. That's important, but I've also finished your weapons forging and repair. First is the magic steel knife you left with me. Try holding it. Yes, the knife that I had entrusted my life to for this 2.5 years returned to my hand. When I tried holding it, its hilt wasn't slender for a kid to hold with 2 hands anymore. Its handle had become thicker again to be held in one hand. I was surprised by how it felt like the handle was glued into my hand. Can I try swinging it? Try cutting the charcoal there. I tossed one of the charcoals from the pile to the air before swiftly stepping forward and swung the knife. I split the brittle charcoal as though I was cutting a fruit. It was as though the black blade was brand new. There wasn't any cloudiness in it. The center of gravity was slightly leaning to the front while its sharpness was just like before, increasing its power. Yes. It's really good. Then, about the dagger I borrowed. I'll service it too. Just wait for a day. Isn't it a substitute weapon? The black dagger was something I borrowed as substitute weapon while the black knife was in repair. When I mentioned that, Galbers didn't answer and pulled out the black dagger from its sheath. He frowned. It's this damaged just in 1 month. Well, guess it's only natural if you used it to fight higher ranked orcs. Listen, ash-covered. This iron steel dagger is hard weapon that I created as a pair for that knife. Did you dislike it? No. I'd lose without that. I believe that my last attack only worked because I used that weapon. Then, just keep using it. That knife and dagger are siblings. It'll be too pitiful for them if you don't use them together, right? Yes. This eccentric old man is really soft-hearted. Also, take a look at the new weapon you requested. It's this. Galbers' eyes shined like a kid who had just gotten a toy. He opened the wrapping of the item he brought. For some reason the new blade for the pendulum that I requested from Galbers had 4 types. You'll change the way you use this weapon depending on your purpose, right? I tried creating various things based on those purposes. Galbers proudly explained with flushed face. All-purpose type diamond-shaped blade with moderate weight. It could be used for cutting, but it was mainly used for stabbing. I should be able to use it in the same way like I had done until now. Slashing type, it was a circular blade that looked like chakram. By swinging it around to speed it up with centrifugal force, it could tear like razor and slash like axe. Sickle type, a sickle in the shape of anchor. It could saw off the target by swinging it around just like the slashing type. It made it possible to kill even creature with strong life force with one blow. Weight type, it had the shape like a thick cross. It would become horizontal by swinging it around. The slightly pointed edges would be able to smash even skull if they were used like hammer. You look like you understand how to use them. I have made the molds for them, so I'll make some spares for you soon. You also just gave me the material for it. Gahahaha. Galbers said that and slapped the magic iron rod. Thank you, stupid idiot. It's still 100 years too early for a brat like you to act reserved. Galbers intentionally acted brusquely. It made me to smile a little too. Also, I want some throwing knives too. It doesn't matter even if they're just ready-made things. I said that and directed my attention to the shelves where weapons were lined up. It was then I felt a gaze from behind me, and something out of place at the entrance. I pulled out a knife from my skirt's slit and threw it. That presence shifted slightly and dodged the thrown knife. I sensed that the presence was very skilled and stood in front of Galbers with my knife raised. It was then the owner of the presence oozed out from the background in front of me and hurriedly raised his voice. Wait. Don't throw that kind of thing around. How can you try to kill your honorable master like that when I finally found you, Arya? Viro. The man who showed up was the rank 4 adventurer Viro who took me away from this town and taught me the skills as scout. Why was he here? But just now, he said something about found. I immediately activated body strengthening in full force and pointed the black knife's tip toward Viro together with my killing intent. Was it that organization that requested it, or the assassin guild? Viro hurriedly shook his head when I quietly whispered that. Listen to my story. I was looking for you because there's a personal matter that I want you to help out with. Help out? I wonder why. I got another bad premonition that this would become troublesome. Heroine Survival Volume 3 Chapter 10. A new job. Viro Dawn Race Human Rank 4. Magic Power 172/220 30 up. Stamina 283/320 10 up. Overall Combat Strength 1056 opening parenthesis with Body Strengthening 1281 closing parenthesis 156 up. Viro 2 had his combat strength grew a lot throughout these 3 years. With his age it should be difficult to experience a rapid growth in status, so I guessed he mainly grew in his sorcery skill. With this number he should be able to fight even not weakened orc soldier head-on. Furthermore he had combat experiences for many years, so I guessed it would be difficult to win against him fair and square with my current strength. I returned the black knife into the sheath and attached it on my back waist. Then I turned toward Galbas and took the finished pendulum blades. It's magic steel, even though said that it would be magic iron. Is the way to clean it the same like before? Yeah, excellent work, aren't they? You need to mix in just a bit of granite to turn iron into steel, but in magic iron's case you need to mix some powder of magic stone to turn it into magic steel. If someone unskilled do it, then its strength will lower even as its hardness increase. Oi, what's with you two? Viro said something like an explanation when I directed my killing intent to him, but he seemed taken aback and looked alternately at Galbas and me. It was only a joke just now. You tried to sneak up on a scout, so we're even, right? Gahahaha, Viro boy. You got outwitted by your student. This is why you always got tricked by woman. Stop calling me boy already, Galbas. Also, why are you mentioning woman here? Galbas drank alcohol while slapping his knee. Viro looked exhausted and sat down on a nearby bench. Any job that Viro brought would be troublesome thing in the end, but I at least trust him to not sell me out and vice versa. Besides, his relationship with that organization was simply the relationship of client and adventurer. He also wasn't someone who would willingly be hostile to his student. Vira looked somewhat resentfully at us while frowning before sighing once more. Even so, Arya. You have changed too much in these 3 years, and not just in appearance. What's with that combat strength? A kid shouldn't be that strong, you know. Long time no see. You've also gotten stronger, Viro. I now looked 13 or 14 years old. Now I rarely got treated like a kid, although sometimes I was still addressed as a brat. Setting aside the thickness of my body, I had grown to be at least as tall as an adult female. For some reason Viro's face twitched slightly when I let out my honest comment after seeing his combat strength. Oi, ash-covered. That boy retrained himself in sorcery and some other things, fearing that he might get overtaken by his student, you know. In fact, he is about to get overtaken for real though. Gahahaha. I'm telling you that's not the case. Viro glared at Galbas before returning his gaze to me. A lot of things happened even after you vanished. It's true that organization is looking for you, but Sarah and her son are also worried for you. Then a while after that there were rumors about someone who got called with exaggerated title like Ash Crown Princess. Rumors like this person getting into quarrel with the Assassin Guild and Thief Guild, or that a branch guild somewhere got destroyed. That kind of crazy rumors kept popping out. Viro poured Galbas's alcohol into a cup without asking and gulped it down. The underworld seems vast, but it's also small. There it's possible to unexpectedly run into some guy who has been making waves, so it's only natural for everyone to be on their guard, right? The more someone know about the underworld, the more they will avoid making those two guilds into enemy. Well, I don't know any other brat who will do something absurd like that other than you though. I see. Other than me, that black-haired girl might also be capable of doing the same thing though. Anyway, it looked like Viro was practically convinced that I was still alive thanks to the nickname, or rather the notorious name that the Thief Guild assigned to me. Viro must be looking for me too, but he said that it was a coincidence that he found me here. He said that he came to this barren territory for an adventurer work and he planned to ask Galbas to create something that he might use for another job. Was this another job? The business that he wanted me to help out with. Galbas, you'll finish with the dagger's repair by tomorrow, right? I guess I'll finish by then, even with my work of repairing this boy's weapon. And what are you gonna do about the throwing knives? I got 10 of them if you don't mind some thin knives. That's fine, I'll come for them tomorrow. I made that request to Galbas and received the pendulum blades before turning toward Viro. I have business in the Adventurer Guild, so let's talk outside. I left Galbas's workshop together with Viro. I also stopped by at Victor's general store to let him know that I was alive while also buying some second-hand mantle. I also handed him several silver coins to deliver food and alcohol to Galbas's place. Ash-covered. If it's you, you should be able to buy a mantle that suit a rank 3 rather than rackety thing like that, right? In my case, it'll become scrap in half a month at the shortest. I see. Galbas wouldn't receive any payment for the black dagger too, so I wanted to pay him with things like this. Did Viro also has the same reason for bringing things like material or magic stone to Galbas? After that we headed toward the Adventurer Guild. On the way the Viro got interested with the leather bag I was carrying. Is your business at the Adventurer Guild related to that sack? You didn't sell it to the general store's old man. Did you take some kind of material gathering quest? Well, something like that. As expected, the Adventurer Guild that had been taking a lot of actions in regard to the orcs would be troubled if I didn't hand the orc general's magic stone to them at least. If it was that receptionist lady, she would surely help me out. Well, I also planned to show up at the guild, So it's nice timing. What did you do? I didn't do anything. Rather, there is this grave matter currently troubling this territory. The guild want to ask this great me to take command until they can find a party of rank 4 or above. It'll delay my actual job somewhat, but it can't be helped this time. Was there another problem coming up here? Also, the words grave matter reminded me of how I was being targeted, so let's warn Viro just in case. Also, I think Viro knows already, but you might get dragged into trouble if you're seen with me. But if it's you, Viro, there won't be any problem, won't it? By that, do you mean that you trust in my skill, or it means that you don't care what'll happen to me? Viro looked toward me with narrowed eyes. I tilted my head a little. Both. If it was Viro, then even if he got dragged into my trouble, he would surely deal with it skillfully. He grimaced. Perhaps he finally remembered that I was being targeted by the underworld. Well, I also have something to tell you about that. If you help me out, I'll create a situation where it'll be difficult for the underworld to try anything with you, though it's impossible to make it completely gone. What do you think? In the end, what's this job about? Viro stopped walking and looked straight at me. He began to talk with an unusually serious look. This is also something related to you, but even if I don't manage to contact you, I still plan to do it with one other person. It'll be really close if I do it myself with just one more person, but the success rate will go up if you also join as support. Listen well, Arya. The job this time is. Viro told me the detail ambiguously because we were still at the side of a main road. Hearing the content made me to grimace too, like him just now. As I thought it was a troublesome matter, I secretly sighed because I absolutely couldn't refuse this offer from Viro. When we arrived at the Adventurer Guild, the tension inside was even higher than before, and there were also a lot of adventurers with uneasy look. I found that receptionist lady at the counter amidst such atmosphere. She also noticed me and stood up while waving her hand. Arya-san, welcome back. I'm glad that you managed to return safely. So you're here. I've been beside this girl the whole time, you know. The smile that the receptionist lady directed at me turned into a frown for an instant. Viro leaned forward and protested. My apologies. Arya-san is too radiant that her surrounding becomes shadowy. Aren't you being too cold to me? I had even treated you to dinner. A good man won't bring up that kind of thing every time. Gunanu. I thought that she had forgotten him, but it looked like they were getting along really well. Someone with her personality wouldn't even say any complaint if she genuinely disliked him. Anyway, the guild master is waiting for you, Viro-san. In that case I should listen to your report first. The receptionist lady put on her working face and looked toward me with a serious gaze. Arya-san, how was the situation at the scene? I will report it to the guild master if you have important information. Yes, the higher rank talks were already gone. Yes? The receptionist lady's business smile froze solid. Viro's neck moved like a rusty cogwheel and he stared at me unblinkingly. I see. So the serious incident that Viro talked about was the matter of orcs. For me it was already a finished business, so I didn't even really keep it in mind anymore. While I was thinking like that, familiar faces from among the adventurers in the lobby saw me and came running. Arya, you're safe? Thank God. Those two were the slum orphans Gillenshire. No, I guess they were adventurers now. The two of them were rejoicing in my safety while at the same time showing expressions that couldn't fully hide their uneasiness. And how was the town? This uncle, is he Arya's father? You two don't look similar though. Like I keep saying, I'm still 38. That was older than even my father though. That town isn't under any threat anymore. Gil didn't get it and tilted his head. The receptionist lady also broke free from shock by her own power and leaned forward across her counter. What do you mean by that? Did the orc general go to somewhere else? I brought this with me. Please confirm it. I placed the leather sack on top of the counter and a lot of magic stones spilled out from it. Everyone's eyes widened seeing the orc general's magic stone that was the size of an adult's fist. Viro hurriedly grasped that magic stone and observed it with a glare. Arya. This is orc general's maxi stone, ain't it? Wait, then. These larger stones are from the higher rank orc soldiers? Other than them there are also 50 stones of the normal orcs. Yes. Saying yes like that, Arya Viro was making an exasperated face, but what else could I say? Also, it seemed by using appraisal on the remaining magic power in the magic stone, you could learn where that magic stone came from. So appraisal could also be used at non-living thing. But, thinking carefully, it was called appraisal. so obviously it was originally used to investigate object rather than human. The two adults started using appraisal to the many magic stones. The truth seemed to be too shocking that their voices were getting louder. The other adventurers who listened were starting to make a stir. Troublesome. Check the truth later. I think a report from the adventurers who are in that town will also come after several days. And, can you buy the magic stones from me? When I told them that dispassionately, the astounded receptionist lady hurriedly nodded her head. Why yes, of course. But, if possible please explain to the guildmaster. It'll sound unbelievable anyway even if I told the story. You'll learn what happened when the adventurers from that town return, so I won't give any pointless explanation. Then, I'll come for the payment of the magic stones at another day. You're leaving? Arya? Wait a second. Viro-san. Please don't run away. I won't be able to explain this to the guildmaster by myself. The receptionist lady grabbed Viro who tried to follow after me and detained him. I wouldn't be believed even if I claimed that I defeated the orcs until the adventurers from the town returned back anyway, so I judged that it would be just a waste of time to stay here. I pushed off everything to the adults before it became troublesome and turned my back on the confused receptionist lady and Viro who got captured by her. As I started walking like that, several adventurers who were standing in the lobby silently moved out of my way. I went outside by taking advantage of the chaos like that. Gil and Shuri chased after me only because they didn't really understand the adult circumstance and followed me to the back alley. Arya? I don't really follow what's going on but you're so stupid Nichan. Arya had done something with the orcs, isn't that right? Something like that. There might be still several remaining, but they had ceased being a problem. Arya. I spoke clearly to reassure him. Gil's eyes moistened and he moved to grab my hand, but Shuri slapped his hand down and grabbed my hand with both hands. Arya. Thank you. It's fine. More importantly, it'll be better if you don't get seen together with me. Yes. I hope your problem will also get resolved soon. See you later again. Arya. Come on Anna-chan, we're going. Oi, Shuri. Arya, thanks. See you. Shuri grabbed Gil's hand and dragged him away. The two kept looking back and I too lightly waved my hand back and muttered see you with a small voice. See you ha. I wonder when I would become able to speak normally with them. Come out. I called out. Then three young men appeared from the darkness of the alley. Oi, this girl, she noticed us. Yeah. I heard the rumor but, she's really a young girl huh? Really? Just why are the seniors saying not to do anything to a little girl like this? They were young adventurers who were at their late teens or early 20. All of them were wearing slightly dirty leather armor. They looked like a party light warrior or scout. All of them got combat strength around 130. Rank 2 at the lower end I guess. But, I got an idea of their true identity from their conversation. Thief Guild huh? The other thief said that they won't antagonize me though. The thieves grinned condescendingly when I said that. Oi, little girl shouldn't act tough. That uncle looked strong but, you messed up by going out alone. The seniors said not to do anything but, if we can catch and drag you back, we won't only get accepted as formal members, we might even get promoted to the leadership in one shot. I see, they were the Thief Guild's grunt. No. They were just thugs that were even lower than that. Most likely this senior that they mentioned received order directly from the Thief Guild's top brass, but it seemed the grunt only received half-hearted explanation. That was why they didn't understand the danger of going against an order from Thief Guild and the reason why that guild decided to not antagonize me. You won't get hurt if you come with us quietly. Yeah, throw away your weapon already. Don't ever think of resisting okay? If you try anything, you know what'll happen to the brats. Just Hyun. A horizontal red line opened on the throat of the man who lifted his face while speaking such thing condescendingly. A lot of blood then spurted out from before the man collapsed. I threw the slashing type pendulum at another man who was bewildered and couldn't keep up with the situation. His throat got cut open with that. Here. The last man he got showered by the blood that spurted out like fountain and screamed while turning his back on me. The scythe-type pendulum flew and grazed his neck. Then when I pulled on the string to pull it back, the blade sunk deeply into his carotid artery and deeply tore his neck. So even this kind of thugs were picking a fight with me. I could just defeat anyone who picked a fight with me. That was what I thought before, and that thought hadn't changed even now, but it wasn't my intention to expose even ordinary people like Gil and Shuri to danger because of that. If I kept turning the table on all attackers, one day they would think that getting involved me was bad luck and stopped attacking. But that day wasn't now. Viro promised that he would make a situation where it would be difficult for the Assassin Guild and Thief Guild to lay their hand on me if I helped with his job. But even without that I didn't have the option of refusing that job. It was work for. Assassinating the Traitor, Grave. Heroine Survival Volume 3 Chapter 11 Nostalgic Place. Aria. You went back by yourself, leaving behind your teacher. After that, a scout came back with fast horse bringing information, so I managed to slip in the commotion and escaped, but it'll be better if you don't show our face in this town's guild for a while. Also I got the payment for the magic stone with me. Right. Sorry. Thank you. As I thought it really became troublesome. Even so, I couldn't possibly just stay silent without reporting, so I only handed the information while pushing off everything else to others. But it looked like the scout in that town was capable and immediately came here to notify the guild about the extermination of the orcs. It will be hectic for the Lord and the Adventurer Guild after this. Oi, don't act like it's someone else's problem. But well, guess this is still better compared to having to face the orcs head on. Baron Horace wouldn't be able to cancel his reinforcement request to his caregiver and other noble houses based on only report from Adventurer. He would have to send his soldiers in great hurry to verify the information. If the information was correct, then the soldiers' dispatch had to be stopped, but he would still need to pay some reparation even if he stopped it at this point. Well, even so, it was just as Varro said, it should still be better compared to having his town getting attacked by a group of orc and his people and soldiers got exposed to mortal danger. Anyway, let's confirm our plan going forward. Roger. I was waiting in Galbaz's workshop and Varro also returned there. We coordinated our schedule in there. Varro was supposed to take command for the orc subjugation that suddenly got requested, but that problem had been solved. It seemed that he was told to stay here for the time being until the Baron's soldiers had verified the truth. But even that would be finished in around 1 week. I was also not in my best condition, and Varro too wanted to go to pick up one more comrade, so we arranged to meet 3 months later in the territory of Duke Helton at the west part of Claydale Kingdom. It should also be possible for Grave to move on to another place if we took that much time, but in that case Varro said that he would leave behind message to me in the Adventurer Guild of big cities like Dandel. With this I got time to stop by at Master's place, but this request, is it from that organization as expected? When I confirmed just in case, Varro lightly crossed his arms and made an unusually serious face. Are you still doubting that organization? I don't know the reason why Grave turned traitor, but at the very least that organization didn't give any order to kill you. There isn't even any reason for that, or rather, in the first place even the reason why Grave attacked you is unclear. At that time Grave said it was because a noble got interested to me. He also said about me getting too close to royalty. What does he mean? By royalty he must meant about me getting too close to Elena. As for the matter of noble ... was there still any biological family who was looking for me? That apostrophe s ... I don't know. Perhaps someone like Sarah will know, but should I try asking her? No need. I'll lower my wariness, but I'll continue keeping distance to that organization for a while. Is that alright? It's not like I'm a member of that organization, so I can't tell you what's alright or not. After all, it'll also be dangerous if you completely believe them. But is it alright if I at least tell Sarah and her son that you're alive? That's fine. Vira made a slightly relieved look when I nodded. As I thought, it seemed he was also requested by Sarah or someone else to investigate about my well-being. Also, if you're still planning to get involved with the princess from here on, you better prepare yourself to get involved with that organization too. I can tell you now that organization is this country's Black Ops. Even if you're planning to live as adventurer, you'll definitely get involved with them one day when you're this strong. Got it. I had assumed that to some degree by the time Elena was involved, but, as expected, they were a Black Ops organization. This country's intelligence agency, a Black Ops that had intelligence networks spreading throughout the whole country and also have influence in the open. Making them enemy would be even more troublesome than with the Assassin Guild. I would have no other option except running away to other country the moment I made them into enemy. So it'll soon be the time for me to resolve myself. I whispered inside my heart and let out a deep sigh as though to let out the thing accumulating inside me. I had simply been running away until now, but I decided that I wouldn't run away anymore. If they're the people who were involved with the so-called home game and the family looking for me tried to drag me into Destiny again, I would remove them forcefully. If my strength was insufficient ... at that time, let's also held the resolve to throw away my life rather than living as controlled puppet. Until then I needed to become as strong as possible. My destiny belonged only to me. The other person who Viro would pick up was apparently a former party member who had retired. Now that he mentioned it, it felt like I had been told once about a sorcerer retiring and him looking for a replacement. His party must still be unable to find a replacement if Viro needed to pick up that person. Even so ... that person should be retired due to advanced age. Would it be alright? First let's return to Master's place after so long. I chose to return to Master's place partly because my body was unwell, But there were also two other important reasons. I made the string for pendulum 2 years ago, but I had used it in many battles, and now the only string I had left was the ones connected to the two pendulums. Elbers made me 4 new pendulums, so right now I wanted double amount of strings, including for spare 2. Besides, I also wanted to ask about the last technique I used to defeat Golja, old origin battle technique. Normally even just using it would endanger my life, but if it was master, then perhaps she knew something. By going through Count Taurus's territory and Dandel, it would take me 1 month to reach Master's place no matter how much I hurried. From there it should also take more than a month to go until the territory of Duke Helton, where I promised to meet Viro. The place that Viro would go to pick up his comrade was at the territory of Marquis Wang Kyle, that was around 2 weeks' distance from the royal capital, so I didn't think that they would be late to the meeting place. With that, I couldn't possibly allow myself to be the only one coming late. As expected, I needed a method of transportation. With this itinerary I would only be able to stay in Master's place for 1 week. That was why I decided to pass through a dangerous forest area in order to shorten the time needed, in a straight line between this territory of Baron Horace and the territory of Baron Salis. There was a forest where deep inside it was adjacent to a monster habitat region where monsters were prevalent. The northern side of the forest was a monster habitat, but that place wasn't a territory of Claydale Kingdom. But for the national border to be drawn until that forest in this territory meant that there should be people who explored until there and casted the sorcery barrier that acted as national border. Perhaps it was an achievement that was left behind from the era where mercenaries who specialized in exploration, adventurers were carrying out their original work. That was why it wasn't an unexplored land, because there was national border there. If there were people who went until that far, I assumed that at the very least there was a path that human could pass through along the border. I bought a lot of salt and sugar in the town and also bought spare mantle as substitute for blanket. Viro had also brought the payment for magic stone to me. It really helped me a lot from getting detained in the guild. By the way, 1 orc magic stone was equal to 5 silver coins. The magic stone from Orc Soldier was 4 gold coins, and the magic stone of Golja, the orc general, gave me 5 large gold coins. In total I got paid 9 large coins and some change. It was a lot of money, but I should be able to get twice of this if I could also harvest the materials from the orcs. I didn't harvest them and just left them there because I couldn't bring them all by myself, and also because I wanted to leave behind some for the other adventurers' reward. It was that kind of stupid reason. Several days had passed, but my stamina and magic power still didn't recover above 70%. But that was enough for now. I wasn't going to fight, just cutting open a path. I should be able to manage somehow even with my current state. Finally I found some good quality dry fruits and roasted nuts in a stall, so I purchased them. I stored only the items that looked like they could get moldy into the storage where things were kept in sterilized state. Then I left the city and headed straight to east. I started running with 60% of my speed while using stealth. If I adjusted my mana amount while using body strengthening moderately, I should be able to traverse the same distance like riding a horse without forcing myself. But that was only assuming that I was running on a flat ground. Flat ground was rare inside a forest, and my traveling speed would lower dramatically. Before that happened I would use magic power control and trained my body strengthening. I removed the attributes that acted as off flavor from the magic particles, just like when I used that original battle technique, and suppressed the magic particles from rampaging using my willpower. As long as it didn't go out of control, body strengthening would only exhibit the normal strength, but the training of magic power control skill wouldn't be a waste. The testing I was doing right now was heightening the fluidity of magic particles to increase the efficiency of body strengthening by using less magic particles to achieve the same result. Even so, perhaps because my body was too used to using magic particles, my arms and legs didn't get thicker despite my height getting taller. It wasn't like I didn't have muscle. The muscles in my whole body were properly developing, but I wonder why my stomach wasn't showing turn-ups. Even if my muscle structure was monsterized with the premise of using magic particles, I had seen the orcs and felt having such bulging muscles all over their body, and yet with my body, well, my body stayed being light was a good thing. Let's just keep it at that. I went out of the highway and entered into the forest. Just like when I was chasing after orcs, I didn't step on the ground where tree leaves were lying around and leapt around on rocks and fallen trees. I didn't do anything to any goblin or demon wolf that I found on the way. In the first place, the low-rank monsters didn't sense me while I was using stealth. I wouldn't kill living creature meaninglessly. I killed animal for eating. I killed enemy because that was the most logical way to solve a problem. That was why when killing enemy, I didn't feel anything. I didn't kill other based on emotion, and I also had no reason to show mercy to them. That was why I didn't feel hesitation with living. I became shadow and ran through the forest. I only ate fruits that I found and the preserved food I brought with me. When I got tired I would take a short nap on a tree. I didn't know the precise location of the national border, but I was able to find traces of people on large rock or cliff while moving through the forest. Barrier. I noticed that inside the forest there would be spaces that purified magic particles that were laced with negative attribute. Miasma in each interval. Human could live in this world that was filled with monster because the higher ranked a monster was, the smarter they would be. That kind of being knew just how threatening humans were in group. That was why stronger monster had the tendency to avoid human settlement. Most likely these purified spaces were from magic stones filled with light magic particles that were buried into the ground, just like in the surrounding of village or city where humans lived. That was a warning to monster that the place was where human lived. This was a trace that human had visited this place which formed a path, and this path was definitely leading to a place where human lived. Even so, as expected from this location, I had caught sight of several powerful monsters, perhaps because of the proximity of this place to the monster habitat. Beast demi-human race ogre. That was a monster with strength of upper end rank 3, a rank 4 tree monster treant. Rank 5 mythical beasts griffin and troll. I managed to avoid the griffin because I noticed it first, but the chance I died would be higher if it found me first. There I passed through that forest where death was always lurking around closely, and after 10 days, I was able to see a big lake through the gaps of the forest from a rocky place where I was standing. That was the lake at the border between the territory of Count Bell and Baron Salis that I passed before this too. The only big lake around here was this, so there was no doubt. I headed straight to the lake from the rocky place and then I headed north from there. I finally arrived at human settlement there and stayed for a night in a nearby town. And then I spent 4 nights traveling before I finally arrived at the territory of Baron Salis for the 3rd time. The brother and sister of Salis House might be at the age to enroll into the academy around now. Were the two of them in the royal capital? Perhaps the big sister had come of age and returned here, but either way I had no plan to go meet them. The problem of mysterious person who attacked the people here had been resolved, so I had no more reason to meet the two of them. Even so, this was the place where I fought Grave and lost. This place left a deep impression to me. Grave. You tried to kill me after considering me a danger from getting too close to a royalty. But this time I'd be the one hunting you as an existence that might harm Elena. Regardless of what kind of reason you had, I'd deal with you as my enemy. It had been nearly a year since the last time I showed my face at Master's place to report about the destruction of the Assassin Guild. I arrived at Master's hermitage bringing a lot of salt and spices as souvenir. There I found that field of medicinal herb had grown a bit bigger with the addition of some grasses I didn't know. I'm back, Master. I entered inside the hermitage that was filled with nostalgic medicinal smell and put down my luggage. Master came out from the alchemy room in the back. She smiled suggestively while lifting up her face that had the characteristic glossy black skin of dark elf. You're late, surly disciple. Even though I had been making preparation because I thought it's about time you come back, all my efforts would get wasted if you take any longer. Preparation? It was as though Master had predicted my return. She put the potion bottles she was holding into a box without any hurry in her movement. Then she approached me and hugged me inside her arms. You have grown a bit bigger again. But aren't you getting a bit thinner? Welcome home. Aria. Like this I returned home to where the only person in this world who I could call family was living. Yes. I'm home, Master. Heroine Survival Volume 3 Chapter 12 String Hunting. I arrived at the hermitage where Master lived. I received additional lesson in alchemy while also spending 5 days to create the pills and potions that I had spent. Perhaps Master's medicine also worked well, because I managed to get good sleep and my physical condition managed to recover until nearly 90%. Then, it should be about time soon. Surly disciple, we're going out, so make your preparation. To where? Come to think of it, Master said that she was making preparation because she felt that I would come back soon. I didn't even have any time to ask her about that before she started teaching me about medicines to recover from fatigue and for nourishment and the like. She also told me to make them. But what should I be preparing for this time? It's already nearly 2 years since the last time you made the string. Shouldn't it be about time that you run out of string? How do you know? I felt a bit of chill because Master's prediction was just too precise. Even so I kept my expressionless look while asking her back. Then Master replied casually, that's because I know from the size of the spider you hunted, Aria, that you would run out in several years with that much. It's you we're talking about anyway. You must have gone through some reckless battles, haven't you? It looked like Master understood just how reckless I am, but as expected I might get scolded if she learned about how I fought an orc general and more than 50 orcs. So let's not tell her. The string of the giant spider I hunted used fresh ingredients, so it was well made, but In the end it was just mid-grade item. Few human or monster could cut string that fluttered mid-air, but there were also those who could do that among high-ranked humans or monsters. When Master saw my combat strength the last time I returned here, she thought that I might also encounter higher-ranked enemy in the future. It seemed that she used the peddler who came here and the few connections she had to gather information about spider monster for me. It seems that an arachne has been sighted since several months ago in a valley with a river passing through it, located around 3 days north from here. There is still no damage caused by it and there is river, so no adventurer will go through the trouble to hunt it. But we're going to hunt it before it's gone. Roger. Master had 4 elements just like Elena. Her body couldn't work too hard because of the enlarged magic stone in her heart. Furthermore, Master had gone through many fierce battles that she even got called as war demon in the demon race army because of that. Her body broke down due to overwork and now her body became unable to fight for long. Don't force yourself. You don't need to do anything too straining. I didn't say anything like that to Master. Her life belonged to her alone. But, that was exactly why. I didn't want to allow what Master did for my sake despite her condition to go into a waste at the slightest. I was using the boots and arm protectors that Master used when she was still in active duty as war demon, so Master only equipped herself with sorcerer equipments. The burden to her heart shouldn't be that great if she only used sorcery, but just in case before departing I also put Master's baggage near me. I too wore the leather dress that Jelf had finished repairing, sheathed Galbaz's black knife and black dagger on my waist. Then I wore the second-hand mantle over my body. Then surly disciple. Tell me what's the trait of Arachne? Master's lesson immediately started after we departed. Master taught me not only about sorcery and alchemy, but also common sense in ordinary life, knowledge about dangerous monsters and creatures in the forest that were useful for my activity as adventurer, and many other various topics. Arachne was a giant spider monster with the upper body of a female human growing on top of it. Unlike monster that was originally wild animal that transformed into monster due to magic particle, some people questioned that perhaps such bizarre appearance qualified it as a mythical beast like Griffin or Manticore, but there was no definite answer to that. There were 2 types of this Arachne, the normal type and the rare type. Both of them were the same race, but according to Master they had differences from each other that it wouldn't be wrong to call them different species. The normal type's upper body looked like normal woman at first glance, but it was only as intelligent as a goblin, and the moment it started moving, its whole body distorted uglily, displaying its real nature as a monster. The rare type had lost almost all of its nature as a monster and seemed to have high intelligence. It understood human language and also could use sorcery. It was also said that its upper body would always look like a beautiful woman that could even seduce human male. In short, these 2 types were the same species, but it had differences like how human differed from goblin. If the normal type was a monster, the rare type could be said as an existence that was closer to demi-human. Rare type Arachne had intelligence and it was possible to communicate with it, but its attitude would be neutral. Some was friendly, but some could skillfully use words to deceive human and devour them. They could also use sorcery and excelled in scheming, so the difficulty level of exterminating a rare type was considered rank 5. But this time Master and I were hunting a normal type. It couldn't use sorcery, so its rank was lower by 1 to be rank 4. But its physical ability was superior than the rare type, so in the case of a scout like me who had low attack power, letting my guard down might lead to death. I gave such answer while moving through the forest. Master nodded to what I said, so it looked like I passed the test. Master, is there any difference in the strength quality of the normal type and the rare type? I tried asking about what drew my curiosity from the lesson. Master made a slightly conflicted look before telling me the answer with a wording that I could understand. They're generally considered the same. But monster is also a living thing, so there will be some differences between individuals based on their physical condition or eating habit. Especially with the rare type, they're paying attention to their hair and skin's glossiness in order to seduce man, so some of them are paying attention to what they're eating with even more fussiness than human. I see. It's hard to be a monster, huh? By the way, the toughness of the rare type's string was no different than the normal type, but it had good color and luster. So apparently it could be sold for good price to be made into noble's ornament. That day we camped in the forest. If I was going alone for just 3 days, I would sleep on a tree branch while erasing my presence without making fire, but this time I was with Master, so we burned incense to repel monster and made an adequate soup using wild grasses and mushrooms at the surrounding added with dried meat for our meal. Surly disciple, I always wonder why your cooking is brimming with the charm of wilderness like this. It's nutritious. After that we traveled for 1 day and heard the sound of river. From there we climbed a forest slope for around half a day before we could see the summit of a valley that had a river flowing below. The merchant guild was using ship through this river to trade with a noble territory that was at seaside, but since some time or another, the bird monsters that would attack any passerby sometimes had stopped appearing. In exchange, people started catching sight of a giant spider web at the upper part of the valley and a silhouette of Arachne. The merchant guild hired adventurers to protect ships, but it seemed the Arachne wouldn't show itself when adventurers were present. If it was possible to prevent any attack with just that, there wouldn't be any need to go through the trouble of going deep into the forest like this to proactively hunt the Arachne, so it was just left alone currently. Then, I'm going. Take care. First I needed to lure out the Arachne, who should be somewhere in the valley. Rather than using Master for that role, it should be easier to lure it for me to go alone, seeing that I was female and a child. I started walking alone toward the valley's chasm. Master was rank 5 as a sorcerer, but her close quarter combat skill was rank 3, so right now I was the most suitable to be bait. Besides, seen from outside, I should look like a normal traveler, seeing that I didn't bring any visible weapon. Of course, it was unnatural for a kid to be alone inside a forest like this, but, setting aside the rare type, the normal type with their lower intelligence would only see me as prey. I arrived at the summit of the valley that was about 40 meters wide. I sat on a nearby rock to make it look like I was resting and killing time. Then my eyes showed disturbance in the visible magic particles. I kicked on the ground and dodged aside while throwing away my mantle. The mantle blocked the string that came flying before it instantly got reeled away. Typhoon. Master, who was hiding, had been waiting for that timing and fired a level 5 wind sorcery Typhoon. The raging storm blew away the Arachne, targeting me to the air. Arachne opening parenthesis normal type closing parenthesis race spider monster rank 4 magic power 132/150 stamina 386/435 overall combat strength 657 opening parenthesis with body strengthening 831 closing parenthesis. A spider around 2 meter long with human's upper body growing on it. It was definitely an Arachne. Typhoon's effective range was large, but if it didn't hit from close by, then human would only get blown away. The Arachne was letting out a strange voice from getting blown away while falling on the ground. Its upper body's face changed from human female to a twisted look like a goblin as it glared to me. I already rushed forward at that time and threw a knife. In response, the Arachne fired string not from its butt but its head and tied up the knife. Giga. The Arachne spat out something that looked like poison liquid from its human head. Shield. I quickly blocked it with magic shield while jumping to the side to dodge the poison. Then Master fired guillotine from behind me and severed one of the Arachne's legs. The Arachne screamed while trying to withdraw. I threw the all-purpose type pendulum after it. The spider head spewed out string again to entangle the pendulum, but I controlled the string to make it dodge the Arachne's string and left a shallow gash on its neck. Dune. The next moment, a thunderous sound resounded above me and a huge rock fell down to crush the Arachne and me. The Arachne noticed that and tried to escape, but Master, who had circled to its side, threw 3 knives that stabbed deeply into its back, stopping its movement. I charged through Master's illusion of giant rock that didn't even make any air pressure from its falling and quickly cut off the confused Arachne's right arm with my black knife. But, as expected from rank 4 perhaps, it still wasn't fatal for it. All the attacks that landed on it also missed its vitals. It tried to spit poison again at me, who approached while holding a knife and a dagger in both hands, but the Arachne sensed Master also approaching from behind it. It might sense the disadvantage it was placed on and suddenly changed its warped face that looked like goblin to become a pretty woman face. It showed a fearful look. But, what's the point of doing that after this far? Thrust, slash. My black knife and Master's hatchet hit the Arachne's neck from left and right, severing it like a scissor. The human head that had the look of shock and fear etched on it fell on its own into the valley and vanished. It seemed that Arachne had 2 brains in it, human head and spider head respectively, but the spider brain had the role of small brain and on its own it could only move its body like actual insect. Just in case, I also stabbed the spider head. Then Master murmured softly, "Do we look like humans who will hesitate just from seeing a woman's face? Who knows?" There was no way we would go easy on an opponent that tried to eat us. This would take longer if I was alone, but Master worked together with me, so we were able to defeat the Arachne without much effort. So this was how it felt to fight with a party. To think that the difference from fighting solo was this striking. While I was processing the torso of the exterminated spider, Master took out a simple alchemy tool set from inside the luggage she carried with her and handed it to me with a grin. https://bookapervert.files.wordpress.com/2022/02/io05.jpg. It's a match against time now, Surly Disciple. If you want to get a proper string, Try making the chemical to create string with the ingredients here in 1 hour. Roger. Master was strict as usual. Even while thinking that, I felt nostalgic and accepted the alchemy tool set before hurriedly starting to make the chemical. That day, the 3 noble ladies who became the Crown Prince's official fiancées met together in the palace of Claydale Kingdom. The daughter of Marquis Dandel, Clara Dandel. The daughter of Duke Feudale, Patricia Feudale. The daughter of Count Lester, Carla Lester. The girls weren't told anything about the reason why they were gathered here today. Ladies from high-ranked noble house like them were permitted to bring several servants and bodyguards even when going to the palace, but they were only permitted to bring 1 servant with them into the room while the others were told to wait in another room. I'm bored. While the other 2 were looking nervous, the youngest among them all, Carla, was the only one who was feeling completely bored without any tension at all. Carla was experimented by her father since her childhood to obtain all elements. As the result, she should have lost any significance as a noble lady to create connection with other noble house, but her father imposed the task of being the Crown Prince's consort as her last task. He didn't have any expectation on Carla, whose health was problematic, to function as a royalty. He was simply using her as pawn to strengthen his house's connection with other influential noble houses within the country. Originally, once every 2 generations, a royalty from other country should be welcomed to be the queen. That was the custom of this Claydale Kingdom. With that, the country strengthened its ties with the neighboring countries and dealt with the political problem with other powerful countries. But the current king, who should be strengthening the royal family's ties with the influential nobles within the country, picked a daughter from Viscount House who originally wasn't even a fiancé candidate. It caused the factional dispute within the country to intensify. The previous king attempted to stabilize the royal family's position by abdicating his position to the Crown Prince. Even so, the opposition within the country still didn't settle down. Because of that, the royal family had no choice but to pick the next queen from an influential noble house within the country once more. As the result, it caused friction to form with the royalty of Solhorse Kingdom, whose princess had originally been arranged to marry into Claydale Kingdom's royal family next. I don't really care. Carla didn't have any opinion about that. She was able to obtain the chance to get a toy that was the Crown Prince, so she didn't give a damn about how the country would turn out. She was thinking that she would be able to play until death by dirtying the innocent Crown Prince, but after meeting a certain girl, Carla felt like there was color in her life for the first time. A cold-hearted and merciless angel of death. She felt like that girl was the only one who understood her true self. That girl was the only one who was standing on the boundary of death just like her. The figure of the girl the last time she saw her and her grand way of life that she heard from rumor after that made her felt jealous. Carla was dreaming with her eyes staying open and looking at far away. How lovely it would be if I could die from fighting Arya to the death in a garden with many flowers of blood blooming. That was her aspiration, a desire so strong that it made her felt like vomiting blood. She wanted to kill. She wanted to be killed, drowning those who held Carla in contempt and trampling her dignity underfoot into a sea of blood and fire, and then at the end fighting that girl to the death on that greatest stage. That fleeting dream of Carla was suddenly interrupted by a palace official's voice, presenting His Highness the Crown Prince Erwin von Claydale, and Her Highness the First Princess Elena Claydale. The door of this room opened and this country's Crown Prince and Princess entered inside. Carla's interest toward the Crown Prince had lessened some, but in exchange she was starting to harbor interest toward the First Princess Elena. Her gaze moved from the Crown Prince who entered the room toward Elena, who followed behind him. In response, the princess looked back with a strong and wary gaze toward Carla, even though even the other fiancés avoided meeting Carla's gaze. Before this, Elena should be someone who always clinging on the First Prince. But since around 3 years ago, that fixation had calmed down to a normal degree and she started behaving resolutely as a member of the royal family so that the noble faction couldn't take advantage of her. What was the cause that changed her like that? Most people only saw it as her growing up, but Carla's interest was drawn by that change. It will be a bit better if only she is the Crown Prince. A short while after that, His Majesty the King entered the room with the Prime Minister and Carla's father, the head of the royal sorcerers, accompanying him. What were they planning to talk about by gathering the children of the royal family together with the fiancés in here instead of the audience hall? Everyone except Carla waited with a bated breath and tense posture. Then His Majesty the King looked around at the faces of the children and talked to them directly with a dignified demeanor. 1 year from now, I shall have all of you conquer the dungeon in an isolated island within Duke Feudale's territory. I wish for all of you to make a wish to the spirit that to obtain a gift and used it for the sake of the country as a member of the royal family. Everyone fell silent for a moment after hearing what the king said. Then they made a stir while in the shadow Carla alone was sporting a thin smile on her lips. Heroine Survival Volume 3 Chapter 13 Samantha. The new monster string was completed without any serious problem. The only snag that I could think of was that the spider was bigger than I imagined, so it was a pain to mix the liquid that was the base ingredient of the string, and it increased the amount of my blood that was needed to be poured into the mix. I got a light anemia at the end of it. As expected, it was impossible to process this amount by myself. Unevenness would appear in the string's quality if Master didn't help out, but it was worth it. The completed string's length reached 100 meter, and even though its thickness was thinner than my previous string, it was so tough that even cutting it using the black knife was difficult even while my mana didn't flow through it. With this string, it should be impossible to sever it midair using blade unless the one doing it was a master swordsman. I tied the new string to the 4 new pendulums and tried to use it. The string's affinity with my string control skill that had reached level 4 was also great. If it was just 60%, then it was now possible for me to change the pendulum's direction according to my will. As for the left-over rolled string, give me that string. What for? Master said that to me 2 days before my departure. Although I questioned what she was going to do, I handed the remaining 10 meter of string to her. Then she created a short shawl that could be wrapped around my neck with it while also combining it with normal string. Master handed it to me at the morning of my departure. If I wrapped it around my neck, I think that it could block something like arrow at least. Really. I wondered when would the day come where I was able to repay my debt to Master for all that she had given to me. Then have a safe trip, surly discipularia. I won't tell you to not be reckless, but don't try doing something impossible. You should just live in a way that befits you. Yes, I'm off, Master Serjura. I said farewell to Master and departed. I didn't know whether I would be able to come back here. But I always planned to go back each time we parted, as I said I'm off to her. My physical condition had also recovered completely. I calculated that I would be able to make it in time to arrive at the rendezvous place with Viro in 1.5 months with time to spare. I passed through several noble territories, from the territory of Baron Salis to the territory of his caregiver Count Bam. Then I crossed the territory of Count Hadale, where the North Frontier branch assassin guild that I crushed before was located. The Hadale territory had a lot of craftsmen with a lively atmosphere before, but now I caught sight of some people who looked ill-bred in the streets. The town felt like that it had lost its vividness on the whole. Perhaps. Count Hadale previously had secret agreement with the Assassin Guild here. With the Assassin Guild crushed, the financial situation and public order here worsened. He must have thought of improving the worsened situation by inviting the Thief Guild. The Count earned money by acting as intermediary between other nobles and the shady assassins, while also obtaining connection with those nobles at the same time. Through that, he must be loathing me very much, that even killing me wouldn't satisfy him for what I did. But at the same time, the Count was also someone who knew the strength of the Assassin Guild more than anyone else. Because of that, he wasn't actively trying to get involved with me who crushed such guild. With the influence of a Count, he might be able to invent some kind of trumped-up charge to imprison me in his territory. But none of the soldier or thief in this area had tried anything with me, not even once. It was also possible that he wouldn't try anything in the open and did something using the Thief Guild instead, but after I crushed the Violent Thief Guild in Marquis Kendras's territory, the number of attack that came from Thief Guild had clearly decreased in number, so perhaps this was also related to that. I went south from Hadale territory to the territory of Margrave Dandel. From there were 2 routes that I could use to head toward the territory of Duke Helton, where I would rendezvous with Viro. I could head southwest from Dandel and pass through a region where Marquis Dans acted as caregiver, or I could head west through a familiar route to Count Taurus's territory before heading to the territory of Marquis Kendras that had a mine. From there I would head south. The latter route was cheaper because the number of noble territory I needed to pass was few, but distance-wise the former was slightly closer, so this time I picked that route. When I arrived at the region where Marquis Dans was the caregiver, nearly 1 month would have passed since I departed and the season would change into early summer. There would be more than half a month until the rendezvous schedule, so I should be able to arrive in time with enough leeway as long as nothing happened. I had got attacked by thieves and mountain bandits who didn't know about me sometimes in my travels until now, but rank 1 or 2 wasn't a problem for me anymore if there were just 10 of them. Come to think of it, ordinary adventurer usually also worked as merchant bodyguard when they traveled long distance, wasn't it? Such knowledge surfaced in my mind for a moment. Such job seemed perfect for me, who was able to skip sleeping in exchange of some naps and whose detection range was wide. But thinking normally, there was no way a merchant or company would hire adventurer like me who looked like a kid. I discarded that option without much thought. In the first place, I decided on 1.5 months for the rendezvous time, with the calculation that I would pass through highway and forest using my legs. So from the start I didn't have any leeway to take it easy by moving in the speed of horse carriage. Even so, merchant hired bodyguard because there would be danger in their route. Monster, bandit, and depending on the situation even a pack of stray dog could be dangerous enough. You appear to be an adventurer. If you don't mind, Can I ask you to guard me until the capital of Helton territory? Someone asked me that question on the highway right after I entered into the territory of Duke Helton. There was still nearly 1 week remaining until the promised date with Viro. There was also no message about change of plan at the Adventurer Guild of Count Sandora's territory that I passed on the way, so I guessed I would still make it in time even I walked normally from here. But the problem was why this person called out to me. He seemed to be a peddler who was traveling with 3 other people. Certainly it seemed like they didn't have any bodyguard, but why me? You 4 look strong though. The man who called out to me had tanned skin of Cruz people and looked like he was in the prime of his age. He also seemed to be rank 4 from the way he moved. I also couldn't appraise the 2 near the carriage, but I felt that they were considerably strong, at the very least. Something like mountain bandit or low-rank monster wouldn't pose any problem even if the man in front of me fought alone. When I voiced my suspicion, the man sighed with a troubled look. I'm not a person of this country. I came from the west to here with the purpose of cultivating a trade route to sell our commodity. I was formerly a knight of Karlfan Empire and I believe that I'm quite strong, but I happened to hear a strange rumor. Rumor? The rumor that the man mentioned talked about an old woman who was said to make frequent appearances like ghost around here. I thought that just an old woman shouldn't be any problem, but it was said that old woman appeared on the highway at night and she would sprint through the street within a human speed while scattering sand. Sand? That's right. She ran with a speed that is faster than horse while scattering sand as she left. It seems that she has old woman appearance, but it's unthinkable that she is a human. Perhaps she is a monster that is disguising herself as human, but the problem is that child. The 4th person in their group. There was a child inside the carriage wearing a cloak with its hood blocking her face from view as she looked toward me. My daughter is frightened by that rumor. Perhaps she might get distracted from that rumor if there is a young girl accompanying us. I see. In short, he wanted to hire me as babysitter rather than bodyguard. I didn't think that I could do babysitting work, but that child seemed to be a shy person and I would only need to walk outside the carriage. Certainly there was an odd smell from the carriage that was something usual for peddler. Seeing me sniffing the air, the man took out a small bag from his baggage and handed it to me. We're selling spices from the west. Please take this if you want to give it a try. From the start our objective with this trip is to obtain customer, so no need to hold back. The small leather bag was filled with several small white grains. It was something that could rarely be found around here, but was this white pepper? If it's only until the next town. Oh, I'm grateful. Perhaps that child will be able to sleep at night with this. The middle-aged cruise person smiled cheerfully and bowed his head. We would arrive at the next town tomorrow evening. It wouldn't affect my schedule much if it was just that far. There was also something that bothered me, so I accepted that request. The request's content was to protect the carriage and to babysit. The advance payment given to me was 3 silver coins. It wasn't that much money, but it was an exceptional amount for an adventurer of my age. It was babysitting job, so I was walking near the carriage, but that child, a girl around 7 years old called Sarima, would only peek at me from inside the carriage. She never held anything that resembled a conversation with me. Forgive her, she is a shy girl. The middle-aged man's name was Namarad, the slender man was Tahir and the muscular man was Zana. Unlike Namarad, Tahir and Zana wouldn't even approach me, so it was pointless even if I knew their name. While traveling, I asked about the old woman who became the cause for this request. The rumor had only started since several days ago. Not even a week had passed. It seemed the old woman's sighting was gradually getting closer to the territory capital and the rumor was circulating between travelers. Namarad was slightly surprised when I told him that I had never heard about the rumor because I almost never stopped by in any town. The old woman's feature was how she looked so old that it was unclear what her age was, and how she could pass through with an unbelievable speed with her posture bending so low and close to the ground. Not only that, a rank 3 warrior once tried to attack the old woman, but she easily dealt with him by burying him in sand before running away. Was that really human? Perhaps it was a monster just like Namarad said, but it felt like I knew about that kind of existence. Did I hear it from Master's lesson, or from Adventurer Guild? In the end I couldn't recall anything. The carriage continued trudging on until it became dark and we camped at the junction where the highway connected with the highway that led to the territory of Marquis Oz. We are going to be a bit lavish with our cooking today, so please join us without reservation. The taciturn slender man Tahir started cooking in a pot and the smell of unfamiliar spices that were being used in abundance drifted in the area. I was someone who didn't have any fixation with food, but I got too used with plain food and wasn't used to taste that was too thick. Even if this strong scent came from decent meal, it didn't seem like something that would tickle my appetite. But while I was staring at the stew-like food in the wooden bowl that was given to me, a small silhouette suddenly moved. "A Nichan. It's tasty, you know." Sarima held out a wooden spoon toward me. It would be too unnatural for me to not eat after they went this far. I accepted the wooden spoon from Sarima's small hand and scooped the stew into my mouth. I see. I put the piping hot red stew into my mouth several times. The others were silently watching me eating. Interpreted positively, what they were doing could be seen as them watching with bated breath whether their guest was able to appreciate the foreign cooking or not. Arya-san. Do you like it? I stopped moving after eating almost half of the stew in my bowl. Namarud quietly asked me. He lightly sighed seeing me keeping my eyes closed and not replying, and then he slowly stood up and approached me. Then, good night. Ash Crown Princess. Kin. Namarud swung down a scimitar without even radiating any killing intent. My black dagger clashed against it in that instant and a high-pitched sound rang out. Tsu. I kept sitting as my knife lunged out glidingly across the ground. Namarud deflected it and leapt back. So the drug didn't work? Who knows? Do you think I'll answer that question? There was no need for me to go through the trouble of enlightening him. In the first place, I wasn't so trusting that I would simply eat the meal that was cooked by a suspicious group like this. I soundlessly stood up and took a fighting stance with the black knife and dagger in both hands. Tahir, who was still barehanded, and Zana, who was wielding a short sword, surrounded me. As expected, they weren't shaken from just this much. An opponent who called me Ash-Crowned Princess with this kind of strength and mettle, targeting my life. Naturally their true identity was easy to narrow down. Assassin Guild. Indeed. We are from the Central West Branch. Namarud slightly laughed. The wrinkles on his tanned skin deepened from that. I once heard that the Central West Branch of Assassin Guild was descended from a desert tribe. A lot of Cruz people lived in Karlfan Empire that was surrounded by sea and desert, so I had guessed it to some degree the moment I saw Namarud. As expected from the Ash-Crowned Princess, I heard that it would be troublesome to fight you head-on and attempted to kill you with trap, but this can't be helped. Now then. Ash-Crowned Princess, do you have any intention of joining our branch? Are you screwing around? What was he thinking, giving invitation for joining after almost killing me? Namarud slightly smiled while still being on his guard when I turned a narrowed gaze toward him. I'm not screwing around at all, Ash-Crowned Princess. If you're someone who would die just from that, then that's it. Targeting you is simply a matter of honor for the Assassin Guild. But there won't be any problem if you become our comrade. You aren't going to take revenge? It doesn't matter how many are dead when it happened to another branch anyway. We from the Central West Branch is a gathering of wanderer and people with nowhere else to go. Our unity is solid. If you join us, we will protect you from the other branches. But Namarud paused there and stared fixedly at me as though he was peeking into my heart. We will have you assassinate 100 people as proof of your reliability. Of course the targets will be decided by us. You two are someone who have lost any place to belong, aren't you? Don't you think just that much is cheap to buy trust and a place to belong? Assassination of 100 people. Most likely they were planning to test me whether I could kill good and innocent people just as ordered. But you know. My answer had been decided from the start. I refuse. You're planning to be hostile toward our branch too? My refusal caused Namarud and also Tahir and Zana to radiate killing intent. From the start, anyone who get in my way is enemy. No exception. I easily chose to be hostile toward a branch of Assassin Guild without any hesitation. I could hear someone gulping for an instant. This damn fool. In that instant, Namarud leapt back even further while still holding his scimitar in ready, while Tahir, who was standing still without radiating any killing intent, stepped forward with a smooth footwork. Shih! Tahir let out a short breath and his fist struck out. When I intercepted the fist that was unprotected by anything, Tahir used his flexibility to move strangely and deflected the flat of the knife with his bare hand. Bare-handed. Hand-to-hand combat. His fist struck again and I bent backward to dodge while my hand touched the ground behind me. Then I kicked that fist with my blade-attached boot. Sarima, step back. Yes, Chichan. So the shyness was also in act. Sarima nodded strongly at Namarud's words and retreated toward the carriage. Namarud withdrew for some reason despite carrying a short-range weapon. Then he threw his scimitar at me, who was fighting Tahir. It was as though he didn't mind even if he hit Tahir with a throw. Tahir and I dodged the scimitar that approached with whirling sound using the minimal movements. But the scimitar suddenly changed trajectory and attacked only me. I immediately copied Tahir and struck down the scimitar with my right glove that had magic steel plate incorporated in it. Good job dodging that. Namarud yelled that and pulled back his arm. The scimitar that had black string tied to it whirled through the air with that. It was a weapon with string control just like my pendulum. Furthermore, the range of his control was wider than me. The scimitar whirled through the air without falling on the ground, and then it came attacking once more. I dodged the two's attacks while parrying the scimitar with a knife and dagger in my hands. I rolled away from the two while Zana, who was just watching, simultaneously leapt at me from right above. I intentionally got hit by the fist and used the impact to jump away. Then Zana's two short swords stabbed deeply into the ground where I was standing. Gah! That man pulled out the short sword that was buried into the ground until its hilt without any trouble and howled like a beast. No, that wasn't it. Zana's face was covered with animal fur. He was transforming into a beast at the blink of eye. Lycanthrope. A werewolf. Zana transformed into a wolf that stood on two legs. He leapt with a terrifying speed and swung his two short swords at me. I also swiftly pulled out a knife and threw it, but the small throwing knife got deflected by Zana's fur. Lycanthrope was a general term for human who could transform into animal shape, but originally it was another name for werewolf. Normally werewolf blended among normal people and lived normally, but they could also change into animal form like this and attacked other people. It was said that this phenomenon was caused by curse or by disease, but the right answer still hadn't been found. That animal nature also couldn't be controlled, so they were classified as monster. But to think an assassin guild picked up one like this. Clang! Even I could block Zana's short swords with my dagger and knife, but his muscle that was strengthened by his beast transformation easily sent someone light like me flying. Tahir aimed at that moment and closed his distance with me. Namarad threw his scimitar from Tahir's shadow. Before he controlled the scimitar's trajectory, a crossbow's arrow flew out from the darkness of shadow snatch that I formed. Sorcery? The arrow was fired from pitch-black darkness and from right below, and yet Namarad still managed to dodge it. This was why a veteran rank 4 was troublesome. It was mostly pointless even when I took them by surprise, but Tahir became alone during that time and I deflected his arm while leaving a shallow gash on his side. Zana covered for him and my weapons clashed against his short swords and I got sent flying once more. Now then, what to do? A rank 4 swordsman who used string control, Namarad, a hand-to-hand fighter who was rank 3 but had strange movement, Tahir, a werewolf who obtained physical ability that far surpassed me by transforming into a beast, Zana. These three should be able to kill even a rank 5. It seemed the Central West branch was very wary of me. Namarad and the other two surrounded me from 3 directions so I couldn't get away. They slowly shifted position in clockwise direction. They weren't opponents who were beyond my means if I fought them one-on-one, but taking on the 3 of them simultaneously would require splitting them up temporarily. I would need some kind of impetus in order to do that. I had laid the groundwork for that, but it still hadn't showed any effect. As I started thinking, what should I do in that case? Hi. Question mark. A strange laugh came from the dark highway. A shadow came approaching from far ahead and diverted the attention of the assassins slightly. I should attack in that opening, but I was also slightly taken aback by how abnormal that object that appeared was. There I saw the figure of a small old woman running toward us on all fours through the dark highway with immense speed. So that rumor was true? Zana was bewildered from how strange that sight was and threw his short swords. But astonishingly, the old woman easily grabbed them from the air and tossed away the short swords behind her while making an immense sandstorm to blow using bizarre mana. The assassins and I immediately retreated in that moment. But perhaps Tahir was unable to sense mana. He got dragged into the sandstorm and the old woman attacked him. Old woman, race? Question mark. Magic power : 365/420 stamina : 173/184 combat strength : 1598 opening parenthesis with body strengthening : 1992 closing parenthesis. What was that? The instant I thought that, the necessary information surfaced from that woman's knowledge. An old woman moving in high speed, combat strength and high magic power that were unthinkable for human, and then how it called for sand. Perhaps it was. Apparition? It was an existence that I was like in the middle between being a spirit and a monster. In that woman's previous life, it seemed that she was living in a terrifying world where such monsters were prevalent. But even so, what I had to do hadn't changed. I instantly switched my line of thought and used stealth before leaping into the sandstorm to hide in it. I sneaked behind Zana, who was on his guard due to the sandstorm blocking his sight. Zana might have detected me from smell. He howled while turning around and attacked with his fangs and claws in the place of the short swords that he had thrown. My knife was deflected by his fur. The black dagger might be able to stab him if I put some force behind it. But I didn't even need to go that far just to deal with you alone. I created the storage's entrance on my palm and dumped out the stew that I pretended to eat. The door of the storage could be created as long as there was shadow. The stew that I pretended to eat was stored into storage from inside my mouth. Now I dumped it into the mouth of the wolf that was opened wide. Goo. Most likely it got a powerful sleeping drug mixed in. Zana staggered backward and the weight-type pendulum that I swung down in that timing smashed through his skull. My knife got deflected, must be because of the thrust resistance that beast-type monster had, but with this it should work. But a werewolf with high stamina and durability didn't die yet even after that. Ash Crown Princess. Namarad had finally caught sight of us inside the sandstorm and threw his scimitar to interrupt me. I had seen your technique several times, that was why. Good timing. I was just thinking that I lacked weight to kill Zana. What? The string of Namarad's scimitar and the string of my pendulum were entangled with each other. The weight type that had the weight of the scimitar added to it crushed Zana's skull from right above. Zana left behind a weak groan and his completely crushed head burst with blood spraying out together. Damn you. Namarad threw away his scimitar because it was entangled with string and even got used to kill his own comrade. He picked up Zana's fallen short sword. Clang. Unlike me who was only level 4 in string control, Namarad was rank 4 even in close quarter combat. He was in advantage here. But Namarad's movement had worsened compared to the beginning, that he couldn't even overwhelm rank 3 like me from this close. It was only because the person himself didn't notice how his movement had worsened that I won in the battle of string control skill. I was finally able to overcome even you. Pain. Gijur. It seemed that you guys tried to cover up the smell of powerful sleeping drug using spices, but I myself had mixed in drug into the pot that Tahir used to cook using Shadow Snatch. It was a powerful muscle relaxation drug, but it still showed effect even after it was boiled and became vapor. In exchange it took time until the effect showed, but without that, a rank 3 like me wouldn't consider fighting head-on 3 assassins who had a rank 4 among them. I left a deep gash on Namarad's neck until his chest after he stiffened from the intense agony of pain. But Namarad too bent his body slightly even in his current state and avoided getting lethally wounded. In that case I just needed to keep attacking if he wouldn't die just from one attack. I raised my dagger with such intention, but a small silhouette barged in between us at that moment. Stop! Don't kill Jichan. The girl, Sarima, who retreated to the carriage, spread out her arms to cover for Namarad. The protected Namarad grimaced painfully in his dying state. Sarima. Namarad reached out with his trembling hand. In that moment, a knife that was kept in Namarad's sleeve shot out toward me. I used Sarima, who got my string entwined on her, as shield to block it. You, Anichan. Why? Sarima looked up to me in a daze with a knife planted in her back. I looked down coldly at her. My bad, but I have smelled the scent of death many times before. The cause of my suspicion to this group wasn't Namarad's race or the behavior of Tahir and Zana. I also used poison without any hesitation only because the scent of death that I smelled from this little girl. Most likely that excessive amount of spices wasn't just to cover up the smell of poison. It was used to erase the scent of death from this Sarima. This little girl. Sarima exposed her true nature and her lovely face distorted into an animalistic face as she bared her fang. Vampire. This was my first time seeing one, but I had also learned about them from Master's lesson. They were monster that could live semi-eternally by sucking human blood and obtaining the dregs of soul in that blood. But apparently some of them were also being treated as citizens in the country of the evil race. A werewolf and a vampire. I heard that they were a gathering of Wanderer, but this was just too unprincipled. Assassin Guild. Sarima's blood-colored claws lengthened and she attacked with a speed that was unthinkable for a child's body. Vampire had strong regeneration power and the wound on his back had already closed too. I deflected her claws with my knife while leaping back, but although I had given up on finishing off Namarad, it didn't mean I was running away from Sarima. The next moment, the old woman who had beaten up Tahir attacked this way too. Namarad, who was late to escape, got hit and sent flying. Namarad. Sarima, who saw that sight, reflexively turned around. I see, what they said about having strong unity seemed to be true. But, was it alright that you took off your eyes from me? I entwined the all-purpose type pendulum around the neck of Sarima, who looked away for a moment. Sarima's eyes opened wide as she got strongly pulled in. She saw the way I held my knife far to the back. Thrust. Zan. The battle technique that I unleashed lopped off Sarima's head. To kill a vampire, you either crushed the magic stone in their heart or destroyed their head. Even though she had the form of a little girl, I didn't believe in giving any mercy to enemy. Even so, a vampire with adult appearance would be a threat, but as expected there was a limit with the status of a child. Namarad, who was blown away by the old woman, was flying toward my direction. I squinted so my eyes wouldn't be hurt by the sand while putting my arm around Namarad's neck from behind. I snapped his neck. At the same time the old woman also attacked me. So she is next. Really? Just what the deal with this old woman? Shadow. I dodged by using a shadow illusion as bait. But In contrast to the enormous combat strength I saw with appraisal, that attack speed was still within the limit to what I could follow with my eyes. The attack strength was low and even Namarad who got blown away was still alive then, so perhaps the old woman's skill in close-quarter combat was only body strengthening and martial art. I assumed that the old woman's immense combat strength came from her sorcery and took out all-purpose type and sickly type pendulums from the storage. Most likely I wouldn't have any chance to win if the old woman used sorcery. I'd finish this before she used sorcery. I expelled the heat from fighting the assassins together with my breath while increasing the killing intent inside me. I erased the matters of the assassins and also the mission from inside my head. In this moment, I removed all attention to other things and released all of my killing intent solely to kill the old woman. Hi! The old woman's eyes goggled glaringly at my heightened killing intent. In response she made vast amount of mana to overflow from her whole body. I too heightened the mana in my whole body and crouched down like a cat. Then I kicked on the ground and rushed forward while throwing my 2 pendulums. The old woman also unleashed her mana and met the attack. The battle would be decided in an instant with our respective stamina. The one whose attack hit first would take their opponent's life. But, Wait, stop. A familiar voice and a knife that came flying at the same time made the old woman and I dodged each other's body and the blade. We passed each other and rolled on the ground to take distance. This voice, Viro. That man who came running from the highway ahead and forcefully interrupted using that knife screamed seeing the old woman and me trying to killing each other. You too. Why are fellow teammates trying to kill each other? Huh? Teammate. What was that about? Viro who interrupted our battle yelled with a tired voice. Then that old woman apparition started laughing normally like a human. Hi, you're late, Viro boy. Stop calling me boy, granny. Geez. Well, anyway, Viro complained to the old woman in exasperation, but seeing the old woman and I had stopped fighting, he suddenly threw a knife to somewhere. In that moment, Tahir who had gotten beaten up by the old woman and stopped moving leapt up on his feet and started running away immediately. So he was still alive. The corner of Viro's lips slightly curled up seeing that. He unsheathed his favorite mithril short sword from his waist and rushed forward from his spot. If you think you can run away from me, Hyun. A black blade flew past his side. The sickle-type pendulum left a deep gash from the blind spot on the neck of Tahir whose attention was diverted by Viro and the old woman. A lot of blood spurted out and he collapsed. I pulled back the pendulum to my hand to remove the blood on it before turning to face Viro who was frozen on the spot with his short sword still held up in fighting stance. Viro. Explain. Arya. Really you? Again? Was it another troublesome thing from Viro? I didn't think that I would be able to get away from this old woman, so I resolved myself to meet her attack head on but, if the battle continued like that, I would be the one who most likely got killed. This old woman was a teammate. In that case this old woman was the party's sorcerer who had retired. I was amazed that I was able to survive against a rank 5 sorcerer like that. Perhaps my feeling was oozing out from my expression. Viro averted her gaze from my unblinking stare with a guilty look. https://bookerpervert.files.wordpress.com/2022/02/io06.jpg. Well, that you know, this granny is my comrade. I never heard about your comrade being non-human. She isn't non-human. She really look monstrous but she's a human. But she has gotten a bit senile you see. Even while we were staying in an inn at the town, every day she would yell that she felt a suspicious presence and suddenly ran out to somewhere. Who are you calling me senile you lad? I'm still just 99 years old. That's what you have been saying since 10 years ago. Is she really human? A rank 5 sorcerer who could also fight in hand-to-hand combat with me? It would be extremely dangerous if that kind of person turned senile. Despite her look, her skill is the real deal. She retired because sometimes she would act senile like this but, if it's just a matter of strength then you don't need to worry at all. My name is Samantha, little girl. I see. How could I not worry after seeing this? The old woman Samantha introduced herself normally as though she had forgotten that we had just tried to kill each other not a minute ago. Even so I sheathed my knife and lowered my vigilance level from eliminate immediately to caution required. According to that woman's knowledge, something like senility was something that the person afflicted couldn't do anything about. It wasn't logical to keep harboring resentment toward her. Certainly there would be no problem in battle if we had someone this strong with us. You can call me Arya. I never expected of meeting you here but, Viro, what's our plan from here? Let's see. I plan to stay in the inn town nearby for a night but, there won't be any inn open at this time so I guess we'll just head to our next destination. The Duke Territory's capital? That place is just the rendezvous location. We will stop by the midway, but our target is in a baron's territory along the border. Roger. I tightened my grip on the pendulum in my hand when Viro said that. That guy Grave was there. I couldn't do anything at all when I fought him before. I just barely escaped alive by making an all-or-nothing gamble. Even now there was still a gap of almost double in our combat strength, but I too wasn't still the same like in the past, and right now Viro and Samantha would accompany me. If possible. I wanted to deal with him by myself, but killing him was a greater priority than my personal feeling. Then let's go, Arya, Samantha. I want to arrive at the town tomorrow. Traveling throughout the night like this, just what do you think an old person is? It was you, Granny, who ran out of the inn on your own. I felt a bit anxious. Samantha, who had worked as adventurer for long, almost a century, naturally had the night vision skill. Even on highway at night like this, our travel was shockingly fast because everyone could use body strengthening level 4. Come to think of it, why can Samantha use body strengthening even though she's a sorcerer? She doesn't has close combat skills, right? Good question there, little girl. When I tried asking what was in my mind while running, both Viro and I were naturally erasing our presences, but Samantha paid no mind to that and answered with a loud voice that could be heard by the next 3 neighbors if we were in town. A sorcerer's natural enemy is light warrior who can move fast. That's why a sorcerer who has reached a certain level of strength will naturally learn body strengthening in order to perform thought acceleration. Master could also fight in close quarter even though she was a sorcerer, might also be because of that. Granny, even I didn't know that. Young gun these days aren't studying enough. Well, the current young sorcerers all only care about making their sorcery's power greater, and almost none of them bother to learn body strengthening. You two remember this. Be careful if you encounter a sorcerer who can use body strengthening in this era. Got it. I see. Story from adventurer who is skilled in fighting could be used as reference. For now, Granny, keep your voice down a little. You will attract monster like that. What did you say, boy? It's time to eat. You just eat dinner in the inn 2 hours ago, right? Would we really be fine? We finished our meal with only portable food that had insipid taste and hurried on with our travel. At noon the next day, we arrived in the biggest city of this region where the castle of Duke Helton was located. Samantha and I rented a room in an inn for one night, while Viro said that he would go to the Adventurer Guild to obtain information. Arya, stay in the inn together with the Granny. Samantha is famous despite her look, and not to mention you yourself. It'll be troublesome to bring this Granny when she's like this to the Adventurer Guild. Also, the Granny can suddenly turn senile even when in the middle of normal conversation, so be careful. Roger. It felt like it would only be troublesome even if I went to the Adventurer Guild, so I pushed everything related to the guild to Viro. The inn that Viro chose was a high-class inn that cost 3 silver coins per night. It was befitting a first-class adventurer like him. I thought that I would need to take care of Samantha, but she was still an adventurer despite her old age, and this was a high-class inn, so the staffs here could fulfill most requests if I asked them, so I wouldn't need to do anything much. Bam. Little girl, food. We're going to eat. Not even several seconds had passed after we entered inside the room that Samantha, who should be in the neighboring room, kicked open the door and rushed into my room. I heard that you already ate yesterday. Cruel daughter-in-law? There's a cruel daughter-in-law here. I don't remember ever becoming your daughter-in-law. Samantha, you want to eat 3 times a day even though you're an adventurer? Then follow me. If you want to eat proper food, there should be a restaurant at the first floor. For some reason Samantha hesitated for a bit when I said that dispassionately. She accompanied me to the first floor and the inn staff led us to a table with 6 people capacity. Samantha, what do you want to eat? Let's see. Meat. I want lamb meat. Roger. I asked her what she liked and called the waitress to place our order. Lamb meat dish. 1 whole lamb. Why you want 1 whole lamb? She keep complaining that she's hungry every time. Besides, we're adventurers, so there won't be any problem. Viro was a man who ate meat right from the morning even when recovering from injury. His adventurer teammate surely wouldn't complain if she was also given similar thing. The surrounding customers fell silent seeing an old woman and a child silently swallowing down meats that kept getting brought in one after another without really holding any conversation. Viro returned from the Adventurer Guild when around 2 hours had passed with such bizarre atmosphere filling the room. What? With this amount of meat? Samantha said that she want to eat. This little girl is a cruel daughter-in-law. Viro tilted his head seeing Samantha, who had gotten somehow more chubby and greasy compared to when we just arrived to this inn. I don't really get it, but, well, forget it. Waitress, give me ale. I'll make my report for now. Viro sat down and ate the meat without asking while he started talking about the information that he got from the guild. His talk was hard to understand because he was using the jargon of underworld, but in short this was what he said. After failing to kill me, Grave left the organization of Sarah and others and covered his track. It seemed he stayed quiet for a while after that, but one day assassination incidents started occurring. The targets of these assassinations were nobles from the noble faction, a faction that tried to weaken the power of the royal family and draw in the force from other countries. 3 nobles had gotten murdered until now. One of them, a count, was particularly someone who claimed that the crown prince's fiancée should be a princess from other country. This count was rumored to have a deep relationship with the neighboring country. The count was one of the key people of the noble faction, so the noble faction claimed the royal family faction was involved with his murder. They started demanding that the royal family's sword, which was the royal guards and the black ops, had to be scaled down in order to reduce the threat they posed to the nation. And not only that, they also started saying that the royal family should take a princess of the neighboring country as wife, even if the rule had to be changed to allow that. But there was no way those demands could be accepted with the current state of affairs. The leader of Black Ops, who was suspected unjustifiedly like that, investigated the case and finally determined that the culprit was Grave. According to the Black Ops' investigation, it seemed that Grave was targeting noble houses that were the enemy of the royal family. After investigating several noble territories and narrowed down the possibility, the Black Ops obtained information that a person who seemed to be Grave was hiding in this Helton territory. The 2 Margraves that originally could possibly become the leader of the noble faction were in the royal family faction instead. In contrast, Duke Helton, who should be in the royal family faction, was now known as an anti-royal family faction, partly because the interests that originally he should be able to obtain were snatched away by the Margrave houses. Grave is waiting for the Duke to leave his castle and go outside. There's information that a troublesome monster has appeared in a baron's territory near the border. It looks like ordinary adventurer or knight is unable to defeat it. Well, in short, the Duke might go out and lead the subjugation force personally in order to gain popularity. It seemed the possibility was high that Grave was targeting for that opportunity to assassinate the Duke. Thinking normally, targeting a Duke who was being protected by more than 100 knights would be suicide. Nobody would seriously attempt that, thinking that it would be foolish, but if it was that Grave, he would surely think that it would be better to aim for this opportunity rather than when the Duke was staying in the castle. The Duke's side too was unable to constantly be in a state of high alert against an opponent who they didn't know when would attack. If the situation was like that, I was sure that if it was Grave, he would surely do it. There was no reason for that surety. I was simply thinking that if it was me, I would also do that. And then even if we informed Duke Helton that there was a danger of assassination, he surely wouldn't cancel the subjugation just because he feared one person. We're going to depart tomorrow morning to that barren territory. What we're going to do is taking down Grave before the Duke arrive at the destination. Hi. There's no need to wait until tomorrow morning. We can just go now. Now, boy, little girl, you two should also prepare. Pan. Samantha looked like she would rush out immediately. I hit the table and stopped her. Not yet. We haven't finished the meats yet. Adventurer had to eat when they could. Viro also taught me that, and I had also learned that lesson when I lived in the wild at the start and at the forest where those orcs lived. Eat when you can, endure when you can't eat. That was why leaving food uneaten was unforgivable. When I stared fixedly to the 2 with such insistence, the 2 slowly sat back down and the 3 of us started eating the meats again silently. The next day, we departed from the territory capital of Duke Helton early in the morning and headed toward the Baron's territory where Grave was hiding. I would end up having an encounter in that place. Heroine Survival Volume 3 Chapter 14. Madman. Speaking of which, what's the monster problem that happened to the Baron territory? I haven't explained about that, huh? When we had gotten close to the Baron territory along the border, I asked that question while going through the highway. Viro taught me the information in order. First he told me the terrain information. There was a huge lake along the border that was located several days of travel to the west from the territory of Duke Helton. But the problem wasn't there. The west side from the lake was the buffer zone of this country with the neighboring country Solhorse Kingdom. The problem was occurring at the highway that was leading to Solhorse Kingdom that was located at the marshland north to the lake. Because a rocky area that was a monster habitat and a marshland acted as buffer area with the neighboring country Solhorse Kingdom, clash between feudal lords had never happened, but there was a political dispute surrounding the rights for Condor Mine not only with Solhorse Kingdom, but also with Condor Kingdom and Il's Duke Dam. It was a political problem between 4 countries that were still continuing even now. That was exactly why marriage between royal families was also indispensable in order to obtain advantage in that struggle of rights. But despite the problem in national level, the relationships between the people of the countries were relatively friendly. The interaction between merchants was flourishing, and because there was also a large-scale dungeon near the side of Solhorse, a lot of adventurers obtained permission to come and go between countries. But One day apparently a black beast appeared in that buffer area marshland. It started attacking merchants and adventurers. Its true identity was an ancient mythical beast kill. In legend it was said to be a mythical beast that appeared from another world. It had the large body of panther and two whiskers that grew long and flexible like whips from the tips of its ears. It was cunning and merciless. Its intelligence was greater than human and its mighty strength even made it got called as Black Destroyer. It was a rank 5 mythical beast and it was said that one who had lived for particularly long could rival even dragon. Kill. To be accurate, it wasn't a monster but a mythical beast. If the opponent was a mythical beast of that level, I could understand why the Duke would lead the subjugation force personally to gather popularity. In this Glaydale kingdom, the two Margrave houses possessed powerful strength both politically and financially. Duke House, that was also related by blood to the royal family, originally had the role of protecting the nation from external enemy. The territory of Duke Helton didn't have any special industry and became unable to maintain their authority as a Duke House, so they were deepening their relationship with the neighboring countries in the economic front, even though they actually should be keeping watch to those countries from trying anything. Although the Duke House could have it easy now in the financial aspects because of that, their authority within the country still hadn't recovered. That was exactly why if the Duke could personally defeat the mythical beast, although it wouldn't be as good as defeating a dragon, such feat would still give him a lot of popularity that praised his martial prowess. Based from the testimony of the witness that saw the size of the kill, it was assumed that the mythical beast was still young. Therefore it wasn't as strong as low-ranked dragon that was equal to rank 6, but the Duke chose to bring more than 100 high-ranked knights that served his house where all of them were rank 3 to face the kill. It was uncertain since when that Cole was staying in that land, but a story that there was a black beast living in a mountain near the nearby Kondo mine had been spreading in the village of the miners since a long time ago. But what was the reason that Cole started attacking human? Grave isn't hiding in the town but near the forest of the marshland where the mythical beast is sighted. Aquatic beast demi-human race, lizardmen are also living there, but if it's him then it shouldn't be a problem for him. Several agents of the Black Ops became sacrifice in order to obtain this information. We're going to settle this before Grave can start taking action. Roger. Just leave it to me. Hi. Rank 2 or 3 agents would simply get detected by Grave and be killed right away without even offering any fight. The result wouldn't change even if they brought soldiers or knights who are weaker than them. Grave could just run away if he was challenged with number. The only way to defeat Grave with little damage was by sending in small number of elites. It seemed that Viro and Samantha had rank 5 warrior and heavy warrior as teammates in their party, but Grave, who was operating solo just like me, could easily escape if we had number on our side. That was why, after also considering the possibility of surprise attack with assassination and the like, the members of the subjugation force became filled with irregular selections like this, scouts and magician that also included old woman and child. Even so, it was unknown whether Grave could be defeated with just a rank 4 like Viro and a high-end rank 3 like me. So the main fighter would be the rank 5 sorcerer Samantha, with us assisting her for the close quarter combat. Viro and I would work together to hold back Grave while Samantha would look for opening to defeat him with her sorcery. That was our main tactic for this mission. There was a little problem with Samantha's senility that could come out of nowhere, but each time that happened I would take out from my storage the large amount of meats from the inn that in the end we couldn't finish eating. Seeing how she calmed down from eating made me unable to complain too much. What if the mythical beast show up? It'll depend on what the Cole and Grave will do, but in the worst case we might have to retreat and prioritize our survival. Arya, you'll be Granny's guard. You can do it, right? If there's no other choice, I'll do it. We obtained the newest information from the surviving agent in the clinic of the Barren Territories town. Then we made the necessary preparation and headed toward the marshland at the border. If I didn't make that oath, then perhaps I'd choose to just cross the border here and leave this country, but I was able to become this strong only because of that oath with her. Grave. I'll kill you here, for Elena's safety too. That beast questioned its own existence deep inside the marshland's dark forest. The beast didn't remember when it was born, but the beast had been strong ever since its existence came to be in this world. Creatures called human were thriving in this world. Human feared the beast, but that was because they were just too weak. For the beast, human was just too frail and they also weren't really suitable to be its food. The beast didn't have any interest toward human. The beast didn't need a lot of food in order to live. It only needed a specific substance within living creature or fruit and the like as replenishment. For it, hunting wasn't for obtaining meat but an act to display its strength. Human was weak physically and mentally. That was why they feared the beast and armed themselves using their shrewd wisdom. But when those humans tried to erode the mountain where the beast lived, the beast still wasn't interested and permitted that generously. But one day, A human appeared in the mountain where the beast lived and scattered poison with disgusting smell at the surrounding. The beast was enraged. It was angry toward the frail and impertinent human. But it seemed that human had strong power as an individual. Even the beast couldn't finish him off, and he managed to escape until near the human settlement. It realized that it got lured out when a pack of humans transporting goods across the marsh area launched an attack toward the beast when it appeared before them. The beast wasn't interested with human. Even so, it wasn't so tolerant that it would overlook any attack to itself. The beast couldn't really differentiate between one human to another. Even so, it felt like the human that attacked it was a bit different from the human that scattered poison at the beginning. But the beast let its anger control it and massacred the humans. The foolish and small and frail living creatures called human irritated the beast. In order to kill the foolish human who lured it here, the beast began to attack the humans passing through this place that felt similar to that individual. A man was sitting cross-legged on top of a large rock on a swamp of the marshland in deep contemplation. Grave was aware that he was a cold-hearted madman. The strength of powerful royal family was needed to correct this country to its normal state. What should be done for that to happen? The answer of the world could always be found in simple place. All obstacles should simply be killed. If there was a fool who threatened the king, then that fool should just be killed. For the people, it didn't matter who became the king. But he believed that only the stability of the royal family that wasn't a fool would lead to the happiness of the people. But for that, he had no intention to take roundabout method like before anymore. Before he thought that it was fine to sacrifice anyone including himself if it was for the right thing. But he finally noticed that this world was filled with stupidity. Humans were foolish regardless whether they were noble or commoner. He ended up thinking that to guide this world correctly, it was necessary for him to accomplish his objective without dying himself. He would kill any noble who was a hindrance. If necessary, he would even kill a royalty. For that, he wouldn't be picky with his method and clung to life tenaciously for the sake of his objective. He learned that from the dangerous maid who he killed before. It was only because of that battle that Grave stopped being picky with his method for the sake of his objective. At that time he thought that the best thing to do was to kill that girl who got close to the princess. But looking back now, a part of him was also thinking that perhaps that girl might be the only one who could possibly understand his ideal and became his successor. He had worked out multiple plans and placed traps everywhere for the sake of his objective. One of those plans, in order to kill Duke Helton in this land, Grave relied on an uncertain information and lured a dangerous monster that was said to live in the mountain to the human settlement. The possibility of success for this plan wasn't high, but it wouldn't bother him even if this plan failed. Not many adventurers in this country could defeat rank 5 monster, and that number would be narrowed down even further if the opponent was a beast in a forest. And if that opponent was actually a mythical beast, some of those people would even hesitate. That was exactly why he thought that the Duke would dispatch his trump card, the high-ranked knights in was employed to take care of that threat. If things went well like that, the security for the Duke would become short-handed and he would be able to kill him. But the Duke foolishly decided to personally lead his soldiers, making it easier for Grave to go kill him. That was why Grave was waiting near this forest until the Duke came to be killed. He stayed in this area to provoke the mythical beast and prevented it from giving up and going home. He also made it so the mythical beast attacked the passing merchant or adventurer so that the Duke would have no choice but came out. But uninvited guests appeared earlier than the Duke's arrival. He was able to find the other party first before they could find him because of lucky coincidence, but it could also be considered as an inevitability with Grave's current strength. Even Grave knew very well the identity of the man who was stealthily walking through the forest along the highway. It was Varro of the rank 5 adventurer party Rainbow Sword, who also had connection with the Black Ops. The party leader, the heavy warrior dwarf, wasn't here. It must be because they thought that Grave would run away if that person also came here. But it was pointless. He too wasn't the same anymore with the past him who Varro knew about. Depending on his method, Grave was confident that now he would be able to assassinate his opponent one by one even if all the members of Rainbow Sword were here. But in battle there was nothing absolute. If he wanted to play it safe, he could simply lure them and allow the mythical beast to kill them. If all members of Rainbow Sword were present here, it would be likelier that the mythical beast would be the one that got killed. But if less than half of their members were here, it was unthinkable that they would be able to deal with the mythical beast. But Grave recognized the figure of the girl walking at the very back and his lips expressed a twisted delight. He decided to face them personally. So you're alive, Aria. Heroine Survival Volume 3 Chapter 15 Intruder. We chased after Grave and entered inside a forest alongside the highway in a marshland where it was said that Grave is hiding. Before this, Varro had gathered information in the Adventurer Guild. It seemed that this area had the lake water flowing into it and the ground was always muddy. There were small swamps dotting the area everywhere, acting like invisible pitfall. It was a dangerous place for those who weren't familiar with the area. It wasn't difficult to stand guard over this place. That too was because of the highway here that it was leading to the neighboring country was more like a bridge that connected the flat grounds and rocks being interspersed in the strategic positions throughout this area. Although it was called a bridge, it wasn't something much like in imagination. It was just something simple that didn't even have any handrail, made from driving wooden stakes into the quagmires and placing thick wooden planks on top of them for people to cross. It was just that kind of simple bridge, but some kind of magical or alchemical medicine was used on the woods so that they wouldn't be worn down. Wood type that was strong against the humidity of this area was also used for the foundation. So this highway that took 30 years to be finished when it was created 100 years ago was so strong that it wouldn't even waver when a large horse carriage passed through. In other words, almost everyone who passed through this area would use this highway. The monsters also understood that armed humans use this highway to pass through, so they were avoiding it, making this highway some type of safe area. Someone could just stand watch over this highway to find out everyone passing through this area. That was exactly why our party consisted only of agile people. By taking that into consideration too, we intentionally didn't use the safe and convenient highway and advanced through the forest by jumping from tree to tree. According to Samantha herself, she only learned stealth as a lady's pastime, so it was difficult for her to travel stealthily, but even if there was someone keeping watch over this area, it should be difficult for them to detect us because there was the existence of the safe highway that would take their attention. Long time no see, Viro, Grave. It hadn't been half a day since we traveled through the forest along the highway that Grave showed himself in front of us. I didn't know how he found us, but I could only call this a bad luck. At this point our strategy to launch surprise attack on Grave had been rendered meaningless. We moved from the forest where the footing was bad to on top of the bridge that was the highway. From the start our chance to successfully discover the hiding Grave and caught him in surprise was only around 50%. But the reason why Grave didn't run and showed himself instead because we didn't have heavy warrior with high attack and defense power. Or rather, Grave's reason was clear from looking at his combat strength. Grave race : human rank 5, magic power : 215/220 30 up, stamina : 328/360 10 up, overall combat strength : 1425 opening parenthesis with body strengthening : 1848 closing parenthesis 209 up. His combat strength had increased drastically since the last time. Just how hard he had trained. After someone reached rank 5, just increasing their status by 1 point was already a considerable improvement. According to the information that Viro received from the Black Ops, Grave should be level 5 only in swordsmanship and martial arts, but some of his skills other than those must have already reached level 5 too. Grave, who was just barely rank 5 before, had become a genuine rank 5 now. But more importantly, Grave's gaze was directed toward me rather than Viro and Samantha. It gave me an indescribable chill. Grave, you know our reason for coming here, right? Do you have any intention of surrendering? That's a stupid question, Viro. I have something that I must do. Even if the old woman over there is the Sandstorm Witch, one of the founders of the Rainbow Sword, she isn't any threat to me. Hi. It has been a long time since I'm called with that name. Do you think that you can win if it's against the current me? Samantha's senile act instantly changed into an air of battle readiness after her true identity was seen through. Grave didn't show any sign of retreating, even knowing that Samantha was a rank 5 sorcerer. Until now I only fought powerful enemy because I couldn't retreat. But Grave looked like he was intentionally choosing the option of not retreating. Was his current strength and the reason of his confidence lied in his tempered skills or his conviction? The visible combat strength wasn't something absolute. Just like how I believed in myself and defeated powerful enemies, perhaps Grave also had something similar. Grave's way of living was mad, but I could understand some parts of it. But after coming this far, I understood that there was a fundamental difference between Grave and me. Grave, who was talking, turned his gaze from Viro and Samantha toward me once more. Let me ask you this instead. Arya, you're a rabid dog just like me. And like me you won't be able to become a dog of the government. The current world is too cramped for a human like you to live in. Come to my side. If you do, I shall give you a place to belong. You, Viro. Viro was about to flare up at Grave, who was holding his hand toward me before I stopped him. I stepped forward in front of Viro, who stood to protect me, and faced Grave, who was narrowing his eyes right from the front. I refuse. Who? Why? Is it due to your sense of duty for the princess? Grave moved only his lips to make a cynical smile at my flat rejection. But that's a part of it. But that's not all. My answer had been decided by the time you laid your hand on her. http https://bookerpervert.files.wordpress.com/2022/02/io07.jpg. Grave. You have become Elena and my enemy. Do I need any other reason to kill you? Hi-ha. Samantha laughed at that moment while firing multiple stone lances. Nearly 10 stone lances shot at Grave from the sudden surprise attack. Grave used 2 magic swords that he already held without even showing when he drew them out to parry and crush the stone lances. Those magic swords that could deflect sorcery were a threat, but what was even more astonishing was that people with half-baked strength wouldn't even be able to divert sorcery that powerful and would get lethally wounded. That wasn't the case with Grave. So it turned out like this, just as expected. Although he was complaining, Vira quickly reacted and circled to Grave's side while launching throwing knife. Pain. I also followed along and fired darkness magic. I wouldn't hold back anything against Grave as the opponent. He had already seen all my trump cards anyway from our previous battle. But Grave exhaled and endured my pain with a shout of fighting spirit. He also deflected Viro's knife with his sword. Last time Pain would be able to stop him just for an instant, but now even that single instant was too much to hope for. Dan. Grave kicked on the highway's plank so hard his foot might stomp through the wood. With that he leapt towards Samantha. In your dream, Jin. Viro got between them to stop him. He blocked Grave's sword with his mithril knife, but he got sent flying due to the difference in strength and physique. Shit. Move aside, boy. Samantha's level 4 earth magic sandstorm was activated. Grave hurriedly dodged at the same direction with Viro and let the magic flew past him. I threw my slash-type pendulum at him in that moment. Grave jumped down to dodge the blade. Viro, who was still lying on the ground, slid on the floor and kicked at Grave's foot. Grave seemed to be cautious against me and threw hidden weapon toward me while blocking Viro's kick with his own kick. Samantha didn't let go of the chance and fired stone shot like it was a rain. Grave sensed that he wouldn't be able to dodge that and held up his swords before unleashing powerful mana. Vorpal blade. It was the battle technique of one-handed sword that was released not with one sword in hand, but with 2 swords. The dozens of stone shots that would be unavoidable if it was me were cut down completely. Is that all? As expected, Grave is strong. He fought the 3 of us head-on while managing to keep the fight even or even advantageous for him. It wasn't only because of his skill, but he also possessed the courage that enabled him to calmly make the decisions even with death breathing on his neck. Grave took a step back to rally himself and stood in the position where he could keep the 3 of us within his field of vision while taking a fighting stance with his weapons. It's not only Viro. Even Yuri has become so strong that you're unrecognizable from before. As expected, it will be dangerous to fight the 3 of you head-on like this. It should be the time soon. Can you hear it? Had he prepared some kind of plan? All of us kept our vigilance toward Grave and respond to his words even while straining our ears. We could hear the sound of something getting closer from afar. I called it to this land. I have a complete understanding of its action. A violent presence is approaching. Powerful mana gushed out. This is. The roar of a beast cut through the sky. A huge black panther appeared from inside the forest by mowing down the trees on its way. Viro let out a hoarse voice, seeing it. A kill. So this is the ancient mythical beast kill. Its figure that was so ominous it looked beautiful stole my attention for a moment. I didn't know whether Grave called it here or that it had a reason why it had to come here, but I could feel something like anger toward human from its eyes. But what I understood here was that Grave wasn't the only that we had to deal with. This mythical beast was also included. Knowing that, I immediately moved to Samantha's side to guard her, but the mythical beast ignored Samantha and me. It attacked Grave and Viro without hesitation. The 2 whiskers that grew from its ears attacked like whips. Viro immediately blocked the whip with the flat of his knife. Grave hid himself behind Viro to use him as shield. Grave just now said that he called the coal here? In that case the coal's target was possibly Grave, but for the coal to attack the 2 males, was it because it was unable to differentiate the subtle difference between humans? It could only differentiate between child and adult, or male and female. That's all. It felt like Grave knew that and tried to focus the kill's target to Viro using that knowledge. It would be bad for us at this rate. Even if Samantha could get away from here just as we planned at the beginning, Viro would definitely lose his life in exchange. If what Grave said was true, he must be confident that he would be able to get away from the coal by himself even if Viro got killed. Phew. I pushed down my feeling that was growing fearful to the bottom of my heart together with a sigh. I fixed the mythical beast's figure within my steady gaze. Then it couldn't be helped. The weight-type pendulum that was strengthened with centrifugal force and mana struck the coal's head when it was about to pounce at Viro, diverting its attack slightly. Arya. It's fine. Viro's voice sounded reproachful. but this was the best option at present. Viro was stronger than me, but he was an orthodox type of scout and it would be difficult for him to fight the kill. Samantha was also stronger than me, but a sorcerer like her couldn't deal with the kill. Then, I moved. At the same time the Cole's whiskers snapped like whips. I used the mantle I took off as bait while rotating acrobatically to dodge. The weight-type pendulum that I tossed from an unseen position struck the Cole's head from its side. Mythical beast Cole. Your opponent isn't Viro. I'll draw away this thing. Heroine Survival Volume 3 Chapter 16. Black Destroyer. The weight-type pendulum whirled and struck the Cole's head. Then when I targeted its eye with the all-purpose type, it dodged the blade in annoyance and it finally recognized me as an enemy. Come. The Cole let out a low growl and turned its sharp gaze toward me. I also rotated the pendulum provocatively. Arya. Viro was about to rush forward seeing me trying to face the Cole alone, but Grave got in his way. Do you think you have the leeway to do something like that? Grave. Viro was enraged by Grave's cheap provocation. Boy, don't lose your focus. Samantha swiftly used Stone Bullet to hold back Grave while sending her gaze to me who was facing the Cole alone just for an instant. We're going to defeat Grave while the little girl draw away the beast. Don't lose focus and was the time that she's giving us. Shit. Samantha gave a scolding as though her senility until now was just a lie. Viro regained his composure and spat out while taking a stance with his short sword. Seeing Viro like that made Grave smiled mockingly to instigate him. I understand your enthusiasm, but let's be realistic here. Shut your trap. Viro and Samantha wouldn't lose even against Grave if they got serious. I believed in that and so I would draw away this mythical beast until the two could defeat Grave. By Ubian. The Cole stepped forward and used its two whiskers to attack like a whip. Fast. But it wasn't beyond my ability to keep up with. Steel yourself. Don't avert your eyes even just for a moment. Guess its attack from the movements of its muscles. I saw through the trajectory of the whips using my eyes based on my magic power control that had reached level 4. I bent backward to dodge the whips and used that momentum to somersault backward and opened some distance. Since defeating the Orc General, I kept practicing to remove the unnecessary magic elements in my mana bit by bit even when I was in a normal state. With that my body strengthening was gradually improving in its precision though it was still unstable when running at full strength. Even so the improvement was still negligible, but in a fight of this level, even that slight difference could decide my fate. The Cole didn't immediately charge forward with all its strength because my attack at the beginning was effective. I didn't know whether someone weak like me would be able to cut through a mythical beast's skin. It was also possible that the Cole had resistance against sharp weapon just like the werewolf from the Assassin Guild. But it seemed that a blunt weapon like the weight type was quite effective. The Cole was clearly on guard against the pendulum. High intellect. That was an advantage in almost all cases but it could also become weakness. If the Cole charged forward using its large body just like it did with Viro, I would definitely be unable to block the attack and got torn apart. But the Cole with its high intellect understood that blunt attack could damage even itself and hesitated to get too close to me. It was a painful blow that it was on guard against my weight-type pendulum when it was my only weapon that could damage it, but it wasn't really bad in this current situation where I needed to buy time. But that too would only last until it noticed that my own attack power wasn't that high. After that it would attack me with the resolve of getting hurt. Cole Race: Mythical Beast Rank 5 Magic Power: 281/324 Stamina: 426/510 Overall Combat Strength: 2136 Opening parenthesis with Body Strengthening: 2705 Closing parenthesis. The Cole's combat strength far surpassed even the Orc General. It might be possible for a rank 5 heavy warrior to endure an attack from it, but in my case I could clearly imagine how I would die from it. That was why I wouldn't fight honorably. I would make it wary against me as much as possible, bought as much time as possible, and drew it as far away as possible from Viro and Samantha. Shadow Snatch. The moment the Cole showed movement, I created several darkness of Shadow Snatch. The Cole reacted just for an instant seeing that. I threw multiple darkness to float toward it. It quickly swept away one darkness with its two whiskers like a whip. I used the easily erased darkness as cover and pulled out a knife from between my skirts slit and attacked the Cole. Clang. The Cole noticed the attack instantly and its whiskers smashed the knife with a metallic sound. Just how hard they were? The Cole judged that the darkness was to blind it and charged toward me while ignoring them. I too fired my crossbow's arrow into my own shadow seeing that a darkness that the Cole was about to pass from the side let out the arrow toward its eye. The arrow appeared in a distance of less than a step from its eye. and yet the coal twisted its neck and dodged it. The arrow that aimed at its eye hit its black fur and got deflected. For a crossbow arrow to not wound it, as expected, it might really have thrust resistance. No, it was also possible for the coal to have a skills superior version. The sharp resistance. The skills /resistance and thrust resistance were characteristic skills of monster that had their body protected with fur or shell. Human like us couldn't possibly learn them. There were also people like that werewolf or the very rare beastmen who had similar resistance to those, but even then it wouldn't be at a level that could deflect arrow. Their superior version, the sharp resistance, neutralized more than 80% of the damage from close quarter attack skill that had lower level than it. If the rank 5 coal had that skill, its sharp resistance's level would be rank 4 at the lowest. My archery skills level was 1, so it couldn't even be used as comparison, but most likely even my knife and dagger would be mostly useless. This was an existence that was already counted as one of the strong by birth. There was an insurmountable gap between it and human due to its skills and also status. But Cole had given me various information from this short fight. Even an attack from a weakling like me would deal damage if it landed on its eyes or inside its mouth. Its huge claws and fangs were unsuited to deflect small weapons. It would use its whiskers that had the same hardness like steel to deflect them away. It deflected even my knife that didn't aim at its eye because it was smart and stayed wary of any strange attack from me. What were you wary about? Poison? Or else you disliked getting wounded? Laid bare your everything to me. I'm going to lay bare your everything. Even the weakness that you don't know about. The coal's wariness grew stronger. Did it see something from my eyes that were staring fixedly at it? Come. In order to use this sense of distance too, I kicked on the wooden plank to jump backward and lured the coal into the marshland forest. The coal knew that I was provoking it. Even so, it gave chase without hesitation. It gave chase even knowing that it was just a provocation because it prioritized its emotion rather than its animal instinct. This too was the adverse effect of high intelligence. I kept the coal within my field of vision while letting the pendulum flew. I jumped from tree to tree through the marshland. Gah! Its whiskers whipped out, mowing down the small tree that I was going to jump at. The coal's fangs rushed me as I floated in the air, but I scattered red mustard's powder at it! The coal averted its face. Its movement dulled a little. The red mustard's effect was small, but it wasn't zero. In that instant I kicked at the coal's nose with my boots that got magic steel inserted inside. The recoil helped me flew back while at the same time the weight-type pendulum hit the coal's face from the side. But the coal's body also spun and dodged the weight-type pendulum while hitting away the pendulum's string with its whiskers. As I thought it was on guard, but I managed to take some distance. I left that place and started moving to lure the coal again. Ahead from here was a dangerous area that was even more threatening than the previous place that was riddled with bottomless swamps. Ahead from here there was no water. At the surrounding there were dry and weathered ground and bare rocks. There were countless huge aquatic trees here. All of them had dried out, and while the tree parts above ground could still be seen, their enormous roots had withered into dust and left behind many gaping wide holes in the ground like pitfalls. This place was also a marshland before, but the water from lakes stopped flowing here, the swamp dried out, and now not only human, even wild animal couldn't pass through here. Now only few small animals and insects could exist in this place that was called as the desiccated forest. Seeing that I was a human and the coal was an animal, the forest would always be advantageous for the coal as a battlefield. But there was a reason why I lured the coal to this desiccated forest. I used the roots extending from the holes on the ground as footholds and jumped around freely to all directions. The coal used the tree trunks as stepping stones and swung its sharp claws toward me. There was no way for me to dodge that while midair. Right now the coal must be very on guard against my weight-type pendulum and the red mustard powder. I couldn't dodge anima normally. My mind was sharpened to be razor-edge with my extreme concentration. I grasped the state of my surrounding using not only my detection skill but also my eyes and my whole body. In that moment I used weight and martial arts to erase my weight and warded off the claw's power like a feather fluttering in the wind. I slipped through the claws in paper-thin difference with several strands of my hair severed. The coal's whiskers whipped out toward me, but I stayed floating in the air while kicking on its shoulder. I used it as a foothold and dodged. Gah! The coal let out an enraged roar in response to my acrobatic way of fighting. Then, the coal's foothold suddenly crumbled when it was readying itself to pounce. Snap! Wow! The tree root crumbled and the coal became unbalanced. My weight-type pendulum smashed its head again at that timing. The trees around here had all dried up until they withered. It might not matter to me who had light body weight, but the coal whose weight was dozens of times greater than me couldn't be supported by the trees here. The trees might hold if it was moving quickly, but they weren't solid enough to be foothold for fighting and launching powerful strike. Fighting here decreased its offensive power and agility sharply. If it got careless and overextended itself and fell into the deep holes that riddled this place, even the coal wouldn't get away unscathed. This was the first idea that came to mind when I heard about this place from the Adventurer Guild. Originally this was a place that I planned to lure Grave into by myself in the worst case. Shadow. I created 2 shadows that I also used in the battle against orcs. I switched with them using the cover of the trees. It was hard for this technique to trick an opponent that relied on their eyesight, but the more the opponent relied on night vision and detection skills, the more this technique would affect their judgment. The coal was slightly bewildered by the fragile foothold in the shadows. I threw a knife to the shadow under my feet and fired it from the darkness of Shadow Snatch. The coal, whose high-speed movement was sealed, deflected the knife with its whiskers. But that was fine. I never expected the knife to be effective anyway. Gawa. In that moment I swung down the weight-type pendulum that was my main intention from right above in an arc. This time it landed a direct hit on the side of the coal's head for sure. The coal that got hit on its head again roared angrily to the sky. It was so loud it felt like the whole desiccated forest was shaking. In that moment, small sparks spread from the coal's whiskers. This is electricity. The knowledge inside me told me of the true nature of the phenomenon. I immediately retreated while my 2 shadows that were left behind got touched and were dispersed instantly like mist. The mental impact that slightly reached me caused my face to grimace reflexively. Lightning also existed in this world, and lightning attack also existed as an advanced combination magic of wind and water, but I got the feeling that what the coal used was something fundamentally different than that. Most likely it generated electricity using its tough muscle cells, then using it by combining it with mana and gathered it to its whiskers. The effect was dealing shock to the opponent's nerve using electricity. It hindered the use of sorcery. By hindering me from focusing my mind, all sorceries that were connected to me got erased. If the electricity attack was used in that way, most sorcery on standby would be neutralized unless it was a sorcery that had instantaneous effect. My combat strength would be halved if I didn't have sorcery. The coal had noticed that I was a light warrior who used sorcery and acted to crush my advantage. The coal that had been staying wary now finally turned serious. Sparks of electricity came out from its 2 whiskers while its large body lunged at me. Seeing that, I too pushed down my shaken heart to the bottom and resolved myself to meet it head-on. My illusion sorcery was sealed, while the coal had its attack power and agility drastically reduced. The coal had given up dodging. It landed on top of a small remaining rock. There it bent its large body that was flexible like a jet black whip to the limit like a drawn bow. I focused all my nerves. In our eyes now there was nothing more reflected other than the figure of each other. We put all our strength into the next attack. Compared to the coal's full strength, my full strength was only about half or even half of it. Even so I didn't plan to die. I put everything that I could right now and strongly tightened my hold on my dagger. Coal. You would be the one who died. Crackle. The coal's whiskers were electrified like static electricity and the dried sand on the surrounding ground was fiercely blown away. I purposefully removed elements from the mana in my whole body and accelerated its flowing speed. This was my authentic trump card. I pictured in my heart that attack that defeated the orc general. Gorgeul. I fixed the aim of my black dagger toward the coal's eye and crouched on my forelimbs like a cat. The coal's crimson eyes narrowed as it sensed my mana. The muscles throughout its body swelled powerfully, then its huge body shot out like a cannonball in the same moment. Dune. The withered rocky place it used as foothold was pulverized. The black beast closed in with a sound as through the atmosphere was exploding. I concentrated my mind to the extreme. Inside my accelerated thought, I unleashed the elemental mana that I had removed and stockpiled into magic. Shadow Walker. My figure vanished into shadow the instant I came into contact with the coal. I appeared on the coal's back with Shadow Walker and grabbed its whiskers with the power of the rampaging body strengthening. The shock that disturbed my concentration directly flowed into me. It made the rampaging mana went even wilder. I forcefully suppressed it with my willpower while smashing that rampaging mana through the coal's whiskers just as it was. The coal rampaged around the desiccated forest with me still on its back due to the rampaging mana it received. Go down. I gritted my teeth, as my hands felt like they would be torn off while sending in even more mana. The coal also lost control of its body and tried to shake me off. Like that both of us crashed on a giant tree. The giant tree started to crumble and like that the 2 of us fell, swallowed into the gaping wide hole under the tree's roots. into the deep darkness. Heroine Survival Volume 3 Chapter 17 Human and Beast. Picker. The sensation of water drop hitting my cheek woke me up. The surrounding was so dark that I couldn't see anything. My mind fell into confusion for a moment before I calmed myself and used night vision next. I found that I was at the bottom of a deep hole. I see. I fell into this hole in my battle against the kill. I had also planned to drop my enemy into a hole when choosing this place as battlefield, but the tree seemed to be even bigger than I thought. Its roots that had withered into dust left a hole that was very deep. When I looked up I could see a faint light dozens of meters above. How much time had passed since then? Was it several hours? Or only several minutes had passed? I don't know. So I stood up on a water puddle under my feet. My face grimaced from the pain in my limbs. As expected, that origin battle technique was too much. Even so, perhaps because I used it more for sending the rampaging mana to the coal rather than in my own body, I could feel the sharp pain was gradually receding. I got away with only light bruise after falling into a hole this deep. It might be thanks to this water puddle below me and the coal acting as my cushion. Even though the surface was a withered wasteland that had even got called as a desiccated forest, there was this much water underground. It was unthinkable. But that conversely meant that you wouldn't be able to find any water unless you dug this deep. That was no different than this area not having any water. Either way, this was still a place that was unsuitable for living thing to live in. I stretched my body to loosen up my muscles while checking my body's condition. My eyes could see, my ears could hear. I got some bruises but none of my bones were broken. My stamina and magic power had decreased a lot, and perhaps I had put too much burden on my muscles. It would be difficult for me to move until I got used to the pain. The heat of magic power that was generated after using battle technique was continuing to accumulate in my body, so I should think of it as being unable to use battle technique anymore in this battle. Even if I could use it, it would only be one time, and I better resolved myself to be unable to move my arm anymore for several days after that. I had calculated my chance of surviving, but when I made a plan for fighting here, even so I thought that it was thanks to my growth in things related to sorcery that I was able to come out of it with only this much wound and fatigue. I had been training in it for some time, but I became able to use level 4 dark magic shadow walk. Must be because I had been accumulating skill experience point to some degree from using origin battle technique, the body strengthening using rampaging magic power from my battle against the orc general. But my current fatigue and mana exhaustion was because of using origin battle technique as expected. I really wanted to use this technique as my actual trump card, but it wasn't really practical if it reduced me to this kind of state just from the recoil of using it for several seconds. More importantly, where did the coal go to? I couldn't imagine it dying just because of falling from this height. I didn't know how the situation had developed, but I lacked the mana to even circulate it through my whole body, so I took out a mana recovery potion from my pouch and emptied it in a single gulp. Perhaps the coal had already escaped from here? Then Viro and Samantha were in danger. Even before that they were already fighting grave, so I too had to return. I calmed down my impatience while trying to use night vision to stimulate my mana that had only returned a little. Then my eyes met crimson eyes staring at me from the bottom of the darkness. Kill. I forcefully circulated mana in my body that still couldn't move like normal. I took out weight type pendulum from storage and black dagger from my waist and faced the kill. It would be difficult to even dodge the kill's attack with my body that couldn't move properly right now. In the first place, its combat strength was nearly thrice of mine, so I would be the one in overwhelming disadvantage if we fought normally. But after coming this far, I myself didn't have the slightest intention of quitting. I'll kill you here. When I let out a sharp killing intent, the coal also responded by radiating its pressure. The coal didn't move at the slightest as it radiated pressure that would make a timid person to faint. I also kept my weapons raised while we kept glaring at each other with a distance of several meters between us. Then I noticed that it wasn't that the coal didn't move. It couldn't move. A large half-fossilized fragment of large tree was deeply piercing the coal's back until its abdomen like a stake as it lied in the water puddle that reached until the knee. The coal didn't use pressure when fighting me. It used it now because it was in a very bad condition right now. Its powerful claws and fangs couldn't reach the stake in that position. Its whiskers that grew from its ears could reach, but I could guess that those thin whiskers lacked the strength to destroy or pull out the fragment. I slowly approached it while staying silent. Then I stopped walking in a position that was outside the range of its whiskers and suddenly swung down my weight-type pendulum. Splash! The pendulum passed just a hair's breadth beside the coal's head and strongly hit the water puddle below it, causing the water to splash. Enough. I muttered that shortly and reeled back the pendulum's string before turning my back on the coal and sat down on a nearby rock that wasn't submerged in water. There wasn't any special meaning in my action, although it couldn't move. The coal was still dangerous. Its resistance against physical attack was also high, so it would take time to kill it. Also, no matter how high the stamina that a mythical beast like coal possessed, it would definitely die sooner or later when its stomach was pierced through like that. My objective wasn't killing but victory. Conversely, if I could obtain victory by killing, then I wouldn't be fussy with the method. But I didn't have any interest in toying with someone who couldn't resist. Wasting time for such activity was meaningless. However, you shall wither here and die. I who was sitting on a rock and the coal who was lying in the water puddle kept glaring at each other silently. I wouldn't let my guard down until you died. Perhaps the coal could sense that from my cold gaze. It felt like its gaze was slightly wavering. I had to regain my stamina in order to escape from here. I felt that my mana had recovered to some degree due to the potion and used heal to return my stamina and cure to treat my bruises and other wounds. The coal was staring at me with eyes of indiscernible emotion. I couldn't surmise what it could possibly be thinking, but human couldn't possibly understand what went in a mythical beast's mind anyway. I managed to recover to a certain degree, but my stamina couldn't improve past a certain line because my fatigue still remained. That was something that I learned from the battle against orcs. In order to quicken my mana's recovery, I was thinking that I should have proper meal instead of just nutrition pills and took out the leftover lamb meats inside my storage. There were still a lot of them. I sank my teeth into the meat to bite it off. An hour passed. The cure had finished working on me to some degree and I had become able to move a lot better. It was then I started taking action. I observed the brittle rock surface while choosing a relatively stable wall and tried climbing, but as expected the rock surface became even more weathered the higher it was. The surface grumbled even just from a touch. The result was the same even when I tried throwing pendulum to entwine it around rock or weathered tree root. In the worst case I'd have to wait until night came and climb bit by bit using Shadow Walker, but that would take too much time. I sat down on the rock to recover my stamina and mana while getting into a glaring match with the coal again. There I saw that the coal's state was a bit different. It was still glaring at me, but the pressure that it radiated had vanished without me noticing. I noticed that there was a puzzled nuance in the coal's eyes as it stared at me. So this was the normal look of a mythical beast. It seemed until now it had lost its senses due to anger and hatred, but it looked like it had finally regained its composure when being faced with its death. It seemed the coal still had stamina remaining, but the blood that was flowing out from its wound was shaving off its life force steadily. Bucky, a small electricity spark suddenly crackled from the coal's whisker. Even though the ground was covered with water, the electricity that the coal generated wasn't so strong that it could be used to attack on its own. I guessed it could use it to shock small fish, but it lacked strength to defeat me. But I finally noticed that the electricity generated from coal's whiskers originally wasn't something for the purpose of attacking. It felt like I could hear a voice for an instant. No comma. It wasn't a voice. Bucky, each time the electricity sparked, a signal transmitted meaning to me like a word. Was this your will? Kill. When I replied, the coal's whiskers continued sending signal to me. Are you telling me to save you from there? Correct, huh? To think it would ask me that. What was it thinking? To ask an enemy who had been fighting it just now to save it. You're saying that your enemy isn't me, but a male human? You want to kill the man who lured you out? That's why I should save you from here? That's really convenient for you. Then what are you going to do about me? Was it saying that it would help me escape from this darkness if I saved it? Certainly it was possible to escape from here with the coal's physical ability, but and I should believe you? Got it. I stared right into the coal's eyes. If it swore on its pride, then I would gamble on it, I thought. Even I myself thought that it was foolish to believe the words of a beast that had tried to kill me just now, but conversely perhaps it was because we had tried to kill each other head-on that for some reason I wanted to try believing it more other than the words of human who was sincere only on the surface. Don't move. https://bookapervert.files.wordpress.com/2022/02/i008.jpg. I muttered those words briefly and approached closer. Then I climbed on the coal's back even while both of us were still on guard. This was horrible. I couldn't believe that it was still alive. I entwined a string on the rock fragment that pierced the coal's back several times. Then I began to pull out the fragment using body strengthening at full power by pulling the string in a posture that was like performing a shoulder throw. The coal roared with a voice that sounded like it was in its death throes from the intense pain. It was accompanied by my yellow fighting spirit. Our voices echoed on the bottom of the hole. The fragment was gradually getting pulled out. Both the coal and I were shaking. When the fragment was completely pulled out, The coal stood up so abruptly that I fell down. Oi, gwa. When I complained from getting dropped on my butt, the coal's whiskers twined around me and pulled me out from the water. No need for apology or thanks. Put me down. There was no falsehood in the oath that it made over its pride. The coal listened to me and quietly lowered me on the water puddle. The wound on its back contracted and blood had already stopped flowing from it. As expected, it wouldn't heal right away, but from the look of it, it would recover in only several days. Even so, the reduction of its stamina was concerning. I didn't care whether it would die or live, but it would be troubling if it didn't stay alive until we met Grave. Eat. I gave it all the leftover meat. The coal glared at me for a moment, seeing that the meats were left over from me. But then it devoured the armful of meats in a single bite. Go anytime however you like. I'll also just grab on you however I like. The coal roared after I told it that, and then it leapt up powerfully after tensing all its muscles. At the same time, I didn't even need to hold on. The coal's whisker twined around me and dropped me on its back. It then finished climbing the height of dozens of meters in zigzag movement like lightning. The rock surface didn't even have time to crumble. Then without pause it dashed through the ground. The sun was already starting to sink. Stars were glittering at the sky that was gradually being dyed in madder red. I closed my eyes a little while feeling the smell of the air and the wind on my face. Then I glared at the direction of the battlefield that I would be heading to after this. The coal also turned its face to the same direction. Let's go. To where our enemy is. Aria, Alicia, race, human - rank 4 1-up. Magic power, 152 270 20-up. Stamina, 138 210 10-up. Strength, 9, 12 endurance, 9, 12 agility, 14, 21-up. Dexterity, 8. Short sword skill level 3, martial art level 4, throwing level 3, archery level 1, defense level 3, string control level 4, light magic level 3, darkness magic level 4, 1-up. Non-elemental magic level 4, daily life magic ×6, magic power control level 4, pressure level 4, stealth level 4, night vision level 2, search level 4, poison resistance level 3. Simple appraisal. Overall combat strength, 916, with body strengthening, 1123 304 up. Heroine Survival Volume 3 Chapter 18. Target. The coal and me who was riding on its back escaped from the deep underground together. It would be difficult for me to escape from that place by myself. But perhaps because of the fundamental difference in our physical ability, the coal managed to run up that brittle wall before it crumbled. The coal didn't stop there and kept running, using a withered tree so big it was as though it was towering to the sky. Using that tree as foothold, it leapt up even higher, and from that position I looked around to ascertain the situation. The sun was still high in the sky when we encountered Grave. But now the sun was already sinking quite a lot. The blue sky was starting to be encroached by orange color. Is the battle still going on? I believe even now that Viro and Samantha wouldn't lose even with Grave as their opponent. But there was still a possibility that they were in danger even if they didn't lost. Over there. The coal responded to my fighting spirit, and its killing intent also shot up without restraint. The coal landed on the dry ground heavily that it caused a crack to form before rushing through the desiccated forest while avoiding the holes littering the ground. Wait for me. I'm going the right now. You did well hanging on for this long, Sandstorm Witch. Is this due to your wisdom that come from you? Don't act high and mighty, you brat. The old woman moved in high speed using level 4 body strengthening and martial art despite being a rank 5 sorcerer. Countless rock bullets fired at Grave like a stone bombardment. It was the earth magic stone shot, but in the hand of a skilled sorcerer like Samantha, it boasted a power that was nearly equal to level 3 stone lance that was effective against living creature while still maintaining the mana cost of level 2 sorcery. As expected, it would be difficult to deflect this number of attacks, so Grave leapt to dodge while at the same time Viro attacked from behind. But, splash, Grave fired water sorcery even with his posture unbalanced. Viro blocked that by using his mithril short sword that had good conductivity for mana. But Grave's kick that was unleashed in that timing blew him away. Grave not only had swordsmanship and stealth skills, his attack sorcery was also at a level that was practical for real battle. Even so, before this his skill in that field was only at level 2, just like his former colleague Sarah, but he had trained his sorcery ability until level 3. Your attack is getting monotone there, Viro, are you worried about your disciple's situation? Shut your trap. Dark Mist Suit. Viro too had trained his dark sorcery until level 2 in these 3 years. His magic power control had also reached level 4 through that training. With that, his body strengthening had also gotten more precise, which increased his combat strength. Before, he didn't put that much importance in his individual combat prowess, but perhaps seeing the way Arya fought, where she continued to fight powerful enemies alone, might have influenced him. Even if his reason was something stupid like not wanting to get overtaken by his disciple, in reality it was actually difficult for adventurer of rank 4 and above to constantly harbor the desire to improve like that. The dark mist that Viro let loose blocked Grave's sight. Just before Grave could move to escape from the range of that mist, Samantha casted her sorcery, Rock Skin. Samantha covered herself with armor-type sorcery that covered herself with earth element magic particles. The armor would absorb damage until a certain amount. Grave realized that Samantha came rushing using Viro's darkness as smoke screen. So that's your play. Night vision didn't work inside this darkness that was made from magic particles. It would also be difficult to grasp her location using detection. Normal attack would be ineffective against Rock Skin. Even though the opponent was a sorcerer, she was a veteran adventurer with level 4 body strengthening, so it was possible that an attack from far outside Grave's imagination would come the moment his attack got blocked. He thought that he would be able to cut the rock armor altogether with Samantha herself if he used battle technique, but if his attack missed inside this darkness, his opponents wouldn't be so kind to wait until he recovered from his freezing state. I can only back away here. Grave made that judgment and jumped down. At the same time, Samantha's sorcery was fired once more from inside the darkness. Water Ball. Grave knew about this level 3 water sorcery because he could also use it. It was a sorcery with weak power and also slow, but the advantage of this sorcery was that it was a no attack, which was rare for level 3. Grave got washed away by the surging water pressure. He would be able to hold his ground if he was standing on soil ground, but doing that on a wooden plank would require special equipment. Viro aimed for that moment and leapt even while getting hurt by the water pressure too. Their figures crossed and Viro's blade finally landed on Grave, cutting his side. Eat that, you fucker. Don't let your guard down, boy. Samantha, who came out of the darkness, scolded Viro as she stood beside him with vigilance. Grave grimaced at the blood that flowed out from his side. Even so, he glared at the two to keep them in check before using healing sorcery on himself. High Heal. It was level 3 light sorcery that instantly granted recovery and healing effect. Its mana cost was 3 times greater than Heal, but in exchange tremendous effect could be expected from it. Grave had trained himself until he was able to cast this sorcery without chanting. For him, sorcery was a tool, although he hadn't reached the level of changing its composition like magic. He was able to use it with activation speed that rivaled Samantha by perfectly memorizing it. Samantha and Viro couldn't press their attack because of the usage of this magic by Grave. When using high-level sorcery in a situation where there was no heavy warrior to act as shield and spear, the sorcery had to be successful in rendering the target powerless with one attack in order to crush any chance of the enemy counterattacking. That was because, just like with battle technique, powerful sorcery would also create an opening after usage. It would be necessary to create an opening in order to land the powerful magic without fail. But that chance couldn't come in a close quarter combat like this. Even though Samantha fired low-level sorcery in succession to create opening, medium damage would only get healed because Grave would use high heal every time. Because of that, Samantha was also forced to be sparing with her sorcery in order to keep her mana consumption in check. Viro was protecting Samantha, who was holding back, so Grave too also couldn't fully commit into attack in order to leave some spare strength to cast high heal. Like that, the battle between the three was falling into a stalemate. But even that stalemate was gradually crumbling. It's too bad. If only Arya, who can use light sorcery, is here, then perhaps you two would be able to put up a slightly better fight. Grave finished the treatment to his wound and smirked mockingly. You bastard. Aren't you a chatty brat? Samantha could also use light sorcery better than Grave, but she might need to fire high-level elemental sorcery in order to finish off Grave. Because of that, Samantha had to be careful with using light sorcery in order to save her strength. It resulted in Samantha and Viro gradually getting more wounded as time passed. If it was heal or cure, then it wouldn't consume too much mana, but those two sorceries needed skin contact to work. It was difficult to use them in the middle of battle. Conversely, high heal could be fired like attack sorcery. It had immediate effect due to that trait, so it was perfect to be used in the middle of battle. The three of them had potions with them, but all of them weren't so easy as opponent that they would allow their enemy to drink potion in the middle of battle. As a result, Samantha and Viro, who were prevented from using healing sorcery, couldn't treat their injuries. Grave himself also had his mana getting consumed, but he didn't rely on attack sorcery like Samantha and mainly used close quarter combat, so he had more leeway than the two. The stalemate was gradually crumbling down. Even so, Grave wanted to force Samantha to use light sorcery and ran out of mana, so that his victory would be unshakable. But even that would soon become unnecessary. He decided to go into the offensive. Allow me to finish this before the mythical beast can come back. You two should also treat your injuries already, if you have the leeway for it, that is. Arya too. I thought if it's her it might be possible that she would be the one coming back, but looks like I had overestimated her a bit too much. This son of a bitch. Don't think that we will just drop dead that easily, you brat. Viro and Samantha emitted killing intent. Grave also poured even more mana into his two favorite magic swords and took a stance of pitching forward. Even Grave wouldn't let his guard down because his opponents were a rank 5 sorcerer no matter her age and a rank 4 scout in active duty. But he had managed to see the limit of these two to some degree after fighting them for several hours. It's over. Grave muttered that and prepared to leap. But then, The roar of a beast resounded through the marshland forest. The three looked to the side and saw the figure of the jet-black mythical beast Cole dashing here from far away with a terrifying speed. Looks like we have spent too much time. There was a possibility that it wouldn't come back if it got injured in its fight with Arya due to its uneven temper as a beast, but Grave felt disappointment, thinking that he might have really overestimated that girl too much. But this changed nothing to Grave's plan. The Cole couldn't really differentiate one human to another. It didn't even understand the difference between Grave and Viro. He didn't think that he would lose easily even if he fought against the Cole. But it was still a powerful enemy that ought to be feared even for Grave, who had trained himself to his current level. At present the Cole also wasn't an opponent that he ought to defeat even at the risk of his life. The best plan would be to run away unashamedly. If he used Viro as bait, Viro should be able to buy at least enough time for Grave to escape. Then after Viro and Samantha got killed by the Cole, he could return to his assassination plan of the Duke leisurely. Besides, in his pocket he still had the trump card against beasts that he had prepared since the time he decided to lure out the Cole. He needed to negotiate with a certain group in order to get his hand on this, but it was worth it. It would even be possible to direct the Cole to the Duke's knights if he used it effectively. The mythical beast. Damn it. Viro noticed that for the Cole to be here meant it was possible for his disciple Arya to have been defeated. He turned an angry look toward the approaching Cole. Back off, boy, Viro. Grave changed his position to use Viro as bait. Samantha reacted to that and tried to get away from there. But Viro remained there alone. She raised her voice at him. But a faint voice from the direction of the Cole reached the ears of the people there. Number. Not that. The Cole, who was about to pounce at Viro, nimbly jumped over him in response to the girl's voice. Viro looked up at the Cole that jumped over his head. His eyes caught the figure of an ash-covered girl who was holding a dagger with her right hand and her left hand in the tight grip of the Cole's tail. Arya. Viro's joyful yell spread through the battlefield. Arya muttered before that voice faded. Let go. Grave held up his sword to respond against the Cole that was just a moment away from attacking him. But before he could swing down, the Cole stopped rushing as though it had pulled the emergency brake. Arya was snapped away from its powerful tail and flew like a bullet. Her black dagger stabbed deeply into the shoulder of Grave, who was taken aback in surprise just for a moment by that. You should just die already. So you're alive, Arya. Grave displayed a warped emotion that was similar to delight even though his shoulder was stabbed with a surprise attack. This is unexpected. Phew, haha. Grave let out a twisted laugh while swinging his sword at Arya using his still usable hand. Arya too seemed to have predicted that and quickly jumped away, dodging the blade with a somersault while pointing his fingertip at Grave from midair. Pain, a phantom agony that dealt intense shock. But Grave was already aware of that. It wasn't something to be feared as long as he was ready for it. Something like that at this point too. The phantom pain that should be endurable gave him a sharper pain than expected. That slight difference stopped his movement just for an instant. Impossible. Did she increase her sorcery level in this short time? But even that only lasted for an instant. Arya couldn't continue attacking properly while she was still midair. Viro and Samantha too still hadn't been ready to get back into the fight due to their momentary confusion. Even so, Grave's enemies weren't just them. Gaewa. The Cole that let go of Arya attacked Grave using its remaining momentum. Grave just barely managed to avoid having his throat getting tore apart, but his left arm was bitten off as the Cole's mouth passed through. As expected, even Grave let out a pained moan from that. He leapt back to open a distance from Arya and the Cole. Stone shot. Samantha fired her sorcery from a distance and it pierced Grave's side. A knife that Viro threw also slashed open his right shoulder. There Arya swiftly swiped aside her skirt while pulling out a throwing knife and targeted his forehead. Grave could only block that by throwing his remaining sword. Then without pause he opened the distance even more using martial art that was unthinkable from someone who just lost an arm. His arm reached toward the back of his waist while he looked toward Arya with joy that he couldn't completely conceal. Impossible for you to tame the kill. Did you turn fate itself into your ally? Don't talk of me using that kind of cheap word. Arya turned a cold gaze toward Grave with her pendulum at the ready vigilantly. Grave's eyes snapped wide open and next he suddenly began to laugh. Phew, ha 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 ha. Certainly it's just as you said. I don't know you, and it's just as I expected from the start. I'm right to think of you as dangerous. Grave had lost one arm and also his favorite weapons. Even so his eyes were still filled with vigor as he fixed his gaze on Arya. Then he suddenly took out a sphere from behind his waist and threw it on the wooden highway. Don't let Grave get away. Viro, who saw that, rushed forward, but Samantha yelled to stop him. Boy, get back. That's poison smoke screen. The smoke with a strange smell spread through the area instantly. Even so the coal still tried to chase after Grave, but it couldn't endure the odd smell and leapt aside to dodge. With the field of vision covered up, Arya's eyes that could see magic particles had their detection ability reduced sharply. Even so Arya still readied her pendulum vigilantly. It was then Grave's voice came from inside the smoke. I won't target small fry like the Duke anymore. Arya, I shall recognize your value. You're my target from now on. Show me how you'll protect the princess. I'll definitely come to kill her. Grave's thin presence vanished completely together with that voice. He got away. Arya covered her mouth with her shawl while muttering that with a low tone. Grave was a scout-type light warrior who could even use light sorcery, so she judged that it would be pointless to give chase. Grave declared that he would target Arya even while telling her to protect the princess. His intent must be to limit Arya's movement by targeting the princess. But putting it another way, as long as Arya stayed at the side of Princess Elena, Grave wouldn't target anyone else other than her. Arya understood that and narrowed her eyes quietly, glaring at the direction where Grave vanished into. Bring it on, Grave. Next time I'll definitely kill you. Heroine Survival Volume 3 Chapter 19. New request. The lunatic Grave had disappeared to somewhere, even though he had heavy wound of losing one arm. For human of this world who could strengthen themselves with mana, he would definitely be able to survive, just like how I would. To be honest, I wanted to kill that guy here. But, after actually facing him, I realized that we too was lacking in our preparation. If it was the previous Grave, Viro and Samantha would be able to defeat him by themselves. But, Grave had continued training himself without getting conceited, grew even stronger, and made preparation in case he got targeted by multiple enemies like us. Grave got away. But, that was only for now. I wonder how long it would take him to recover from his wound and get back into action. If he could use Q to regenerate his flesh, even the arm he lost could possibly be regained. To regenerate a whole arm, the treatment would have to be done bit by bit, at least half a year. And if he wanted to be able to use that arm just like before, it would take him one more year on top of that. I too would become even stronger before that. No matter how strong Grave got, the next time I would definitely surpass him. Kill. As I renewed my determination, the coal that was prowling at some distance let out a dissatisfied growl because Grave got away. What are you going to do? Chase after him? Or are you going to settle thing with me? I circulated mana throughout my body as though to ask it that. With that Viro and Samantha who was warily observing this way also radiated tension. Most likely the two of them also planned to fight together with me, but, even if they didn't, I was going to accept if the coal said that it would fight. Coal stared at me quietly with its crimson eyes, then the two whiskers that grew from its ears sparked with electricity a little. My name. You want to know that? Arya. Girl. The coal growled after I told it my name as though to murmur it. The coal's name. It was asking for a name. What came next from the coal wasn't a signal with meaning, but actual image. Deep inside a dark forest, the black powerful beast, living aloofly inside the darkness without even any companion. Was this. The coal's memory? The coal had been alone the whole time in its existence. There wasn't any being that stayed together with it. For the coal, other beings were either enemy or the weak who feared it. In that moment, inside the memory that the coal showed me, my figure that was staring at the coal with a cold gaze flowed just for an instant before vanishing. The black destroyer. The jet black beast howling alone as it looked up to the moon that climbed up at the black sky. Seeing that aloof figure. Nero. That word spilled out from my mouth. The coal understood the word's meaning and recognized it as its name. Then it turned its back toward me before vanishing into the forest while leaving behind word. The coal vanished into the forest. I stared at that direction as I muttered its name. Nero. By moon, did it mean me? Did the coal Nero recognize me as its sequel? I'll meet you again. If that was what Nero said, then we would surely meet again. Arya? Viro quietly called out to me, who was staring at the direction where Nero vanished into. That mythical beast. What's the deal with it? It looked as though it was conversing with you, but in the first place, how did you end up fighting together with a mythical beast like that? I guess it was only natural for him to not comprehend the situation. When I looked at Viro and Samantha's expressions, it looked like I had worried them greatly. There's no problem. It only wanted to kill Grave for trying to use it. I don't think it will return here now that Grave has run away. I gave a simple explanation. Viro fell into thought for a bit before letting out a small sigh. Well, whatever. We managed to prevent Duke Helton's assassination anyway. It'll be a pity for the Duke, cause his coal subjugation effort will end up in vain, but that's not our problem. Grave was targeting the Duke, who belonged to the noble faction that was opposing the royal family. But it seemed that Viro's client was also from the royalty faction, and as long as we managed to stop the Duke's assassination, we weren't required to do anything more. Duke Helton was trying to subjugate the kill in order to win fame. Viro's client would be troubled politically if he died from assassination, but it seemed there was no need to make his attempt to gain fame succeeded. That was why Viro himself looked like he didn't care about anything else. But Grave escaped. Isn't it our job to assassinate him? I asked if there would be problem that we were unable to accomplish the request. Viro too looked bitter about that. Even so, he shrugged. Without care about that, I can only report it to the client, including the matter about you and Grave. For now, the client should be satisfied if we just show them that guy's arm and weapon. I hope so. The magic sword that was in the grasp of the bitten-off left arm had been collected by Grave amidst the confusion, but the other sword that he threw at the end was still remaining. We allowed him to get away, so it was impossible to get the full reward, but Grave had declared that he would target the princess and me, so Viro would try to negotiate that. We didn't really fail by taking that into consideration, even though we would be able to beat him if only he didn't use that strange smoke bomb. It was my first time seeing a smoke bomb that spread that far and also contained poison. You're still lacking study, boy. Samantha suddenly cut into the conversation with a loud voice, like someone trying to call out a person in another room. That was a gem from dungeon. I think it might be a type of poison gem, but he was a lucky guy. Hi-oh. Samantha laughed like a folklore monster. Viro's eyes widened hearing what she said. Huh? That was a poison gem? Seriously? That's something designated as dangerous substance by Adventurer Guild. I once saw a gem, but the thing was also one. The shape differed depending on the dungeon. If that thing was a real poison gem, all of us including that guy would die. After all, it's something that can massacre a small village on its own. So it was a fake? No. It only had different use. Originally a gem was something to seal high-rank sorcery. It wasn't a poison for human, but it might be intended for use against animal. After all, the smoke had the same color with the smoke of the poison gem I used in the past, so I also got tricked. So you once used it, huh? Granny, I see. That was why Nero also couldn't pursue luring mythical beast to human settlement alone was an act that made me wanted to doubt the sanity of that man. But it seemed that Grave had prepared such thing as insurance. It was said that a dungeon was an ancient hermit crab that turned into monster and turned cavern or ruin into their shell. They fed on living things' mana and life force, read the residual thought of the dead, then used things like ore or magic stone to produce treasures that human liked. They were just things created by monster, so most treasures found inside dungeon were no different than trash. But there would be items like gold or silver ingots sometimes when the dungeon got it right. Among them sometimes there were also things like the magic swords that Grave used or special magic item that human couldn't create. The single-use gem that Samantha told us about was also one of those. It seemed there was a law in Claydale Kingdom when that kind of thing, especially something dangerous like poison gem, was discovered. It had to be reported to the Adventurer Guild and the country would forcefully purchase it. I didn't know what the country was planning by gathering such thing, but it seemed Samantha once used it. Most likely that was something Grave stole from the palace's treasure storage when he was still with the Black Ops, or he did business with some shady group. Boy, little girl, don't let your guard down. He might have other incomprehensible thing with him next time too. Anyway, there was nothing else to do for now. Grave also wouldn't be able to move anymore for a while, so our work was over. Arya, about your reward. Viro broached such topic when thing calmed down. We failed to assassinate Grave, right? I don't really care about it. The reward that Viro offered me was about keeping the Assassin Guild and Thief Guild in check so they would stop attacking me too often. In other words, the reward was my safety. It bothered me a little because this current situation was making it troublesome for me to get involved with ordinary people, but my objective was also Grave himself, so I had forgotten about this reward until now. Besides, if I was seriously bothered by it, I think that crushing the belligerent Assassin Guild branch of Central West District would be the more effective way to keep them in check. Perhaps I'd be able to crush them when my short sword skill reached level 4. You are thinking about something dangerous, aren't you? No, about your reward. Even without the request this time, I still plan to talk with you about it if I judge that you are strong enough. Strong enough? How did strength got related to the reward? Higher. There's no problem at all with this little girl if it's about her strength. After all, her combat strength almost catch up with her useless teacher already. What did you say? Viro was shocked by Samantha's words and he looked at me. Huh? Viro's eyes widened after using appraisal on me. He took out appraisal crystal from his pocket and appraised me once more. Then he held his head with his hands while looking to the sky. He looked more exasperated rather than lamenting. Rank 4. Just how did you do that in this short time? In my case it's just because I focused on sorcery. I still haven't caught up with Viro in close quarter combat. Thanks. There was no lie in what I said, but it seemed that it sounded like a consolation in Viro's ears. His shoulders dropped in dejection, but it seemed he was able to switch his mood right away and lifted up his face energetically. He grinned refreshingly. No, it was a fishy smile that was far from looking refreshing. Yosh, learn all of my adventurer skills in several years. For now just do your best to be at least useful in 1 year. First you got to learn skills that you're still lacking and how to explore a dungeon's lower level. What are you saying? Viro suddenly started talking about adventurer and dungeon. I looked at him with distrust, but he continued talking while still smirking at me. Now. This is also related to your reward, and it's also a request for a new job. According to the newest information that I got before bumping into you, our party got approached with an offer to protect some nobles who will enter into a dungeon. The nobles are also going to bring their own guards, but there won't be many. For this, it will be best to have a lot of scout joining the exploration, and you aren't just a scout but you can also use light sorcery, so we will be happy to have you with us. What do you think? Go there by yourself and die on your own for all I care. I instantly answered like that the moment Viro mentioned the word noble. We were called adventurer only because we had the strength to enter a dangerous place like dungeon. I got no intention of protecting some nobles who would enter into such dangerous place just for fun. Even Viro became spontaneously turned speechless with how flatly I refused. Is that all? Then, see you later. Wait a second. Arya, listen until I finished first. I didn't need both the new job and the reward, so I tried to leave right away, but Viro came back to his senses and hurriedly stopped me. You always decide too fast in everything. Just how manly you can be. Listen Arya, I'm telling you this only because it's you, but the first princess is involved with this matter. Do you understand? It's that princess you're acquainted with. Tell me more. Viro said that it was an extremely secret information. Was it alright for him to tell me this easily? According to Viro, young members of the royal family and their fiancés would secretly enter a dungeon, so higher-ranked adventurers were required to act as their vanguard. Why was someone with bad health like Elena had to enter into a dungeon? Viro wouldn't teach me what they were planning inside a dungeon, but in order to guarantee their safety, the Black Ops recommended Viro's party to the royal family and the royal family made the request. You want to protect the princess, right? After reporting this matter about grave to the Black Ops, I think that the country will also sound you out about this request, but are you going to refuse getting involved with the princess? This man brought me another troublesome matter that I couldn't refuse. Understood. I'll protect Elena. But how's that related to my reward this time? Was he telling me that the country and the Black Ops would make some arrangement for me? I might not be the right person to say this, but the Black Ops organization was feared by the underworld, but they were also being seen as enemy who obeyed the nobility as their hunting dog. I was doubtful whether getting protected by an enemy organization would serve as deterrence against them. I stared at Viro doubtfully with half-lidded eyes. It seemed Viro finally guessed what I was doubting and spoke of words that I never expected. What are you saying? You're going to enter our Rainbow Sword party to replace this retiring granny. I sighed again after hearing that unexpected words. Troublesome things just kept coming. Heroine Survival Volume 3 Epilogue. Clara. Are you finished with the preparation? Yes, Elena Sama. Patricia Sama withdrew in the end, but Carla Sama and I have already finished preparing. The plan is to meet up at the port city in the territory of Duke Feudale. The royalties who would shoulder the next generation along with the fiancés were ordered to conquer a dungeon. They were making their preparation on their own. It wasn't just the royalties who were forced to enter a dungeon, but also their fiancés, because this also served as a test to their resolve as the next generation royalties. Furthermore, it also showed that currently the number of the royal family was not enough. Although this dungeon was located in the territory of Duke Feudale, the daughter of Duke Feudale withdrew because it was impossible for her to do so ability-wise and personality-wise. The girl was also the daughter of a second wife, so this meant that feudal house had pulled out from the struggle for queen position. With this, Patricia got tentatively fixed to become the third queen. The seat to become the leading fiancé who would become the first queen would either be obtained by Clara, the daughter of Margrave Dandel, or Carla, the daughter of Count Leicester. The Crown Prince of Nunazama and I, the first princess, will also aim to conquer the dungeon at all costs. But the main objective of you two, the fiancés, and I will not be receiving the divine protection from the dungeon's spirit, but to make sure His Highness the Crown Prince return alive in good health. Do you understand? Yes. In this Claydale kingdom, each generation the royal family would send royalties into the dungeon to obtain a gift that they would use to keep the country stable and protect the country from external threat. But the divine protection of spirit wasn't something that could definitely be obtained. The spirit of the dungeon was called as spirit by people in general, but they were essentially not normal spirit that governed over elements like light, darkness, earth, water, fire, or wind. They were an existence that was closer to Holy Spirit. Holy Spirit was considered as high-rank existence like Spirit King or Fairy King, but their true form was unclear. They had whimsical nature, and many times they wouldn't grant divine protection just because someone struggled till the depth of a dungeon. In fact, the current king and previous king didn't obtain divine protection, and in these few decades it was His Majesty's little brother, the second prince, who obtained the divine protection. But he had already died young because the second prince was someone with weak body from the start. A royalty's rank within the royal family wouldn't change just from obtaining divine protection. All royalties had been educated until they understood that special ability and the ability to rule the country were two different things. Because of that, the current king, who picked a viscount daughter as his first queen, provoked the displeasure of the noble faction, and the ill effects from that could still be felt at Clara's generation. The country would fall into ruin if the crown prince died in such situation. It would be possible for Elena to manage the country as a queen for a short term, but it would allow the noble faction to obtain great influence and weaken the power of the royal family. Clara too, even if her position among the three fiancés got fixed in whatever ranking, in the end she would only be a queen of Ern, who was currently still just a crown prince. In case Ern got reduced into a state where it was impossible for him to ascend to the throne, the second prince, who was still an infant, would have another noble lady his age chosen to become his queen, while Clara would become unable to ascend to become a queen of the country. Regardless of their respective motive, Elena, who wished for the royal family to regain their strength and kept the country at peace, and Clara, who was burdened with the desire of Dandel House for her to become the first queen. The two of them were in the same page for this matter. But even while they were talking to each other without anybody else present like this, the gap that was formed between the two of them was still remaining as a deep rift that separated the two of them. The one who created the gap was Clara, who regained her memory from her previous life and became an otherworld reincarnator. Since then she was on guard against Elena, who would grow to be called a villainess. What became the impetus of that gap widening must be the pink-haired maid who became close with Elena. That maid had the same hair color with the Autumn Games heroine who Clara instinctually felt rejection toward. And then, the maid girl's whereabouts became unknown, and Clara expressed her condolence to Elena. It caused a decisive gap to form between the two because Elena believed that the girl was still alive. This time the two of them were meeting like this was also solely because the Supreme Night Order commander was feeling worried for his daughter, who would enter a dungeon, and asked his little sister, the second queen, to arrange for the two to meet so it could become an impetus for the two to make up with each other. This dungeon conquering by the royal family is something that is kept secret from other noble houses, so we can only bring the minimum number of bodyguards. Considering the width of the dungeon passage and the marching speed, we shall bring 2 servants, 10 high-rank royal guards, 3 royal sorcerers, and 5 baggage carriers. In addition, a rank 5 adventurer party that consisted of 5 people. So in total our group will number 30 to conquer the dungeon. Elena dispassionately stated before she took a breather and smiled icily. Patricia is wise. She understands very well what she can do. Our first priority is the safe return of His Highness the Crown Prince. Second is for the 4 of us to obtain gift. And last is for our safe return. Clara. Do you have the resolve to protect His Highness the Crown Prince for the sake of the country, even if it will cost you your life? Why yes, Clara replied with a pale face and hoarse voice. Elena looked at her coldly while quietly getting up from her chair. Make your resolution soon, whether you will become a queen by your own initiative or simply going along with the flow. Someone, we have finished talking. Elena called out to the servant who was waiting at the next room. Then she left the palace's drawing room without even giving any glance at Clara, who was still unmoving while looking down. What to do? Although Clara had knowledge from her previous life, in the end she was nothing more than a normal high school girl who was playing the home game. Although she felt threatened by the danger of the heroine and her beheading at the game's ending, She also felt a yearning for the gorgeous world where the capture targets were living. She was also unable to clearly think about her death with clarity of mind. She lived a peaceful life in her first life. She had never even thought about death as something that would happen to her. But, due to this dungeon exploration that never got mentioned in the game and occurred before the main scenario began, she was finally able to keenly understand that she was standing side by side with death. She turned pale and bit her lip. The Clara in the game didn't have any divine protection. The heroine only obtained divine protection in the war event against the evil race. Even so, that was something that happened only after the game started. In order to survive among these scary people, do I have to obtain a divine protection no matter what? While Clara was quietly hardening her resolve for her own sake, Elena, who returned back to her room while being accompanied by a servant, was greeted by a Crusian maid, which was rare in the palace. "Sarah, what's the matter?" This high-ranked maid was a knight of the Black Ops. She was also the one in charge of the security in the Queen's palace. The Crown Prince didn't really like the Black Ops, but Elena's servant and maid was also a Black Ops member, and she trusted her because she knew her very well. This time she also wished for her to accompany her to the dungeon, this time as one of the servants. Sarah showed her a refined smile with her glamorous light brown skin. Then she bowed and handed a letter to Elena's bodyguard maid. "I have something to inform your highness and put it in this letter. I recommend your highness to dispose the letter after you finish reading it. I understand." If Sarah said that, then it must be something important. After Sarah left, she told her maid to break the letter's seal to confirm the safety of the letter. Then she ordered the maids to stand by outside the room, and she opened the letter to read it alone. That letter contained information about a certain person. Elena hadn't known that person for long. In fact, it was only for several weeks. But for Elena, who was being forced into a lonely fight in a situation where she couldn't even rely on her parents, the way the girl lived gave her a peace of mind that she wasn't alone, even though their status differed. Even when Elena earnestly told her father, the one who caused this situation, that she was worried about the current state of things, she was only told that the problem wasn't something that a child like her should be concerned about, and she was kept at a distance from politics. Even her big brother, with whom she was pretending to idolize, didn't have any sense of danger at all, despite being the one placed in the most dangerous position. She was the only one who understood Elena, who was fighting against the present situation. She even risked her life to save Elena, who got attacked during her lone battle. Even if no one else could understand it, the two of them shared the feeling of being able to understand each other as the same kind. Elena thought that the words she said that night when she swore her oath could only be said because she had seriously faced Elena's resolution. That was why Elena also made an oath in order to reward her. That was why even when she heard that she went missing, she believed that there was no way that she had died. Alone inside her room, Elena pressed the letter on her chest and embraced it strongly. Thank goodness. Aria. You live. https://bookerpervert.files.wordpress.com/2022/02/io09.jpg. Heroine Survival Volume 3 SS1. Crying to the Moon. One day, at one time, a beast was suddenly born to this world from a certain space. It didn't have any father or mother, and in the first place it didn't even know whether it had gender or not. Even so, it at least knew that it existed in this world even without being taught. It was born with powerful body that overwhelmed other living creatures. It had high intellect that could understand something without being taught just from looking at it, although it had an immature form from being just born. The aura that the young beast has made the low-ranked monsters in that forest to not dare attack the beast or even got near it. The beast was aware that it was considered among the strong in this world, but for a creature there should be a meaning to its existence. The beast didn't know of any beast that was the same species with it. It didn't even feel the need to leave behind descendant because it was born powerful. It also didn't need to eat a lot. In the first place, it would be alright as long as it absorbed a certain substance that could be found in food. It actually didn't even need the meat. Then what did its fangs existed to tear apart? Then what did its claws existed to fight? Even so, there was an instinct that sought battle inside its body. Was it born to this world just for the sake of fighting? Was it existing simply to hurt other? Was it the only individual that was thinking like this? Or perhaps all the other individual was questioning about the meaning of their existence like this and lived with conflicted feeling? What was it born for? Seeking the answer of that question, the beast entrusted itself to the only thing existing inside its body, its battle instinct, and threw itself into an endless battle. Its body immediately turned mature right after it began fighting. Its body turned bigger as though it was adapting to battle. Its fur became able to deflect enemies' attack. Its claws and fangs became harder than even iron and could easily tear apart hard shell. It was then the beast saw it for the first time. It encountered the strong other than itself. Its height reached 2 meters. Its whole size was also a whole size bigger than the beast. Its upper body was that of a giant falcon while the lower body was the body of lion. That creature even looked beautiful. It was a creature with a shape that was impossible to occur normally. The beast felt that it was an existence with a nature that was close to itself. But although that creature had high intellect, it didn't have the intelligence of a higher form of life to complement it. It saw the beast as a threat and attacked without even trying to communicate. It was a battle against the strong that was equal to itself. The beast couldn't do anything when its opponent flew to the sky. It seemed to be a disadvantage for the beast, but the whiskers that grew from its ears like feelers was able to generate similar power like the lightning that flashed in the cloudy sky. Knowing that, the beast used that power to disturb the enemy's sense of balance and made it fell on the ground. It defeated the enemy after fighting for a whole day and night. High-ranked beast could block enemies' attack with their fur. That eagle lion most likely also had the same ability. But the fur of the beast was able to defend against that creature's claws, while the beast was able to tear apart the eagle lion's skin. That was the cause of its victory. From the beast finally learned that it was able to train the ability it possessed and that would decide the superiority or inferiority between it and opponents of equal level. By repeatedly fighting like that, the beast was able to become powerful even among its equals. But the answer that the beast was looking for still hadn't come to it. Only the time was passing idly for it. After that the planet finished its revolutions several times and the many seasons had passed before a single creature appeared in front of the beast. It knew about this creature's existence. It belonged to a species that was the most prevalent in this world. That species didn't have any strength to hurt the beast. Its value as food was also not much. It boasted the prosperity of its species only based on their great number, an uninteresting existence. That was how the beast thought of that race. If you just want to support me or have a particular novel in mind that you'd like to request, please join my Ko-fi or Patreon. The links are below. Once again thank you More Clan. If you just want to support me or have a particular novel in mind that you'd like to request, please join my Ko-fi or Patreon. The links are below. Once again, thank you More Clan.